Chapter 1. Congratulations to the host for transmigrating to a comprehensive urban novel plane. The current plot is from the book Super Dragon King. Please defeat the Child of Destiny, Lin Han, as quickly as possible. The faster you defeat him, the more generous the reward will be. Obtained 1 initial villain gift pack. The villain halo allows you to ignore the protagonist halo. As a great villain, how can you be affected by the protagonist halo? I heard the protagonist is unkillable? I do not believe it. Please quickly defeat the Child of Destiny and unleash your villainous charm. Storage space has been provided, a space 10 meters long, wide, and high. As a great villain, how can the host not have a place to store items, hide bodies, and conceal evidence? God-level killing technique has been acquired. As a great villain, all things in the world can be tools for slaughter. Even a chopstick can be wielded like a sword. Act fast, and pose cool. Cao Chuan stared in disbelief. His expression was a mix of shock and joy. The joy, of course, was that he was not dead, and he had transmigrated with a system golden finger. Regardless of whether he was a villain or not, as long as he could live, nothing else mattered. The shock was that there was a dead man beside him. The dead man looked exactly like him. At first glance, Cao Chuan's hair stood on end. The scene was bizarre. It made Cao Chuan momentarily doubt whether he was human or a ghost. However, Cao Chuan quickly understood. The deceased in front of him was his counterpart in a parallel universe, another version of himself. His sudden appearance had likely scared him to death, or perhaps the system had eliminated him. It did not matter. He was dead now, and Cao Chuan had indirectly inherited his identity information and his billions in assets. The dead man was also named Cao Chuan, the father of the main villain in the plot of Super Dragon King. This meant he had also inherited a troublesome son who would bring ruin to his father. According to the plot, the character Cao Chuan was in his early 40s, a famous real estate tycoon in Zhonghai, ranking among the top 5 wealthiest men in the city, self-made, with a net worth of billions. And tonight, his cheap son would meet the Child of Destiny from the plot, and have his third leg broken by the other party. This was the starting point of the story. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, there was a rapid knocking sound at the door. What is it? Cao Chuan's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced at the dead man on the floor. Outside the door, the anxious voice of the butler came. Boss, it is not good, something has happened. Wait a moment. Cao Chuan did not have time to think and quickly dealt with the body. He changed into his shirt and suit, then threw the body into the storage space. The storage space could not hold living things, but dead people were fine. Manually stripping a dead person did not feel good at all, especially when the dead person looked exactly like him. It gave him goosebumps. After throwing the body into the storage space, Cao Chuan finally let out a heavy breath. He sat in the boss's chair and took a while to fully recover. Come in. The butler entered the room. His face was anxious, and as soon as he entered, he exclaimed, Boss, something has happened. The young master had a conflict with someone at the bar just now, and was beaten, and sent to the hospital. He is severely injured, and several bodyguards are also injured. Cao Chuan's expression darkened slightly. Did the plot have to move so fast? The system had given him a general plot direction, but he had not had time to study it yet. He had only read the synopsis. It was a cliché Soldier King Returns type of novel, a thrilling read. The Child of Destiny was a crooked-mouthed little dragon king named Lin Han, with an international mercenary background. It was not that Cao Chuan was afraid of anything, it was just that being caught off guard, without any preparation, was very annoying. Cao Chuan frowned and asked, is he badly injured? Not dead, right? The butler was stunned. No. Cao Chuan said, if he is not dead, what is the rush? Contact the crematorium. When he dies, just take him directly while he is still warm. The butler was dumbfounded. Normally, although the boss was angry with the young master for not living up to expectations, once the young master got into trouble, the boss would act immediately, using his connections and spending money to settle things. But today, the boss's temperament had changed drastically, which was strange. The butler stammered, Boss, this. Cao Chuan spoke calmly, finding an excuse. I have been too doting in the past. If a son is not taught, it is the father's fault. If this continues, he will eventually play himself to death, and he will play the entire Cao family to death. It is time to teach him a lesson. You go and handle it first, and then we will talk after you understand the specific situation. Yes, then I will go to the hospital right away. The butler suddenly understood the boss's painstaking efforts, and did not think much of it, exiting the study. For Cao Chuan, whether this cheap son lived or died did not matter at all. He was not his real son, but his sudden change in personality still required an excuse. While there was still time, he quickly studied the subsequent plot. A moment later, Cao Chuan felt completely unwell. Watching the Child of Destiny show off from the perspective of a villain felt like eating live maggots. It was sickening. According to the plot, it was because the cheap son's root of descendants was crippled by a kick from the Child of Destiny, Lin Han, that Cao Chuan became a mortal enemy with him. It was an endless feud. In fact, looking at the entire plot, the character Cao Chuan was not bad, and had done quite a bit of charity. The only flaw in the plot was his excessive doting on his only son. He was a tragic character. He wanted to avenge his son, and in the end, his family was ruined. As for the current Cao Chuan, he was not worried about Lin Han, the returning Soldier King. This guy had a daughter in the country whom he had not seen for more than 10 years. This was the Child of Destiny's reverse scale, and also his weakness. Even without the system, just based on Cao Chuan's past experiences and cunning, it would not be difficult to properly scheme and control him. In his previous life, Cao Chuan was an old hand in the municipal party committee's driver's pool, skilled in being smooth and resourceful. Although he was just a driver, he had interacted with too many leaders, so his insights were not shallow. Dealing with a little dragon king was not too difficult, especially since he now had defensive skills and items like the villain halo and god-level killing technique. As for reconciling with the child of destiny, he never even considered it. With the villain halo, those children of destiny would naturally develop an aversion to Cao Chuan, so it was unlikely he could reconcile with Lin Han. Since an enemy had been made, there was no turning back. A dead knot must be untied with death. Furthermore, it was also to earn villain luck. This crooked-mouthed little dragon person named Lin Han must disappear. Cao Chuan lit a cigar, pondering his next move to seize the initiative. The god-level killing technique came with body enhancement effects, not only strengthening the body, but also the brain. His mind felt younger, and his soul felt lighter. His body felt light and airy, every cell exulting. A young body truly felt good. In his previous life, Cao Chuan was in his early 30s, more than 10 years younger than the Cao Chuan in the plot. He was not old, but every time he worked for the leaders' wives, he felt somewhat powerless. Now it was good. The feeling of body enhancement was intoxicating. His brain's processing speed was extremely fast. He quickly scanned the entire plot from memory, and at the same time, a relatively complete plan gradually formed in his mind. Of course, a villain is a villain, but a villain does not necessarily mean a heinous pervert. It just means standing on the opposite side of the child of destiny. For the experienced Cao Chuan, enjoying life was the top priority. In his previous life, for decades, he had not really done many things he liked. When he was a child, he did things his parents liked. When he grew up, he did things his leaders liked. When he had finally transmigrated, even as a villain, he had to live for himself properly at least once. He would do something he liked. Otherwise, he would truly be letting this transmigration down. Chapter 2. The next morning, private hospital. Cao Chuan arrived at the hospital. Boss, the doctor said that the young master's fertility might be affected in the future. The butler cautiously looked at Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan's face instantly darkened, as if he were suppressing immense anger. The butler quickly lowered his voice and added, "Last night's incident has been fully investigated. The cause was a dispute over a woman at the bar, and it also involved the Zhong family's young miss." The Zhong family was also a billionaire family in the story, though slightly less powerful than Cao Chuan's family. The Cao and Zhong families had a good relationship, characterized by deep cooperation in real estate and property, along with decades of friendship. Both started from scratch. The chief son, Cao Zhengyang, had been pursuing the Zhong family's young miss, Zhong Qing'er, which was considered a suitable match. Unfortunately, Zhong Qing'er extremely disliked and was repulsed by Cao Zhengyang, considering him a good-for-nothing. Last night at the bar, Cao Zhengyang had a bit too much to drink, and he found a sudden surge of courage, as if his intelligence had been lowered by the protagonist. He actually tried to strike Zhong Qing'er, cursing and shouting things like slut, prissy, and ungrateful. Alcohol emboldened the timid, and his insults were extremely nasty. Then the plot began. The child of destiny, Lin Han, appeared out of nowhere to play the role of the hero saving the beauty. The Soldier King's combat style was invincible at this stage. Several bodyguards quickly lost their combat effectiveness, being outmaneuvered by Lin Han. At that time, Cao Zhengyang, feigning fierceness, shouted, "Do you know who my dad is?" Then he was crippled with a kick to his reproductive organs. The implication was clear: "I do not know who your dad is, but I know you will not have sons anymore." He received a thorough beating on the spot. After listening to the butler's report, Cao Chuan nodded silently. It was exactly the same as the plot. That kid, Cao Zhengyang, was truly pitiful. His equipment was rendered useless at such a young age. In his previous life, he overused it, making it a bit soft, but at least it could still be used. Cao Chuan felt nothing in his heart, and even wanted to laugh a little. This was the birth of the last eunuch in modern times. It was expected of the child of destiny to cripple someone's reproductive organs over a verbal spat. His methods were truly ruthless. But this was the so-called decisive and ruthless nature. Hey. After a while, Cao Chuan finally asked, "Did you call the police?" "Call the police?" The butler was stunned. What was this about? To be honest, rich people like them generally did not like the authorities getting involved in family matters. They especially did not want family matters to blow up and become public, which would not only be embarrassing, but could even affect the company's stock price. The bodyguards kept by the family were specifically for dealing with such minor issues. As long as no one died, they generally did not call the police. Cao Chuan glanced sideways and said, "Otherwise? Or do you want to find some killers? Use your brain. What era is this? What kind of society is this? Do you understand a society ruled by law?" "Yes, yes, yes." The butler quickly took out his phone and called the city leaders. Cao Chuan turned and entered the ward. Cao Zhengyang, who had just woken up, was startled when he saw Cao Chuan enter. How did his father seem a bit younger? But he did not think much of it and burst into tears, wailing, Dad, you must help me get revenge." At the same time, Zhong Sheng brought his daughter, Zhong Qing'er, to the hospital. Zhong Sheng's face was grim, and his tone was even more displeased. He said to his daughter, "Look at what you have done. I am telling you, when you see Uncle Cao later, apologize to him honestly." Zhong Qing'er pouted and muttered, What does this have to do with me? I did not do anything wrong. What did you say? I said I know, I will apologize to Uncle Cao, but I will not apologize to Cao Zhengyang. What he said yesterday was too nasty. Zhong Qinger huffed softly. Zhong Sheng replied, you are trying to infuriate me? Zhong Qinger was one of the destined heroines, ranking within the top 5. Her looks and figure were naturally impeccable. With the destined heroine's luck, she was close to perfect in all aspects. All destined heroines, aside from their personalities, were beautiful from head to toe. Personality traits varied, and all had hidden attributes. Zhong Qinger usually appeared quiet, intellectual, elegant, obedient, sensible, soft-spoken, and polite. Everyone who met her praised her excellent upbringing and called her an intellectual beauty. However, few knew that deep down, she had an extremely wild heart. Even her own father did not understand his daughter. As the Zhong family father and daughter arrived at the ward door, they heard the cries from inside. Cao Zhenjiang's voice filled with venom. Dad, you must avenge me. I am crippled, I cannot feel anything anymore. You must help me kill that little beast. And that slut Zhong Qinger, I want them dead. Inside the ward, Cao Chuan looked at the sobbing, still vicious little villain in front of him, and secretly shook his head. Child, you cannot handle those destined heroines. Overthinking things will only lead to your demise. I am not trying to scare you, but if you continue like this, you really will die. Although I am not your biological father, I have gained your biological father's identity and wealth, so it would not be right to just watch you get into trouble. There is honor among thieves, after all. So, those girls, big brother I know Dad, I will take the burden for you. From now on, you can stay home and embroider, knit sweaters, and jump rope, all right? Suddenly, Cao Chuan's ears twitched, hearing movement outside. After the body modification, his 6 senses were exceptionally sharp. Zhong Sheng and Zhong Qinger had arrived. Slap! Cao Chuan raised his hand and slapped him. It instantly stunned Cao Zhengyang. The last time he was beaten was when he was little, and it was not on the face. Slapping him directly on the face. This must have some personal grudge involved, right? Cao Zhengyang was bewildered. Dad, why are you hitting me? Cao Chuan, fearing that those outside would not hear clearly, angrily shouted, you ask me why I am hitting you. Normally, I am busy, and do not have time to manage you, thinking you would grow up and become sensible. But unfortunately, I was wrong. You are becoming more and more lawless, more and more reckless. Your Uncle Zhong and I are sworn brothers, and even beloved relatives, just like family. Cao Chuan was furious at his cheap son's lack of ambition, scolding him. We have had over 20 years of friendship, supporting each other, starting from scratch to get to where we are today. How many hardships have we been through? Now, because of you, do you want our 2 families to break ties? You little beast. And Qinger, I watched her grow up. She is also my daughter. Who gave you the audacity to call her a slut? If she is a slut, then what kind of dog are you? Slap. Another slap landed. Ah, Dad, I was wrong. Stop hitting me. Several slaps in a row. Cao Chuan felt satisfied after hitting him, but he said with a look of grief and indignation, originally, I thought Qinger had a good personality and was decisive, so I shamelessly tried to set you 2 up, hoping she could rein in a good-for-nothing like you. But look at what you have done. No wonder Qinger looks down on you. With a good-for-nothing like you, who could possibly like you? I will just beat you to death today and be done with it. I will go out and adopt any child. They would be better than a good-for-nothing like you. Slap. Cao Zhenjiang's face, which was not injured before, was now swollen, his eyes seeing stars from the beating, almost losing his breath. Click. At this moment, the ward door opened. Chapter 3. The ward door opened. The butler said timidly, Boss, old Zhong is here. Cao Chuan showed a hint of embarrassment and slowly withdrew his hand. Looking at the father and daughter outside the door, Cao Chuan sighed, Old Zhong, please excuse the sight. Zhong Sheng also sighed, walked in and said, Zheng Yang also grew up under my watch. It is just, I really did not expect him to turn out like this, and for something like this to happen. Cao Chuan shook his head and sighed. His mother passed away early, and I did not have time to look after him. This scoundrel is completely wasted. Qinger is here too. Do not stoop to this scoundrel's level. From now on, regarding matters between you 2, I will not force it anymore. Old Zhong, my scoundrel son is not worthy of Qinger. Let us call off the engagement. Do not make things difficult for Qinger. I truly treat her like my own daughter, and I do not want to see her unhappy. As for the cooperation between you and me, there is no need for an arranged marriage to maintain it. We have had so many years of friendship. It really should not rely on such things to be sustained. Hearing Cao Chuan's words, Zhong Qinger's eyebrows showed delight. She used to like Uncle Cao very much. Every time Uncle Cao came to her house, he would buy her many gifts and toys. But now she did not like him, because Uncle Cao always tried to set her up with Cao Zhengyang, which she found very annoying. Now, seeing Uncle Cao being so understanding, in this instant, not only did she not dislike him, but she also felt that Uncle Cao was very empathetic and had it tough. He also seems to have become much younger. After not seeing him for a few months, how does he look much younger than her own father? This is anti-aging. A pure, handsome uncle. Calling him a handsome uncle was because she considered Cao Chuan an elder in her heart. Otherwise, based purely on his appearance, he would definitely be a great handsome guy. Not only handsome, but his values were also correct. Zhong Qinger having these thoughts was entirely due to the effect of the villain aura. The villain aura can ignore the influence of the protagonist's luck. According to the normal routine, the protagonist, including people in his faction, would naturally feel antipathy and dislike towards the villain upon seeing him. But now, after ignoring the influence of faction luck, except for the child of destiny, who would feel antipathy upon seeing him, no one else would generate negative emotions. As long as he could pretend, he would even gain a lot of goodwill. At this moment, Cao Zhengyang, who had just recovered a little, saw the Zhong family father and daughter approaching, and heard them discussing the cancellation of the engagement. He was so enraged that he coughed up a mouthful of blood and truly fainted. Young master, young master. The butler quickly went to check on him, then said urgently, Boss, young master has fainted. I will go call the doctor. Do not mind him. It is best if he dies. I will just pretend I never had this son in my life, Cao Chuan said in a deep voice. Old Cao. Zhongsheng quickly stepped forward to persuade him. I know you are angry, but the child has suffered such serious injuries. Do not let him suffer any permanent after effects. When he gets better, educate him properly. The child is not that old. He can always be taught to mend his ways. Zhong Qinger also softly advised. That is right, Uncle Cao, do not be angry anymore. Excessive anger harms your body. I will go call a doctor. After speaking, she turned and left. Cao Chuan watched Zhong Qinger's graceful back, his gaze falling lower. Half of her slender, crystal-clear calves were exposed beneath her long dress, fair, straight, and radiantly clear. Cao Chuan could not help but exclaim, how wonderful. Look how good this child is. If Zheng Yang could be half as good as Qinger, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Zhong Sheng chuckled, I wish I had a daughter like that for my son. You are just taking advantage and acting modest. How about we switch? Cao Chuan snorted with a laugh. Zhong Sheng chuckled, do you think Qinger is not annoying? This girl is quite annoying at home. She is just more obedient outside. Look at my hair, most of it was lost because she annoyed me. This old Zhong is almost bald. Cao Chuan said, that is still better than my scoundrel son. Qinger is well educated, elegant, and quiet. Who in our circle does not praise her? You have taught her well. That is true. This is the most satisfying work of my life. Zhong Sheng laughed heartily. Cao Chuan also chuckled, but thought to himself that her wildness had not been developed yet. Once her wildness was developed, she would probably annoy you to death. The doctors rushed over to examine him. Outside the ward door, Zhong Sheng quietly asked, I heard that Zheng Yang's, that is crippled. Why not go to overseas countries to see? Alas, Cao Chuan nodded, his expression dim. Zhong Qinger also lowered her head. Actually, what happened yesterday, to be precise, really had a little to do with her. If she had not incited a few words, they probably would not have fought. But it was also because of the things Cao Zhengyang said, which were too infuriating. It was the first time in her life that someone called her a slut or a whore. Zhong Sheng frowned and reprimanded in a low voice. Qinger, apologized to Uncle Cao. Uncle Cao, I am sorry. I did not know it would be this serious. Before she could finish speaking, Cao Chuan waved his hand. It has nothing to do with you. It is my fault for not teaching him well, which is why he is so reckless and lawless. Even without this incident, something else would definitely cause him great loss in the future. Qinger, you do not need to blame yourself. Zhong Qinger pursed her lips, feeling even more remorseful. Actually, there had long been a rumor in their circle that Uncle Cao was physically unable to have children, otherwise, he would not have indulged Cao Zhengyang so much. And now, Cao Zhengyang was also crippled, meaning the Cao family was effectively without an heir. Cao Chuan had not remarried all these years, nor had he been heard to keep a mistress. This clearly indicated some kind of problem. Zhong Sheng was silent for a moment, then said, how about, let Qinger take care of you in your old age? Cao Chuan was stunned. So polite? Zhong Qinger's eyes lit up. She was very smart and still full of remorse. So, without waiting for Cao Chuan to speak, she stepped forward, knelt down, and said sweetly, Qinger kowtows to you. Aya, Aya, Aya. Cao Chuan quickly took her hand and helped her up. On the surface, Cao Chuan seemed a little moved, a little gratified, and also a little downcast. The emotional changes in his eyes were very complex. His acting was comparable to a film emperor. The training from being a leader's driver made handling these emotions too simple. Becoming a master in the system, you see. If you do not become a master, you will die. Zhong Sheng, who was beside him, also breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was resolved. Actually, he was genuinely worried about a rift appearing between the two families. Now it was good. The outcome was even more perfect than he had imagined before. Plot changed. Villain's luck plus 8,888. Damn. Finally, luck was coming in. 8,888 points. He did not know if that was a lot or a little. After all, it was the first time he received an entry, so there was no prior data for comparison. However, according to the plot, it was precisely because Cao Zhengyang was crippled that a rift appeared between the Cao and Zhong families. It also laid the groundwork for their eventual falling out. So, all things considered, this should now be considered a major plot alteration, directly changing a part of the ending. Looking at it this way, 8,888 luck points is not a small amount. 8,888 luck points credited. Luck Mall unlocked. Chapter 4. After a few more insincere pleasantries, Zhong Sheng and Zhong Qinger finally left. Zhong Qinger said she would come to visit her godfather more often when she had time. As for the matter of formally adopting her as a daughter, it was not just a simple kowtow. There were still procedures to follow, including a formal tea ceremony, preparing gifts, and finding a great master to calculate their horoscopes. In their circle, formally adopting a daughter was a very significant event. After the recognition, it was as good as being blood relatives. The address would also change from Godfather directly to father. This was very formal. Cao Chuan instructed the butler, saying, "When the police arrive later, please explain the situation. Our Cao family has no other demands. We just want the culprit caught and sentenced according to the law. Make sure to handle the injury assessment properly." He pondered for a moment before adding, "Also, contact our overseas connections. Once this useless person can get out of bed, send him abroad for treatment. Regardless of whether he can be cured, he is not allowed to return to the country without my permission." "Yes, boss." The butler noted everything down. After giving his instructions, Cao Chuan left with his bodyguards. If he had not known that Zhong Sheng and Zhong Qinger would be coming to the hospital today, Cao Chuan would not have come at all. He got into the Bentley luxury car as his bodyguard drove. Cao Chuan sat in the back seat, closing his eyes to rest. Calling the police was to make Lin Han contend and clash with the authorities and, incidentally, to slow down Lin Han's plot progression. This would give him more time to prepare. After all, the plot was unfolding too quickly, and he had no head start at all. For Cao Chuan, this was very unfavorable for seizing more of the villain's luck. In the back seat of the car, Cao Chuan feigned sleep with his eyes closed and opened the newly activated system shop. The shop was connected to myriad planes, with all sorts of things available, from fruits and vegetables to interstellar battleships. Cao Chuan gasped. The dazzling array of items instantly gave him a deeper understanding of the system's power. It was just that the prices were a bit exaggerated. High-tech items related to the universe cost hundreds of millions in villain luck points. For now, he could only look and drool. In his lifetime, even if he lived another 100 years, he might not be able to afford them. How many children of destiny would he have to eliminate for that? There is even lifespan for sale? Cao Chuan suddenly discovered a good item, and his eyes immediately lit up. Having died once, he yearned for lifespan even more and clearly understood that this item, used well, was a divine artifact. Activity capsule can enhance the cellular activity of the user. After reading the description for a while, Cao Chuan understood. Unlike imagined lifespan, this was a medicine that could strengthen the body's cells. Theoretically, it could increase the user's lifespan by 1 year. It could be used indefinitely. However, there was a requirement: each dose needed to be spaced out by half a year. In other words, as long as you had enough luck points, buying one activity capsule every year could keep you forever 18 and immortal. The price was not cheap, requiring 10,000 luck points. His current account balance was 8,888. These were luck points earned by changing some of the outcomes, which showed how truly expensive the activity capsule was. Actually, this activity medicine could be called a health supplement without issue. The system shop also categorized it under health supplements. This was a high-tech health supplement. "Boss, we have arrived." The company underground parking lot. Cao Chuan slowly opened his eyes, a lingering sense of unfulfillment in his gaze. This system shop was truly too powerful. Just browsing through it was exhilarating and sparked endless imagination. The only frustrating thing was having too little villain luck. He could only wait a bit longer, save up more luck points, and then go on a big spending spree. He got out of the car and went upstairs. "Good day, Chairman Cao." "Good morning, Chairman Cao." The young women he met all greeted him. As for the male employees, Cao Chuan forgot them as soon as he saw them. Director's assistant Lina stepped forward and said, "Chairman." President Cao glanced at the beautiful woman in her 30s, nodded, and said, "Lina, organize all the projects from the investment company, as well as the list of projects planned for future investment, and bring them to my office." Lina said, "Understood. Also, please make me a cup of tea, green tea." "Understood, Chairman." The Cao family's main businesses were a real estate company and an investment company. The real estate company was already listed, ranking among the top 10 nationwide, but its equity structure was a bit complex. The investment company, on the other hand, was slightly weaker, but was Cao Chuan's wholly owned company. Many previous investments had not been very profitable, being bottomless pits that swallowed money. But now it was different. With his foreknowledge, Cao Chuan naturally wanted to cut off all unprofitable projects, even if it meant a small loss, which was better than endless investment. Lina was extremely efficient. Though she was only 30 this year, she had been with Cao Chuan for 7 years, working at Hechuo Real Estate since her graduation. She had accompanied the company's growth, step by step, to become the administrative head of a listed company today. One could not reach this position without some skill. Moreover, from Lina's appearance, it was evident that the original Cao Chuan was not a bad person. Lina was not attractive. At most, her figure was decent, her temperament good, but her looks were unremarkable. This showed that the original Cao Chuan valued talent over appearance when selecting people. If it were the current Cao Chuan, how could his personal assistant not be beautiful? After putting down the documents and bringing the tea, Lina softly said, "Chairman, the amount of data you requested is quite large. This is only a portion, another part is still being organized, and will be sent shortly." Cao Chuan nodded, then pointed to the chair opposite. "Lina, sit." Lina smoothed her skirt and sat down. She truly was not attractive, but her temperament was genuinely good, and her face held a very approachable smile. Cao Chuan briefly observed her and said, "Lina, how long have you been with me?" I have been with the company for over 7 years, and with you for over 5 years," Lina recalled. Cao Chuan slowly nodded and casually asked, "You have been busy with work all these years. I haven't seen you dating?" Lina's face flushed, and she shook her head, saying, I have indeed been busy with work, no time to date, and no suitable partners. Cao Chuan said with concern. You are not young anymore, are you? Does your family not urge you? They do, but I am too busy, and my family knows and understands, Lena explained. Cao Chuan shook his head seriously. That will not do. When will being busy with work end? You will be busy your whole life, and you have been with me since you graduated. I am practically half your mentor. I cannot just watch you spend your youth for the company and end up alone, can I? Chairman, it is not that serious. I just haven't met the right person, Lena quickly interjected. Cao Chuan thought for a moment and then said, how about this? The position of general manager for the Beijing branch is currently vacant. I will help you figure it out. I will talk to the board. Lena was startled and instinctively stood up. Cao Chuan motioned with his hand. Everyone can see your abilities. You have been a director's assistant for so many years and are a company veteran. You also have a significant share allocation from when the company went public, making you a shareholder of sorts. Furthermore, you are my person, my trusted confidant. I would feel more at ease entrusting Beijing to you. When you become general manager, you will also have more personal time. Remember, get married soon. I am still waiting to drink your wedding wine. Lena looked grateful, and also a little worried. Chairman, but I am afraid I won't do well. Cao Chuan laughed. I believe in you, and I also allow you to make mistakes. After all, when I was 30, my work ability wasn't as strong as yours. Cao Chuan did not wait for her to speak further, directly waving his hand. All right, it is settled then. Prepare yourself recently. Remember, I have got your back in everything, so just go ahead and do it boldly. The company won't collapse. When Lena left, her steps were a bit light, and her heart held an uncontrollable joy. Cao Chuan's goal was simple. He wanted to replace her with a more beautiful personal assistant and, incidentally, revamp the secretarial department, replacing everyone with female university students. A woman's ability was very important, but nothing beat a beautiful face and figure. Police station, Major Crimes Squad. Squad Leader's Office. Team 3 Leader Lei Ting, the Major Crimes Police flower of Zonghai City, now had a displeased expression and an unfriendly tone. Captain Su, the murder case I am handling hasn't been solved yet. My entire team has been working nonstop, continuously overtime for a week. Now you want me to arrest a suspect in a brawl? What? Have the district police stations gone on strike? Or are we in the Major Crimes Squad so idle that we have to handle brawls now? Squad Leader Su said helplessly. Listen to me first. Don't be so impetuous. I am telling you, this isn't an ordinary brawl. It involves a famous entrepreneur from our Zonghai. Although no one died, the impact is very significant, and senior leadership is particularly concerned. Furthermore, there is news that the assailant might be an international mercenary. International mercenary? Lei Ting raised an eyebrow, showing some interest. Squad Leader Su smiled. In our squad, your team has the strongest combat power, and your personal strength is among the best, which is why I specifically requested you to handle this. If you handle it well, you might even get a promotion next year. Lei Ting chuckled. Thanks, Uncle Su. Afternoon. Lena knocked. Chairman, there are a few police officers looking for you outside. Cao Chuan put down his documents. As expected, it was Lei Ting. She was one of the 3 main female leads. Cao Chuan nodded and said, let them in. Lena, pour a few cups of tea. Understood. Lena smiled sweetly, then turned and swayed her ample hips as she left. Cao Chuan shook his head. What a pity, she really was plain looking. Otherwise. Chapter 5. Lei Ting, with a single ponytail, exuded an aura of heroism. Her temperament was strong, her eyes like lightning, and her gaze was extremely aggressive. The first impression she gave was that this woman was not to be trifled with. She was tall, over 1.7 meters, with straight, powerful legs. Her tight jeans showcased her perfect leg and hip lines. She was the woman with the best figure in this story, not the kind of explosive, devilish figure, but one where every curve was just right. Especially her legs. The book described her legs as honey thighs. What are honey thighs? They are legs that do not look very thin, but would be too fat if they were a little bigger, and too thin if they were a little smaller. They are extremely well proportioned, shapely, and powerful. Straight and full, her legs were incredibly strong, capable of crushing a waist, or even a neck. Especially the luster of her skin. It was not snow white, but like honey, glowing without the need for any stockings to adorn it. Have you seen Little Chef, the one who cooks? These legs can glow, can you believe it? It made one's mouth water. Honey thighs, truly deserving of the name. Unfortunately, she was wearing jeans today, so one could not see the secrets within. But it must be said, these tight jeans still offered a glimpse. Her leg shape was truly perfect. She also had beautiful yet heroic facial features and eyebrows, making her overall score among female leads of her caliber quite dominant. As soon as she entered the office, Cao Chuan's gaze swept over her as if scanning. He was secretly amazed. Those legs, those hips, tight jeans are forever divine. Most of the description in the story was dedicated to her figure, but having never seen her in person, there was always some distortion. Now, upon seeing her, a few sordid thoughts arose in his mind. His gaze was hard to move. Any normal man seeing a woman with such a figure would likely have some thoughts, unless he was sick. Fortunately, Cao Chuan was mentally prepared. His gaze quickly shifted away, not appearing too lewd, then transformed into a sanctimonious smile. Lei Ting was also sizing up the well-known wealthy man from Zonghai. She had only seen him in news reports before. He was a billionaire and a philanthropist, with a good reputation in Shanghai. Information from the authorities also confirmed that they had labeled him a charitable entrepreneur. He had no negative record. The only negative comment was that he had an uneducated and useless son, much younger than I imagined. According to the material, Boss Cao should be over 40, but he looks only about 30. Quite young and quite handsome, much more handsome than in his photos. Rich people really know how to take care of themselves. Lei Ting nodded secretly. Her impression was good. Lei Ting showed her identification. Hello, President Cao, I am Lei Ting, leader of the 3rd team of the Municipal Bureau's Serious Crime Unit. These two are my colleagues. Hello, Officer Lei. Cao Chuan nodded, then said to the two people beside him, 3 officers, please sit down. Lena, serve tea. Lei Ting seemed to dislike pleasantries, waving her hand and saying, no need, President Cao. We just have a few questions to ask, and we'll leave shortly. Oh, all right then. Cao Chuan did not force it, waving his hand to signal Lena to leave first. Lena left and closed the door. Cao Chuan spoke first. What do the 3 officers wish to inquire about? Just ask directly. I will tell you everything I know. However, regarding the assailant from yesterday, I do not accept a settlement. He should be judged as he should be, and injuries should be examined as they should be. I believe the law will give me justice, and I will fully cooperate with your investigation. Lei Ting said. Someone will be responsible for following up on that matter. My main purpose in coming here today is to ask President Cao, have you offended anyone recently? Offended someone? Officer Lei, do you mean this incident was not an accident? That someone targeted me? Cao Chuan was startled, feigning confusion as he looked at Lei Ting. Lei Ting did not explain anything about international mercenaries, only saying, we have reason to suspect this was a hired assault, and it might be that you, or your son, offended someone. President Cao, please try to recall. This will help with the case. It was precisely because mercenaries were involved that they suspected Cao Chuan's enemies had hired them. Otherwise, Lei Ting would not need to come to Cao Chuan's door to ask questions. She would just go arrest Lin Han, or at most, go to the hospital to take a statement from Cao Zhengyang. Cao Chuan was silent for a while, his expression somewhat grim. I have offended quite a few people. You cannot do business without offending anyone. It always seems like everyone is getting along and making money, but once interests are involved, it is usually a life and death situation. It is not uncommon for families to be ruined for profit. However, in recent years, there should not have been such a deep grudge. It is possible that Rascal got into trouble outside and offended someone. Cao Chuan sighed. I have always been negligent in his upbringing, focusing solely on my career. That rascal never learned to be good since he was young, and his mother passed away early, so no one managed him. He acts recklessly, relying on the family's money, and often causes trouble, so he has offended quite a few people. Lei Ting nodded thoughtfully. Before coming, she had naturally investigated Cao Zhenjiang's past. A complete profligate son. She had previously thought, like father, like son, that with such a profligate rich 2nd generation, the father could not be much better. Now it seemed it might be a case of a tiger father and a dog son. It was also the tragedy of a single-parent family. As someone from the Serious Crime Unit, she had seen many criminals from single-parent families and understood completely. Lei Ting's tone became a bit gentler. Regarding your son, we will also follow up on the investigation. If President Cao remembers anything, please contact us immediately, as this concerns your safety. Cao Chuan nodded. All right, then I will trouble Officer Lei. Lei Ting came quickly and left even faster. She left the unit's landline number. Her decisive and efficient personality was exactly as described in the story. In the story, she treated everyone with a business-like demeanor, and because her parents died young, she was extremely lacking in affection. One could even say she lacked paternal love. So she was very cold. Coldness was a protective color. This kind of woman is actually easy to break through, but you need to find the right moment. Now that they had met, that was enough. In fact, Cao Chuan could use his foreknowledge of the story to pretend to be Lei Ting's relative. For example, a friend who was very close to her parents when they were alive, or even mysteriously create a godfather identity. Of course, it was not that Cao Chuan had a godparent addiction. Rather, some identities can make a female lead lower her guard more easily. But after thinking about it, Cao Chuan still felt it was unnecessary, because there really was not much preparation time beforehand. It would be easy for Lei Ting to spot flaws, and it would be more trouble than it was worth. Lei Ting was not an ordinary damsel in distress female lead. It would be better to get acquainted first, and then proceed once he was prepared. She only lacked paternal love, and I have it. The primary goal now is to get Lin Han arrested. Lin Han's strength is indeed great, and he is a child of destiny, with the protection of heaven and earth in the unseen world. But would he dare to resist arrest? The answer is he would not dare. He would not even dare to fight back. National luck can easily suppress individual luck. Even a child of destiny cannot withstand it. If you dare to resist, you will be silenced. No nonsense. Just say, is national luck not ruthless? Moreover, he cannot run. Otherwise, how would he reunite with his daughter? To meet his daughter as a fugitive? As for his daughter, he probably will not get to see her. Chapter 6. Afternoon. Pudong, Shangdi Private Middle School, also known as a noble school. Students were playing around in groups of 2s and 3s at the entrance. It was dismissal time, and the atmosphere was very lively. A man with sharp brows and a neat buzz cut, handsome and cool, was watching the school gate intently. Lu Si-han, Dad is back. Back to spend your first birthday with you, the buzz-cut man murmured to himself. He was Lin Han. His main purpose for returning to China this time was for the father and daughter to acknowledge each other, and it just so happened to be close to his daughter's birthday. The plot was very melodramatic. 13 years ago, he had an accident after getting drunk, resulting in a night of tenderness with the older sister next door who was 3 years his senior. Then Lin Han went abroad. It had been 13 years since then. He was 17 when he went abroad, and this year he is 30. Lu Si-han is 12 this year, in her first year of junior high. As for her mother, she died in childbirth. Over the years, Lu Si-han grew up with her grandmother. Lin Han would always send a lot of money as child support under the guise of donations, and even pulled strings to send Lu Si-han to a noble school. Actually, when Cao Chuan saw this plot, he was a little puzzled. As a father, do you need to give child support under the name of charity donations, and not come back to see her for over 10 years? Your brain must be a bit sick. After reading the whole plot, he realized that the author deliberately created conflict, making the daughter initially refuse to acknowledge her father, to forcibly create misunderstandings. This was just padding word count, and treated readers as fools. In short, the daughter is in her first year of junior high, and has never met her father. She secretly hates that father she has never met, because she heard from her grandmother that when her mother died in childbirth, her father did not even show up, abandoning his wife and daughter. This was the source of her hatred. Lu Si-han only knew there was a kind uncle who, every year through a charity organization, would provide her living expenses and tuition. Her grandmother's family was very poor and struggling. If it were not for this uncle, she would not be able to go to school at all, let alone a noble school like this. Finally, his daughter appeared. An extremely beautiful, youthful girl wearing a white shirt, black school skirt, long legs, white stockings, and small leather shoes, was walking hand in hand with her best friend, chatting and laughing. Lin Han hesitated for a few seconds, then took a deep breath. He seemed to have made some kind of decision, taking a step forward, determined to meet her no matter what. Even if she hated him, it would not change their blood relationship. Just then, 3 police cars stopped by the roadside. Through the city surveillance system, Lin Han had nowhere to hide. He returned through legitimate channels, making him too easy to trace. Lin Han, we are from the Municipal Bureau's Serious Crimes Unit, and we need your assistance in an assault case. Come with us. 3 cars arrived with over a dozen people, all armed. After getting out, they all had wary expressions, and the next moment they formed a circle around Lin Han. After all, Lin Han was an international mercenary. Better safe than sorry. Lin Han looked bewildered. An assault case? Holy crap. No way. Could it be the rich second generation he beat up that day? Are rich second-generation kids in China such cowards that they actually call the police? He was very confident in the force of his blows. It was just kicking a testicle. What is the big deal? Can they not take a joke? Lin Han's face was exceptionally grim. This incident delayed his reunion with Si-han, which made him furious. He could not run now. If he ran, he would definitely be wanted, and that might affect Si-han. He should have known to come back secretly, without using his real identity. In the end, he did not resist. But in his heart, he hated that rich second generation even more. When he took Si-han away, he would definitely kill him. The child of destiny has such a temper. Once someone wrongs him, even a little, he has no problem killing their entire family. This approach is usually glorified as being decisive and ruthless. In short, he can only take advantage. Others cannot take even a tiny bit of advantage, or he would lose face. He even felt his dignity was trampled upon and insulted. Lin Han was taken into the car. Many people at the school entrance also saw it and started discussing. This included Lu Si-han, who had just walked out of the school gate with her best friend. Han, look at those police uncles, another junior high school girl said. Lu Si-han nodded. They must be catching bad guys. It was just too far to see what the bad guys looked like. They must be bad guys. Wow, police uncles are so handsome. When I grow up, I am definitely going to marry a police uncle. We are only in junior high, Lu Si-han replied. That is why I said when I grow up. Lu Si-han immediately laughed. She was much more mature than children her age, which was related to her family. However, she also genuinely thought the police uncles were very handsome, especially since several of them had drawn their guns. It felt so secure. Lu Si-han was a bit similar to Lei Ting, very lacking in a sense of security. Her heart was riddled with holes, but it was covered by her beautiful and optimistic exterior. No one knew her inner turmoil. Not long after Lin Han was taken away, a Bentley arrived by the roadside. Inside the car, Cao Chuan looked at Lu Si-han through the glass across the road. He had checked her information and recognized her at a glance. The girl was indeed beautiful, a beauty since childhood. Once her features fully developed, she would be no weaker than any female lead, even surpassing them all. The private school uniform also looked good: black skirt, white stockings, and small leather shoes. As the saying goes, white stockings and small leather shoes equal a little cutie. Third brother, Cao Chuan spoke after a while. Boss, the bodyguard in the passenger seat quickly turned around respectfully. You quietly follow her. If she is in danger, help her out. If she asks, you say this. Cao Chuan pointed at Lu Si-han and whispered a few instructions. Third brother nodded and said, understood. Third brother got out of the car and followed Lu Si-han without asking any questions. Would Lu Si-han be in danger? In her 12 years of life, everyone liked her. She was beautiful, polite, and good at her studies. She herself had never encountered any danger. However, things were different now. With Lin Han's appearance, Lu Si-han would encounter countless dangers and troubles. It is no wonder that the child of destiny is actually a jinx. Wherever he goes, someone there will have bad luck, especially his friends. The better the relationship, the worse their luck. Either a company faces bankruptcy, a friend's parents get a serious illness, a beautiful girl is drugged, or a girl is kidnapped. Anyway, a series of melodramatic events will occur. Otherwise, how would the child of destiny show off and display his power? Just like Zhong Qing'er last night, Cao Chuan's cheap son, Cao Zhengyang, had pursued Zhong Qing'er for years. But then, while acting like a sycophant, he suddenly went rabid, wanting to hit her and calling her a cheap woman. This was the power of diminished intelligence and the power of the jinx. When a child of destiny appears, no one around him has a good time. Like Conan, people die wherever he goes. It is very metaphysical. In the plot, Lin Han first met his daughter and saved her. The time should be today. As they walked, Lu Si-han and her best friend walked into an alley. Through the alley was the snack street, where they usually ate dinner. Yo, worthy of a noble school. The uniform looks good. Those big white stocking legs. 3 yellow-haired men were squatting by the roadside, smoking and whistling. The words they spoke were lewd and vulgar. Lu Si-han's face changed. She pulled her best friend, quickened her pace, and ignored them. The 3 men saw that these were little girls, who dared not cause trouble, so they immediately stood up and rushed over, blocking their way. You, what do you want? Lu Si-han's face was a bit pale, but she still shielded her best friend behind her, and took 2 steps back. What do we want? He, we just want you to chat with us, play some billiards, eat some hot pot. How about it? Big brothers take you out for some fun. We guarantee you will be ecstatic. The men laughed wickedly, approaching the 2 girls. Lu Si-han encountered something like this for the first time, and she could not help but feel a little flustered. You, do not come any closer, or I will call for help. You scream, your voice is so nice, screaming will make us even more excited. Damn it, trying to run. Catch them. Lu Si-han pulled her equally trembling best friend and turned to run. Unfortunately, junior high students were no match for the speed of 16 or 17-year-old hooligans. In a blink, they were caught. But before the 3 men could even touch Lu Si-han, a dark figure rushed out. 1 punch, 2 kicks. The 3 men were sent flying several meters, lying on the ground unable to even cry out in pain. Their chests had been heavily struck, and they could not catch their breath. Lu Si-han suddenly turned around, staring blankly at third brother. Third brother had an ordinary appearance, a square face, and sharply defined features. Thank you, uncle. Lu Si-han quickly thanked him. Her little best friend beside her also thanked him with a trembling voice. Third brother said, do not thank me. My boss asked me to protect you. You two should also leave quickly to avoid trouble. After speaking, third brother turned and left. Boss? What boss? Protect me? Watching third brother's retreating figure, Lu Si-han suddenly thought of something. She said, you go back to school first, then let go of her best friend, and lifted her legs to chase after him. Her pace was not as fast as third brother's, and she even stumbled a bit in her haste. When she reached the intersection, she only saw third brother getting into a luxury car. The car had not moved, just parked by the roadside. Lu Si-han hesitated for a few seconds, crossed the road, and came to the car, nervously raising her hand to tap on the car window. Listening to third brother's words just now, someone had sent him to protect her. Lu Si-han had 2 important strangers in her life. One was her father, and the other was the uncle who donated money. Her first thought just now was that the person was her father. The second was the uncle who sponsored her schooling. But no matter which one, she actually wanted to meet them. To meet her father, she wanted to ask him why he did not even come to the hospital when her mother died. To meet the uncle who donated money, she wanted to thank him. It had been over 10 years, ever since she could remember, she knew of this person. It could be said that he had raised her. He was like her adoptive parent, a more important role than her father. But she had never met him, nor did she even know who he was. Perhaps, if she had not been in danger today, no one would have suddenly come to her aid, and she would never have known that someone was silently protecting her. The young girl imagined a lot of scenarios herself. Self-conquest is the most fatal. The car window slowly lowered. Lu Si-han saw the man in the back seat. A very handsome uncle, or older brother. He did not look very old, but he had a very mature aura. Is it dad? Or someone else? Lu Si-han could not tell. However, seeing his gentle smile, Lu Si-han felt a little more at ease. Thank you, uncle, Lu Si-han said softly. She had to thank him for saving her no matter what. Cao Chuan smiled slightly. You are welcome. Have you eaten? Uncle will take you to eat. How about it? Oh my, he almost said take her to see goldfish. Don't mess around. She is not even 14 yet. Touching her counts as a serious crime. Do not joke around. Under normal circumstances, Lu Si-han would not have much interaction with strangers, let alone accept an invitation to eat. But now, Lu Si-han only hesitated for a second before nodding. Okay, get in the car. Sitting in the back seat, the front partition rose. The driver and bodyguard could not see anything in the back seat. In this enclosed small space, Lu Si-han seemed a bit more reserved. It was her first time riding in such a luxurious car, and she did not know why she had impulsively agreed. She had not even asked who the person was. At this moment, Cao Chuan's tone was gentle, and he said, "How is your studies recently?" "Very good. My grades have always been among the top few in school, and the teachers always praise me. In the recent diagnostic test, I got first place in the entire grade." There was a hint of showing off in her words. She thought this might be the uncle who donated money, because in her imagination, her father could not be this gentle. Her father should be very bad and very evil. He should be like the person who was just caught by the police. Otherwise, why would he not show up even when her mother died, and had not been seen for over 10 years? That is impressive. Then you must study hard in the future, study financial management, and when you grow up, you can come work at uncle's company. Cao Chuan's words were quite familiar. Lu Sihan nodded repeatedly. She had not considered what to study in the future. For her, it was still early. Lu Sihan suddenly asked, "Are you the uncle who sponsors me?" Chapter 7. Are you the uncle who sponsored me? The little girl's eyes held both anticipation and worry. She felt anticipation, but she was also deeply worried that if the man before her were her father, she would not know how to react. Cao Chuan raised his hand and gently ruffled her hair, smiling without saying a word. Lu Sihan immediately misunderstood his silence. She said excitedly, "You are right. You finally agreed to see me." Lu Sihan had written a letter almost every month to the charity, asking them to forward it to him. Every year on her birthday, she would proactively invite him to celebrate with her. But she was disappointed every single year. She did not understand why he would not see her. She did not even know how old he was. She only knew he was an uncle, a detail the charity had shared with her grandmother. Cao Chuan spoke shamelessly. "Uncle is very busy. Every year on your birthday, I am usually overseas. Recently, I have moved all my overseas business back to China, so I will rarely go abroad in the future. Moreover, your birthday is coming up soon. I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but I did not expect to encounter you like this today." Hearing this, Lu Sihan was even more certain of her assumption. Her unseen father knew nothing about her letters. Did that man even know what day her birthday was? Lu Sihan said happily, "So, uncle will stay in Zhonghai from now on?" "Yes, I am not leaving." "That is great. Then I can see uncle often, and we can celebrate my birthday together. If grandma were still here." Suddenly, Lu Sihan's expression changed, becoming a little downcast. "If grandma were still here, knowing that I finally found you, she would definitely be very happy. She always wanted to see you." Cao Chuan replied, "I know about your grandmother. I even went to see her before, but you were at school then, and about to take an exam, so I did not let her tell you, fearing it would distract you." Lu Sihan looked up and asked, "Really?" "Of course." Cao Chuan nodded seriously. Lu Sihan was truly happy now. Her grandmother had passed away last year. Her grandmother's lifelong wish was for her to grow up happily without too many burdens. She had also always wanted to meet that kind person, but unfortunately, she never had the chance. Soon, the car arrived at the mansion. Seeing the grand, estate-style house, Lu Sihan was stunned. After getting out of the car, the butler stepped forward and opened the door. "Boss." Cao Chuan nodded. "This is Sihan. From now on, call her young miss." The butler was startled. An illegitimate daughter? He thought it, but he dared not show it, respectfully greeting her. "Hello, young miss." Lu Sihan, who had just stepped out of the car, was startled. Snapping out of her shock at the surroundings, she quickly waved her hands and said, "No, no, no, not." Cao Chuan held her small hand and smiled. "Let us go. Later, the chef will make you something delicious." Lu Sihan said urgently, "Uncle I." Cao Chuan smiled and said, "This will be your home from now on." Pulled into the mansion, Lu Sihan was still dazed. The sudden changes left her somewhat bewildered and at a loss. First, she encountered some hooligans, then suddenly met the uncle she had longed for over a decade, and now there was a mansion, and she had become a young miss. So many things had happened in less than an hour. She was just a 12 or 13-year-old girl. How could she have experienced any of this? At most, she would secretly read romance novels and fantasize about melodramatic plots, like a domineering chief executive officer falling in love with her. Everyone knew that was impossible, as it only existed in novels. Some young girls would also fantasize that they were the daughter of a wealthy family, lost in the world, and one day the wealthy family would find them, and they would live a princess-like life surrounded by princes pursuing them. Daydreaming was what girls her age loved to do most. Even if she was more mature than her peers, it did not change this inherent nature. Cao Chuan took her to the third floor, to a bedroom with a balcony and an excellent view. "Sihan, this will be your room from now on. I will have the butler tidy it up and redecorate it according to your preferences. If you have anything you like, just tell the butler directly, and he will take care of it," Cao Chuan said. Aye. Lu Sihan did not know what to say for a moment. Should she refuse? She did not know how to refuse this care and attention, which felt like a father's love, something she had always wanted but could not have. Should she accept? She did not know how to accept it either. It was too sudden, and she had no psychological preparation at all. At the same time, she also felt a little uneasy. Why should she accept it? Who was she? She was just an orphan without parents, whose grandmother had even passed away. Her inferiority complex made her dare not accept this sudden kindness, and she even dared not believe it was real. Seeing her dazed look, Cao Chuan smiled, ruffled her hair, and said, "Do not think so much. I will show you around here." After speaking, Cao Chuan took her hand and began to stroll around the entire estate. Cao Chuan did not deny that he had thoughts of using her, but he did not intend to harm her. Having read the entire plot, although he viewed it from the villain's perspective, Cao Chuan felt sympathy and pity for this little girl. Perhaps it was his old soul, which was easily soft-hearted, especially when he could not bear to see pretty little girls suffer. Alas, he was indeed compassionate. In the original plot, with the appearance of Lin Han, the girl did not receive fatherly love or a sense of security. Instead, dangers constantly occurred, including being kidnapped in the later stages and almost being raped by Lin Han's enemies. Then, Lin Han would continuously save her. It seemed that only such a plot could make the daughter gradually forgive her father's past mistakes, creating a logical way for the two to reconcile. But no one considered how much psychological trauma she would suffer during this process. Her ordinary life suddenly became a living hell. Her insecure inner world became even more battered and bruised. Therefore, in the later stages, her personality became extremely cold. As a soldier king, Lin Han's daughter's existence was more like a plot requirement, providing him with a decent excuse to return to the country. Later, as more heroines appeared, she gradually became marginalized. Lin Han taught her martial arts, taught her how to kill, and even euphemistically said, "You are Lin Han's daughter, destined to become a soldier king. Killing and such, you must not only learn but also master it, precisely because you are Lin Han's daughter." When Cao Chuan read this plot, he almost threw up. A father teaching his biological daughter to kill, making her cold-blooded and bloodthirsty in the later stages, and deliberately portraying her as cool, heroic, and decisive. Was this fatherly love? If there was any fatherly love, he should not have acknowledged her. Letting her live an ordinary life would be much better than living by the sword. When Cao Chuan read the plot, he did not feel any fatherly love, only that this girl was very pitiful. She was more pitiful than any other daughter of luck. Fortunately, none of that had happened yet. The current Lu Si-han was still very innocent. It would be best if she stayed that way. Chapter 8. Municipal Bureau. Interrogation Room 1. Lei Ting stared at Lin Han, this sly old fox. Her phoenix eyes narrowed, and her tone was sharp and unfriendly. "Lin Han, information just came in from the special forces. It is confirmed that you are part of the Magic Wolf mercenaries. I did not expect you would be the leader. Haha, what else do you have to deny? Cooperating honestly is your only way out now. Tell me, what is the purpose of your return? Who is your target? And who made you attack Cao Zhengyang?" Lei Ting continued coldly. "Do not talk about acting righteously. Do you not think using that kind of excuse is too much of a coincidence? You just returned, went to a bar, and had a conflict with Cao Zhengyang. Even if it was acting righteously, there is no need to be so ruthless to an ordinary person. Do you call that acting righteously?" Speaking of which, it really did not look like acting righteously. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like he deliberately found an excuse to cripple Cao Zhengyang. Lin Han sneered. "The police in this city really cannot distinguish right from wrong. I am truly enlightened." Bang! The male officer slammed the table and said angrily, "Watch your mouth." Lin Han narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing. "Someone like you, if you were overseas, I would crush you in minutes." "You." A cold sweat broke out on the male officer's back. Lin Han's gaze was too terrifying, as if killing intent was overflowing. If he had not taken dozens of lives, he could not have developed such a gaze. Lei Ting was also enraged. She reprimanded, "Lin Han, fix your attitude. This is our city, not your battlefield." Lin Han chuckled, sizing up Lei Ting with interest. He smiled and said, "You look good, but your brain is not working. I just said I was acting righteously. Why are you not arresting that rich second generation instead of hounding me? You must have taken a lot of money, right?" That one sentence almost made Lei Ting explode. He was too infuriating. Lei Ting gritted her teeth. "You deliberately injured someone and you think you are still in the right? Did I injure someone? Yesterday I merely taught a beast a lesson. Are beasts considered people? You allow a rich second generation to hit people, but you do not allow me to save people. I think you are all in cahoots, colluding between officials and businessmen, all birds of a feather." Lin Han sneered dismissively. He glanced at Lei Ting's police rank again and asked, "Not old, but quite a high rank, eh? Got an old sugar daddy covering for you? You are spouting nonsense." Lei Ting suddenly stood up. Children of destiny all seem to be like this. 99% of them leave a bad first impression on the female lead. Especially in early novels, they have to offend all the female leads once. Then, through various plot devices, they help these women out of trouble, or perform a heroic rescue, making these women feel that he is not actually bad, but rather very special. This is a subtle, insidious manipulation tactic. Lei Ting stormed off. Lin Han still felt good about himself, scoffing dismissively. Suddenly, Lin Han felt a pang in his heart. In the depths of his being, something important seemed to be moving away from him. His heart felt empty and extremely restless. This feeling made him want to leave immediately. However, these police officers were clearly in collusion with the rich second generation, having taken their money and deliberately targeting him. It seemed he could only use that connection. The sea cucumber was fresh, and the abalone was equally legitimate, fresh, and juicy. Dinner consisted of delicacies from land and sea. The cook's culinary skills were beyond reproach. A top chef had become a private cook. Lu Si-han could swear this was the best and most exquisite meal she had ever eaten in her life. During the meal, servants constantly helped change plates and provided attentive service, though being waited on made her a bit unaccustomed. After dinner, the butler brought a pile of clothes and shoes. "Young miss, these were just bought by the boss. You can try them on. If there is anything you do not like, I will have someone replace them immediately. Lucy Han waved her hand and politely asked, how should I address you? Young miss can just call me Ad. Ah, Uncle Ad. Lucy Han politely called out then said, you do not have to call me young miss. You can just call me Lucy Han. That will not do. The boss said that from now on, you are the young miss of this house. If you do not like it, then I will call you Si-Han young miss from now on. Is that acceptable? Lucy Han said helplessly, whatever. Oh, by the way, Uncle Ad, could you arrange a car to take me back to school later? We live in the dorms and cannot stay out overnight, otherwise the dorm teacher will give us a demerit. The butler said, Si-Han young miss, do not worry. The boss just called your school's chairman. From now on, you can come and go as you please at school. As for the car, one has already been arranged for you and is available for use at any time. Chairman, Lucy Han secretly gasped. Judging by his tone, the chairman had to listen to the uncle's words. Si-Han. At this moment, Cao Chuan walked down from upstairs and smiled. Do not be so reserved at home. If you want anything, just tell the butler. You are the master of this house. Lucy Han stepped forward and whispered softly, Uncle, I am not used to it. You will get used to it gradually. Cao Chuan stroked her hair and said softly, you can go back to live in the dorms if you want, or stay here if you want. Although I promised your grandmother before that I would take good care of you, I will not force you to do anything you do not like. But there is one thing you must promise me, come back for dinner every day after school. If you are worried about feeling uncomfortable, you can also bring your classmates to play. After all, having a few more friends is much more comfortable than eating with an old man like me, right? Upon hearing this, Lucy Han's mood suddenly relaxed a lot. A hint of gratitude flashed in her eyes. Uncle, you are not old at all. You could be my older brother. Ha ha ha, what a sweet talker. I love to hear that. Go on, put your clothes away first and see if there is anything you like. If there is, take it back to school to wear. If not, just have the butler get you new ones. Thank you, Uncle. Lucy Han did not refuse this time, nodding obediently. Plot changed. Villain luck has increased by 15,000 points. Chapter 9. Plot changed. Villain luck increased by 15,000 points. During dinner, Cao Chuan chatted about many things, both intentionally and unintentionally. For example, he mentioned that when he had visited her grandmother, he had promised to look after Si-Han. He also spoke about how his own son was not living up to expectations, admitting that because he was busy with his business, he had failed to raise him properly. He claimed he was now disappointed and intended to give up on his son. He spoke of his plans to nurture Lucy Han in the future, having her study finance so that she might eventually take over his business empire. These words were revealed subtly and naturally. They were not delivered with a forced hand, which was essential to make Lucy Han lower her guard. Even though the girl was barely 13, her mind was cautious. If someone were to treat her exceptionally well without a clear reason, she would not be grateful. Instead, she would become wary. This was the natural defensive mechanism of someone living with insecurity. At the same time, Cao Chuan explained that the reason he had sponsored her all these years was due to her mother. He maintained an assumed identity, claiming he had known her mother for a long time, and they had been very close, but after she married, they had lost contact. In short, after the meal, Lucy Han's already minimal wariness was completely dispelled. It would likely not be long before Cao Chuan could transfer her household registration to the Cao family and become her official guardian. By then, Lin Han would be left with nothing. The villainous luck points also increased by 15,000 following that meal. He had successfully impersonated Lin Han's donor identity, deceived the young heroine, and most importantly, fundamentally altered the trajectory of the plot. With such a significant increase, he could now extend his lifespan by 2 years with plenty of points to spare. That evening, Lucy Han left, pulling a small suitcase. After she departed, Cao Chuan retreated to his study. System, purchase a management robot, Cao Chuan commanded. Understood, the system replied. The mall sold simulacrums divided into 2 main categories, work type and combat type. Each category was further subdivided. Work type simulacrum included specialists in finance, management, sales, or secretarial duties. Combat type simulacrum specialized in firearms, close quarters combat, or decoy bodyguard services. The prices varied significantly. Work type simulacrum cost 1,000 luck points, which was quite affordable, while combat type simulacrum cost 10,000, the same price as an activity potion for increasing lifespan. Purchasing a robot was a simple process involving a character customization stage where the user could choose gender, body type, skin color, and hairstyle. Cao Chuan chose an Asian woman who appeared to be in her 30s. Her face was ordinary, but her figure was excellent, featuring long, straight legs. Cao Chuan made no secret of his preferences. The face only needed to be presentable, but the legs had to be perfect to please his eye. Since the robot was for administrative work, rather than personal entertainment, he did not need her to be breathtakingly beautiful. A look of amiability and an infectious smile, much like his secretary Lena, was more than enough. The transaction cost 1,000 luck points. Soon, a woman in professional attire appeared outside the villa. After she knocked, the butler led her in. She was a simulacrum, completely indistinguishable from a real person. She even possessed identification indicating she was an overseas Chinese who had studied abroad and returned with a master's degree in management. Cao Chuan walked around her a few times, unable to tell she was a robot. Even her pores appeared real. He touched her face, and it was smooth. He squeezed her chest, and it was soft. The robot even gave Cao Chuan a sidelong glance, a gesture so human it displayed genuine emotion. Her face flushed red. She was shy. The interaction made Cao Chuan chuckle. Not bad. I cannot tell if you are real or fake. Tomorrow, report to the company and familiarize yourself with its operations. Later, you will help me manage the business. Yes, master. Do not call me master. Call me President Cao. Yes, President Cao. Her voice was soft and very pleasant. Cao Chuan mused to himself that he should have made her even more beautiful. The technology was impressive. He considered buying another one, perhaps a Westerner. In his previous life, he had many women, but he never had the chance to be with a Westerner. Later, when he became a high-ranking driver, it was easier to visit exclusive clubs, but by then, his physical health had failed him. It was a lingering regret. Then he shook his head. Why bother with a simulacrum for those desires? It was better to visit an advanced club. In Zhonghai, there was no shortage of international socialites. Thump, thump, thump. Come in, Cao Chuan said. The butler entered. Boss, Old 3 is back. Let him in. Old 3 entered, carrying a faded military backpack. Boss, this is what you wanted. Cao Chuan nodded. Did you leave any loose ends? Boss, rest assured. I had my subordinates handle it. They disabled the hotel surveillance cameras in advance, and when they left, they cleared all fingerprints and traces. It is foolproof, Old 3 replied. Very good. Cao Chuan stood up, opened the backpack, and dumped its contents onto the carpet. Clatter, clatter. Hundreds of letters poured out, including donation receipts spanning over a decade. There were photos of Lu Si-han from childhood to adulthood, capturing her entire life. There was also a sharp, black dagger, which was Lin Han's most trusted weapon. Several stacks of cash in euros and US dollars, nearly $1 million when converted, also spilled out. Cao Chuan had essentially raided Lin Han's home in one go, including all of his identification documents. Take this money. You worked hard today. Take your brothers out to have some fun, Cao Chuan said, tossing the overseas currency to Old 3. Old 3 was stunned, but did not refuse. He nodded. Thank you, boss. Go back. Yes, these were all items Lin Han had left in the hotel, but with the man himself currently in police custody, he had no way to claim them. Without these items, no matter how much Lin Han argued, it would be Cao Chuan who had donated and raised Lu Si-han. By the time Lin Han was released from the station, the world outside would have changed. Cao Chuan knew the police would not hold Lin Han forever, but the time he had bought was exactly what he needed. There was still a massive trap waiting for Lin Han to fall into. Chapter 10. The next morning, Cao Chuan brought the simulacrum to the company. Her name was Cao Rui. Cao Rui joined as the chairman's assistant, and was temporarily guided by Lina to familiarize herself with the company's operations. The work efficiency of the work-type simulacrum was far more impressive than Cao Chuan had imagined. Her brain operated like a high-speed computer. In just one morning, she had thoroughly grasped most of the company's situation. She even memorized the names and data of tens of thousands of employees nationwide. Although she was not the type of super-intelligent artificial intelligence Cao Chuan had initially imagined, she could efficiently complete any task he assigned. As long as she was given a goal, she would relentlessly pursue it. 1,000 villain luck points were well spent. Cao Chuan believed it would not be long before he could completely become a hands-off boss. In the afternoon, Cao Chuan bought 2 more simulacrums, one male and one female, and gave them new tasks. Smartphones had just started to rise in the country, and the social media, payment, and short video platforms from his memories of the future had not yet appeared. So, he sent them to establish new companies, which would then be venture-controlled by Cao Chuan's personal investment company. This included some as yet unseen sharing economies, which could also be laid out in advance, harvested aggressively, and then sold off to someone else. He expanded his focus to include the gaming industry, the mobile phone industry, the battery industry, semiconductors, pharmaceuticals, and so on. Of course, this had to be done step by step. He did not need to do everything himself. He just needed to set the tone and point the direction, and there would be plenty of people to work for him. Aside from immortal masters, work-type simulacrums were genuinely not expensive. Cao Chuan was not doing all this to make money. He was not short of money now. Even though he was only a local wealthy person in Zhonghai, he was not even in the top 50 nationwide, but his money was enough for him. His personal assets were just over 10 billion. This was not the future with hundreds of billions at every turn. Even major technology firms in his previous life had a lower net worth at this stage. Of course, those companies did not exist in this parallel world. Therefore, this was a great time. If his goal was just making a few bucks, his scope would be too small. If he really wanted to make money, he would not focus solely on real estate. If he bought stocks now, he could pick any of the future giants that were at their lowest point in June. 10 years later, their value would reach a massive high. It meant that by casually investing tens of millions, and continuously adding to his positions, he would easily have tens of billions later. That was just one platform. There were various other stocks. He could buy blindly and then lie back, and become the richest person in the world. But what Cao Chuan wanted now was not just money, but an expansion of his territory for social influence. Once his influence was sufficient, with just one word, the authorities would directly eliminate all children of destiny. National luck could easily crush individual luck. Only then would Cao Chuan truly relax. Otherwise, constantly being targeted by various children of destiny was really annoying. And do not even think about hiding. You cannot hide. Do you think if you do not conflict with a child of destiny, they will let you go? In such a comprehensive novel world, there are always unseen connections. As soon as you meet, the other party will innately develop ill will towards you because you inherently have villainous attributes. And once a child of destiny develops ill will towards you, you are effectively marked for death. After school that afternoon, at the entrance of Shangdi Noble School, little Si-Han saw the familiar luxury car by the roadside. Her pretty face lit up with joy as she ran to the vehicle. Third brother respectfully said, "Young miss." "Hello, uncle," little Si-Han politely greeted. This uncle had saved her yesterday. Lu Si-Han remembered it very clearly. Third brother said, "Young miss can just call me third brother. Get in the car." "Thank you, Uncle Third." Lu Si-Han still politely added a suffix, then got into the car. Cao Chuan stroked her head and praised, "Our Si-Han is so polite." "Hee, uncle." Lu Si-Han was in good spirits, much closer than yesterday, her smile more genuine and vibrant. Cao Chuan asked, "Your birthday is coming soon. Do you have any gifts you want?" "A gift? No, not really." Lu Si-Han shook her head, her pigtails swaying, looking adorable. Cao Chuan chuckled, "That will not do. After all these years, I have never celebrated a birthday with you. This time, we must celebrate it well, and you must have the gift you like most." A different kind of emotion welled up in Lu Si-Han's heart. Before, her grandmother always celebrated with her. Although it was not wealthy, the cake was not big, and the gifts were not expensive, it was very warm. But grandmother was grandmother. She could not give that kind of parental love. "Uncle, you really do not need to. I do not have any gifts I want." Lu Si-Han quickly shook her head. Even if she had something in mind, she could not say it. You should not ask others for things, especially as a girl. This was what her grandmother had taught her. "Do you really not want anything? Or do you have something in mind but will not tell uncle? Is it because your grandmother taught you not to ask outsiders for things?" Cao Chuan said with a smile. He understood the plot. Naturally, he also understood little Si-Han's inner world. Ultimately, she was just a little girl who had just started junior high. Her eyes and her tone could not hide certain things. "Uncle, how did you know Lu Si-Han was astonished, blurting it out, but her words stopped halfway. Her little face instantly turned red. Her eyes flickered and darted, as if her little secret had been discovered by a parent. It was so embarrassing. Cao Chuan was amused by her cute and innocent appearance. "Of course, your grandmother told me. When I visited her, she told me many things about you. She said she raised you very well over the years, that you are especially sensible, and although your family is poor, you are not narrow-minded." Hearing these words, Lu Si-Han seemed to remember her grandmother, and her eyes reddened slightly. She had not shed tears initially, just missed her grandmother a little. This was a normal emotion. But with Cao Chuan's words, Lu Si-Han completely broke down. A wave of sadness welled up in her heart, along with some inexplicable grievances. Crystalline tears fell. She began to sob softly. This crying contained longing, release, and also the excitement of suddenly feeling safe. Actually, Cao Chuan had not said anything particularly touching. Lu Si-Han did not need any deliberate move. What she wanted was actually very simple, someone who understood her, and could give her enough sense of security. From the plot, it was clear that this author's tropes were not new. Lei Ting's parents died young, and she lacked paternal love from an early age. Lu Si-Han was the same. The only difference was that Lei Ting was a bit stronger, while Lu Si-Han appeared strong, cheerful, and optimistic, but was actually extremely sensitive and timid. This was the only difference between them. Chapter 11. Returning to the mansion, Si-Han slowly calmed down. She was still nestled in Cao Chuan's arms, her small chin resting on his shoulder, and she was still sniffling. Cao Chuan patted her back, his movements extremely gentle. "Uncle, I am sorry. Why are you suddenly apologizing? I dirtied your clothes." "Haha, it is just a piece of clothing. How could it be more important than our Si-Han? Actually, Uncle has already prepared a birthday gift for you." "What is it?" Lu Si-Han looked up, her eyes still red, and her small face covered in tear stains. Cao Chuan raised his hand, wiping her tears, and said, "It is a secret for now." Lu Si-Han pouted, unhappy, but she quickly composed herself and said, "Uncle, I really cannot accept it." Cao Chuan pretended to be stern and said, "Your grandma said you should not accept things from outsiders, but am I an outsider?" "Ah." Lu Si-Han was stunned. Cao Chuan raised his hand and patted her leg. The white silk felt nice. He smiled and said, "All right, let us get out of the car. You will see it on your birthday. And remember, I am not an outsider." Lu Si-Han had no reason to refuse. Uncle really did not seem like a stranger, much less an outsider. Before getting out of the car, Cao Chuan took a tissue and wiped her face clean. Then he held her small hand, and they got out of the car. "Boss, young Miss Si-Han." The butler greeted them respectfully. "Uncle D." Lu Si-Han responded politely. Cao Chuan nodded and casually asked, "Is dinner ready?" Butler D said, "It is ready. There is just one last soup, and it will be on the table in 3 minutes." Leading Lu Si-Han into the house, Cao Chuan stroked her head. "Little crybaby, go wash your face, then come eat." "I am not a little crybaby, humph." After what just happened, her tone was clearly more intimate, and she even started to act spoiled. This was a good start. During dinner, Lu Si-Han spoke much more than yesterday. She introduced her life to Cao Chuan. She talked about who in her dorm she was closest to, who she did not get along with, what her class teachers' temperaments were like, and so on. Cao Chuan occasionally asked a question and helped her with food. The meal was very warm. You see, a daughter is better. Why raise a son? Especially a son like Cao Zhengyang, who would shorten his father's life by decades and lead to the ruin of the family. After dinner, Cao Chuan asked Si Han, "Are you still going back to school tonight?" Yes, I will go back." Lu Si Han hesitated for a while before speaking. This was also a good start. Yesterday, she really could not let go. After experiencing so much, her little head was like mush. But today, it was clear from her expression that she actually wanted to stay. But she was still a little embarrassed. "I believe that everything will fall into place when her birthday comes in 2 days." The next day, no sooner had Cao Chuan arrived at the company than a special call came in. Looking at the caller ID, Cao Chuan waved his hand, signaling Lena, who was making tea, to leave first. After Lena left, Cao Chuan answered the phone. "Director Zhou, calling so early in the morning. You are not asking me to breakfast, are you?" Cao Chuan joked cheerfully. On the other end was the police chief. "Old Cao, hearing your voice, you are in a good mood." Director Zhou probed. Cao Chuan smiled. "Not bad. What, does Director Zhou have any instructions?" "I would not dare give instructions, it is just that." Director Zhou pondered for a while before saying, "You and I are old acquaintances, so I will not beat around the bush." Cao Chuan said, "That is right, we have been friends for over 10 years. What cannot be said directly?" Director Zhou said, "It is like this, you know Lin Han, right?" "Lin Han? Of course, I know him. That little rascal crippled my son. If it were my old temper, I would not let him off. But now it is a country governed by law, and I am very supportive of your work, so I just reported it to the police directly." Cao Chuan spouted nonsense. A local magnate like Cao Chuan knew most of the local leaders, especially in the police department. It was not about exchanging benefits, but mainly about safety. The police force had always paid great attention to the safety of the wealthy, so some contact was inevitable. Director Zhou smiled bitterly. "Yes, you support my work, but now there is a bit of trouble." "What trouble?" Cao Chuan feigned confusion, but he knew exactly what was going on. It also had to be said that a child of destiny like Lin Han, who had not returned to the country for more than 10 years, still had impressive connections within the country. It was quite absurd. Director Zhou said, "To be honest with you, I just received a call from a military leader. They are quite concerned about Lin Han's matter. Their request is for me to hand him over to them, but I have held them off. I want to hear your opinion. Can this matter be settled privately?" "Privately? Why?" Cao Chuan feigned anger, shouting, "Old Zhou, you cannot do this. My only son is still lying in the hospital right now. My Cao family only has this one heir, and now you are telling me to settle it privately? You are pushing me to my death. What kind of military leader is so awesome? Should I notify the media to come and interview and see what happens?" Old Cao, do not get excited. Listen to me." He kept rambling on and on. In short, this Lin Han had connections with the military. The specific situation was that when a special operations assault team was performing a mission in overseas territory, due to a slight error in intelligence, the entire team was almost wiped out. In the end, Lin Han's mercenary group saved them. This was a bond of shared experience. The military loved this kind of camaraderie, a friendship forged in life and death. The top leader of the Special Operations Brigade particularly valued this Lin Han, and had repeatedly invited him to return to the country, wanting him to join the brigade. But Lin Han had always been working overseas. Now that Lin Han had finally returned to the country, this incident happened. Fortunately, Cao Chuan was not an ordinary person, but a billionaire with the label of a philanthropic entrepreneur. He was also among the top 5 wealthiest people in Zhonghai. The other party had some reservations, so they came to talk, to see if they could settle and reconcile privately. But the implication in their words was that even if you do not reconcile, you have to reconcile. There is no other choice, otherwise, you will offend people in the military. After hearing Director Zhou's words, Cao Chuan pretended to scold. "They protect the country, and I am not a traitor. Why are they using their power to oppress me? Now my son is crippled, and they want him with just a word, and they want me to bow my head. Damn it, why? Does that son of AB** Tisk have a big face? A mere colonel, does he really think he is some big shot?" "Old Cao, do not get so agitated." Director Zhou said helplessly, "This matter is difficult for me, caught in the middle. I do not want to be the mediator either, but I have no choice. I am just afraid that if you go head to head with them and fall out, they will not say anything on the surface, but later military enterprises will make things difficult for you. Your main business is real estate, and you know about infrastructure. Military enterprises are very powerful. You understand the stakes better than I do. Think about it carefully. I still have to reply to them." "Old Cao, with our friendship, I will say one more thing sometimes. When you are under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. The other party is not an ordinary leader, he is the second in command of the Special Operations Brigade." Cao Chuan was silent for a long time before putting on a helpless tone and saying, "Can you give me 3 days to consider?" Director Zhou's face lit up with joy. "Of course, that is no problem. Then I will reply to them. In 3 days, the 3 of us will meet to discuss it." Chapter 12. He hung up the phone and casually tossed it aside. Cao Chuan's face showed a hint of disdain, and the frantic expression he had worn moments before was gone. It was all an act. He had known Lin Han had connections for a long time. He was just waiting for the person behind Lin Han to show up. According to the plot summary, that Special Operations Brigade leader was Lin Han's major backer after his return to the country, and also Lin Han's connection to the authorities. With this big leader's existence, the authorities turned a blind eye to some of Lin Han's actions after he returned. If this big leader were gone, many of the things Lin Han did would be illegal. The country's luck would be enough to kill him. What Cao Chuan wanted to do was completely seal off this path and get this big leader removed from office. This was also a trap. Whoever came would be trapped. So what if he was a big leader? He would not be for long. From the moment he called the police to arrest Lin Han, Cao Chuan had already considered this step. The reason he asked for 3 days to consider was to keep Lin Han locked up in the police station for 3 days. The day after tomorrow was Lu Han's birthday. Lin Han would either stay put and miss Lu Han's birthday, or he would find a way to escape and attend her birthday, reuniting with her as her father. How would Lin Han choose? Given the rebellious nature of a child of destiny, he would break out of jail. Once he escaped, that big Special Operations Brigade leader would be in big trouble. He would not only have to shut up, but he would also have to arrange for Special Operations Brigade personnel to apprehend this international mercenary. Otherwise the consequences would be severe. If Lin Han killed someone during the pursuit, that big leader would definitely be implicated, and going to jail would be getting off lightly. After all, if it were not for this leader pulling strings for a settlement, the Zhonghai police station would have sent Lin Han to the detention center long ago. How would Lin Han have had a chance to escape? If he escaped from the detention center, then they would have no responsibility. Only the detention center would take the blame. What? 3 days. In the police detention room, outside the glass door, a plainclothes officer informed Lin Han of the decision. He could leave in 3 days. As for the assault, it was considered settled. A private settlement. It seemed like everything was perfectly resolved, but when Lin Han heard the news, his expression was unusually grim. 3 days. Lin Han said in a deep voice, "Can I leave early? I have something very important to do." The plainclothes officer shook his head. "That is very difficult. It is only 3 days anyway. According to the leader's instructions, I will have them move you to a more comfortable place here." The other party's only son was still in the hospital. Agreeing to a private settlement was already a display of power. The father of the injured party was, after all, a well-known entrepreneur. He carried some weight. They had to let the other party relieve some of his displeasure. If they pushed him too hard, it would not be good for anyone. "Do not worry, we will pick you up in 3 days. Just rest assured for a few days. Also, if there is anything you absolutely must do, you can tell me, and I will help you with it," the plainclothes officer said. Lin Han shook his head. "This is something only I can do." After the officer left, Lin Han's eyes flickered. He had not returned for the past 12 years due to work, and also because he did not want to expose his daughter's information. Otherwise it was very likely his opponents would get hold of it and threaten him with his daughter. This was also why he secretly donated money. Of course, this was actually just a plot device. When Lin Han left the country back then, he soon received news from his neighbor sister that she was pregnant. At that time, Lin Han had not killed anyone, let alone had any enemies. If he had wanted to return, he could have come back any time. He could have even made it for his daughter's birth and his neighbor sister's funeral. But he did not return at all. As for this return, he planned to acknowledge his daughter. Moreover, his daughter was now old enough for training, and he wanted her to become strong, like him, to become a female soldier king. Then, father and daughter could always be together. Now was his daughter's birthday, and he did not want to miss it, nor could he miss it. 3 days in detention. His daughter's birthday would be over. For ordinary people, it is just a birthday. Whether they attend or not does not matter. But for him, this birthday was different. Lin Han took a deep breath, having made some decisions in his heart. He had to get out. He had to see Han. As for whether doing so would make things difficult for the big leader helping him behind the scenes, that was not his concern. He was only thinking about himself now. Most children of destiny are actually like this, selfish, and causing a lot of harm. Anyway, he did not plan to stay in the country for long. He was still thinking about taking his daughter abroad, and he never even considered joining any special forces team. Just as Lin Han was transferred to a more spacious detention room, that very night, Lin Han escaped. How could a mere police detention room hold him? Half an hour later, Director Zhou received a call, and got up in the middle of the night, his face ashen. He did not care if it was the middle of the night. He made an internal call directly to the military region. He called the commander of the general military region to complain. He would complain first, clear himself, and put the blame on the Special Operations Brigade. They were all cunning old foxes. "I can give you face and help you mediate, but you had better not mess up. Once something goes wrong, I will be the first to step on you. Death to the fellow Taoist, not to the poor Taoist. To put it bluntly, we are all playing politics. No one should look down on anyone else for being dirty." Director Zhou not only called the general military region to complain, but also called the higher-ups of the police department directly. Do not think that just because it was only one person escaping from a detention room, and not a major criminal, that it is nothing. This is an international mercenary. The Magic Wolf mercenaries are ranked among the top 10 in the world. Lin Han, as the wolf head, was an absolutely dangerous individual. Especially a hungry wolf on the run, he was even more dangerous. As for why Lin Han ran, why he could not even wait 3 days, the reason was not important at all. As long as he ran, not only would the police want to kill him, but the big special operations brigade leader who once favored him would also want to kill him for self-preservation. Early morning, Cao Chuan received the news. Police forces were deployed throughout Shanghai, and a wanted order was issued directly, causing quite a stir. Director Zhou called, telling Cao Chuan to be careful, as it was Cao Chuan's report that led to Lin Han's arrest. Although it seemed unlikely that Lin Han would retaliate against Cao Chuan, who could be 100% sure. Mercenaries always acted as they pleased. What is more, the police had previously speculated that Lin Han's purpose in returning to the country was to be hired by someone, targeting the Cao family. After listening to Director Zhou, Cao Chuan sighed on the surface. Alas, it is not easy, old Zhou. You have worked hard. Oh, by the way, if I may ask, how is that big leader from the Special Operations Brigade doing now? Humph. Director Zhou snorted unhappily. He is in big trouble. Now he can only pray that Lin Han does not cause a huge mess. If there are civilian deaths during the arrest, he is definitely going to be demoted. If he can retire normally, that means his connections are strong enough. Furthermore, this matter will even implicate me. Damn it, I am unlucky to be caught up in such nonsense. Hearing this, Cao Chuan secretly smiled and said, then, will we still gather in a few days? Director Zhou pondered. Probably not. He is too busy to care about himself, and I am swamped. Let us wait until this matter is handled. If it can be resolved smoothly, I will organize something then. Cao Chuan nodded. Okay, then we will schedule it later. I have a meeting, so I will leave it at that. After a few more exchanges, he hung up the phone. That so-called big leader was barbecued, including this Director Zhou. Before long, he would also become Little Zhou. Did he really think being a mediator was that easy? If nothing went wrong, then all was good for everyone. But once something went wrong, people would stab each other in the back. There were countless people eyeing your position, wanting to kill you. Of course, even if Little Zhou escaped this time, Cao Chuan would not let him off. He sided with the Child of Destiny to mediate with Cao Chuan, ostensibly out of helplessness, forced by that so-called big leader. But in reality, he just wanted the other party's favor, so he could help the other party use their power to pressure Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan was well aware of this. 10 years of friendship could be intimate kin, or merely an acquaintance. Having transmigrated once, Cao Chuan, who had been schemed against, how could he easily let it go? Moreover, Cao Chuan was never a good person. He would find an opportunity and take him down in one go, just for the sake of a clear conscience. Otherwise, it would be too stifling, and he would have transmigrated for nothing. If you do not let me have a good time, do you think I will let you enjoy yourselves? What a joke. As for his own safety, Cao Chuan never worried. With his god-level killing technique, unless the other party used heavy firepower to bombard him, he would not be threatened in the slightest. After hanging up the phone, Cao Chuan was silent for a few seconds, then instructed Old Third to go out and run an errand. Old Third took the order and drove to the aristocratic school, responsible for staking out the entrance. Tomorrow was Little Si Han's birthday. He absolutely could not let Lin Han and Little Si Han meet today. It was not that he was afraid of them recognizing each other. He was just worried that Lin Han's appearance would affect Little Si Han's mood, indirectly disrupting Cao Chuan's plan. As it turned out, Cao Chuan's worries were not unfounded. Approaching the end of school in the afternoon, Old Third spotted the sneaky Lin Han among the crowd of parents. Lin Han was wearing a hoodie and a mask, looking like anything but a decent person. Naturally, he could not escape Old Third's gaze. Boss, suspected target spotted, but the person is wearing a hat and mask, so it is not 100% certain. Old Third called Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan instructed, call the police directly, and say a wanted criminal has been spotted. Understood, boss. It was a weekend school holiday, and there were patrol special police vehicles not far away, as well as traffic police directing traffic. The reporting center received the report, and only 2 minutes later, a nearby special police vehicle slowly drove over. Lin Han, hiding in the crowd, glanced at the police car, his expression subtly changing. He pondered for a few seconds, then slowly retreated, moving further away from the school gate. If there was any trouble, he could quickly escape the crowd and duck into a street alley. Lin Han had already familiarized himself with the routes in this vicinity. With his skills, it would not be difficult to escape. Seeing Lin Han retreat, Old Third confirmed his identity, reported back to Cao Chuan again, and then left directly. His mission was complete. Boss, target spotted. Inside the police car, through the one-way glass, a young special police officer found Lin Han in the crowd. Seeing Lin Han moving backward, and according to the report received just now, the suspect was wearing a dark gray tracksuit, hoodie, white mask, light-colored jeans, black athletic shoes, and was nearly 1.8 meters tall. The leading special police officer quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and said, base, target spotted. The suspect seems to be trying to escape. Request rapid assistance. Request police to disperse the crowd. Request road closures. Repeat, request. The situation on the scene became somewhat delicate. It was a major holiday, with many students and parents, a chaotic scene filled with laughter. Inside the special police car, everyone's faces were grim, holding firearms, staring intently at the target nearly 100 meters away, waiting for orders. Meanwhile, Lin Han, after retreating to the edge of the crowd, did not retreat further. He occasionally glanced at the special police car, but most of his attention was on the school gate, searching for Lu Si Han's figure. He could not see what was happening inside the police car, so he did not know he was being watched, thinking it was just a routine patrol at the school gate. Soon after, Cao Chuan's Bentley also arrived. Old Third got in by the roadside and reported the detailed situation to Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan smiled and nodded. Well done. Chapter 13. Lu Sihan had already been dismissed from school earlier, but since Cao Chuan had not arrived yet, he called her and told her to go back to her dorm to pack her luggage and only come downstairs when he arrived. Ever since her grandmother passed away, Lu Sihan generally did not go home on weekends because she was afraid of loneliness. She was different from other children. In the past year or so, the holidays she dreaded most were the winter and summer breaks. Winter and summer breaks would infinitely amplify her sense of loneliness. Living alone in the old house her grandmother left behind, she did not even dare to turn off the lights when she slept at night. But now it was different. When she heard Cao Chuan tell her to pack her luggage, her heart was exceptionally joyful, feeling as though she had gained another home. Outsiders would find it hard to comprehend the joy in her heart. Han Han, are you going home this week too? A girl in the dorm curiously asked. Yep, I am, Lu Sihan giggled, her face full of happiness, her tone very certain. Then are you coming out to shop on the weekend? Probably not. I am spending the weekend with my uncle. All right then. The phone rang. Lu Sihan glanced at the incoming call, her eyes lighting up, and without even answering, she directly pulled her luggage and ran out, exclaiming, I am leaving first, bye-bye, see you Monday. Bye-bye, see you Monday. She only answered the phone after leaving the dorm. Hello, uncle. Her voice was extremely sweet. Are your things packed? I am already at the entrance. Yep, everything is packed. I am coming downstairs right now. Slow down, do not run too fast. Got it. In just a few days, Lu Sihan's sense of closeness to Cao Chuan had greatly increased. The source of this closeness was manifold. 12 years of donations were just the foundation. There was also what Cao Chuan had said before, that he had known her mother for a long time. Additionally, the villain aura, which ignored the luck of the protagonist's camp, added extra villain charisma. This included the paternal love Lu Sihan herself lacked. A series of reasons combined to make Lu Sihan accept Cao Chuan so quickly, and without hindrance. Today, Lu Sihan was not in her school uniform, nor did she have white stockings and small leather shoes. Instead, she wore a pair of jeans, the tight-fitting kind. Even though Sihan was only in junior high, girls generally developed earlier. She was not short, she was already 1.6 meters tall. Her jeans were also good, with long leg proportions. The long-legged tight jeans were in no way inferior to white stockings. When she ran, her pigtails swayed, making her look youthful and vibrant. Watching Sihan run towards the entrance, her youthful vigor captivated Cao Chuan's soul for a moment. Youth is truly wonderful. Young people are truly wonderful. Cao Chuan got out of the car this time, looking at the little girl running towards him with a smile, and without any overly dramatic gestures, he simply took her suitcase and affectionately ruffled her head. Did I not tell you not to run? If you fall again, you will cry. I will not cry. Little crybaby. No, not a little crybaby. Lu Sihan stomped her foot in urgency, full of playful anger. Ha ha ha. All right, not a little crybaby. Let us go home. The third brother had already placed the luggage in the trunk. In the distance, Lin Han finally saw Lu Sihan come out. Although there were many students, the eyesight and perception of a master were incomparable to ordinary people, and he instantly locked onto Lu Sihan running out of the school gate. Watching Lu Sihan drag her suitcase with a beaming smile, Lin Han's gaze involuntarily softened. However, the next scene nearly gave Lin Han a heart attack. He saw Lu Sihan excitedly run to the roadside, towards a luxury car. A man got out of the car. From a distance, the man's age did not seem old, perhaps 20s or around 30. He was not quite sure. But Lin Han was not concerned with the other party's age. He was only concerned with Lu Sihan's attitude. It was too intimate. Head patting, playful smiles, teasing, frolicking. An outsider might even think this was Lu Sihan's father. After all, Lu Sihan was beautiful, and this man was also very handsome, looking very much like a father and daughter. But Lin Han knew this was definitely not her father. He himself was Lu Sihan's father. So, who was this man? A stepfather. In Lin Han's information, this man simply did not exist around Lu Sihan. This man seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Yet, it did not seem like he had just met Lu Sihan. Their actions were too intimate, without any sense of unfamiliarity. So intimate that Lin Han felt his hair turn green. Could it be a sugar daddy arrangement? Lin Han's eyes gradually grew dark, cold, and full of killing intent, looking at the man laughing, and playing with his daughter in the distance, as if he were looking at a dead man. This man was indeed quite handsome, but Lin Han just found him displeasing, extremely displeasing. Suddenly, there was some movement around him. Lin Han snapped back to reality, immediately noticing that some people around him were intentionally or unintentionally moving closer to him. Plainclothes officers. Lin Han's face darkened, and he shot a resentful glance into the distance, watching Lu Sihan laughingly get into the car. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. His emotions told him that he should rush into the road and stop the luxury car right then. But his rationality would not let him do that. Otherwise, the plainclothes officers would completely surround him, and might even use guns. Then he would be in danger. The main reason was that he did not want to conflict with the authorities in the country. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Han still decided to run. He could not be caught, at least not now. Quickly noting down the Bentley's license plate number, Lin Han hurried away. Suddenly, a sharp shout came from around him. Stop him. Everyone down. Bang, bang. 2 warning shots into the air, and the scene immediately became chaotic, with many female parents starting to scream. The gunshots outside sounded somewhat muffled inside the car. Lu Si-han was stunned and looked back. Oh, what is happening outside? It is probably firecrackers. Sit still. Do not watch the commotion. Cao Chuan casually explained, also pinching her little face. Oh, Lu Si-han had never heard gunshots before, and the country was safe enough. The car doors and windows also distorted the gunshots, making them sound like firecrackers. Lu Si-han rubbed her little face and asked, Uncle, why are you pinching my face? It is going to get big. Because you are cute, little crybaby. Oh, I told you I am not a little crybaby. Ha ha ha. Inside the car, outside the car, 2 different worlds. Chapter 14. After all the operations these past 2 days, Cao Chuan made a fortune. Previously, he set a trap for Lin Han, which ensnared the leader of the Special Operations Brigade, earning him 5,000 villain points. He also managed to trap Director Zhou, though that only earned him 1,000 villain points. Director Zhou is truly pathetic. This time, just by having his bodyguard, third brother, call the police to frame Lin Han, he earned 6,000 points of villain luck. Lin Han truly is a child of destiny, a big fat sheep. Just by trapping him once, he can earn a significant amount. Combined with his previous villain luck, his balance reached over 30,000 points. The 3 working simulacrum cost a total of 3,000 luck points. Current villain luck balance is 28,018 points. Speaking of which, earning villain points is not difficult. As long as your actions are villainous, you will get a luck point bonus. For example, if you see a beautiful stranger on the street and grab her, it will be deemed a villainous act, and naturally, your villain points will increase. It is just that the villain points for such acts are not high, because ordinary people have very little luck. At most, 10 luck points is already good. Of course, lying also works, as it is also a villainous act. Moreover, lying rewards more than physical harassment, depending on the magnitude of your lie and the target you deceive. A minimum of 100 points is given, with no upper limit. If you can deceive a child of destiny to their death, that is your skill, and you could earn at least hundreds of thousands of points to start. Therefore, it is still more cost-effective to target the child of destiny and his affiliated factions. Trapping a high-ranking leader of the Special Operations Brigade brought in 5,000 points. When the other party is eventually removed from his position and loses his official post, there will be additional luck points. Because the other party is Lin Han's path to the authorities, a noble character for the protagonist, his importance is self-evident. Director Zhou, however, is dispensable, so his villain points are extremely low. That old trash. With this level of competence, he still wants to be a mediator. Does he even qualify? Dusk was falling. Lin Han finally escaped the pursuit. But he did not rest for a moment. Taking his newly bought phone, he contacted his overseas teammates through a secret call. Easy, inform everyone, return to the country. All right, boss. Is there a battle to fight? I will inform them immediately. Everyone will be in position by tomorrow. An excited voice came from the other end of the phone. The Magic Wolf mercenaries are all battle maniacs. As soon as they heard there was a battle, they all howled with excitement. Lin Han's tone was cold. Also, help me find a car license plate in Zhonghai. Within an hour, I want to know everything about his ancestors for 18 generations. No problem, boss. Wait for my call. Hanging up the phone, Lin Han clenched his iron fists tightly. He wanted to kill someone right now. Every time he thought of Lu Si-han's smile towards that man, and that man's intimate gestures, Lin Han's heart ached faintly. Breathing became somewhat difficult. It was as if he was about to lose this girl. The thought was too painful to dwell on. Some things, only when lost, do you realize how important they are. At this moment, Lin Han regretted returning to the country so late. Evening, Cao family mansion. On the top floor open-air balcony, Cao Chuan was accompanying Lu Si-han to watch the stars. It was a rather boring activity, but both of them were very happy. Lu Si-han had already changed into a comfortable cartoon nightgown. Her calves were exposed, and wearing a pair of slippers and small white cotton socks, she stood on tiptoe, leaning on the balcony railing, gazing at the gradually brightening city and river view. The mansion was situated on higher ground, offering a clear view of the riverbank night scenery. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Uncle, that side is so beautiful. It is my first time seeing such a beautiful riverbank, so lovely. Cao Chuan sat in a chair, a cup of tea beside him, watching her back and pondering something. Uncle, come look, it is so beautiful. Cao Chuan snapped back to reality and smiled. I told you to move back and live here. If you move back, you can see it every day. Lu Si-han turned her head and asked, if I see it every day, will I not get tired of it? She is young, but she knows quite a lot. Cao Chuan chuckled and shook his head. Lu Si-han giggled, scampered over with her slippers clacking, and sat on the chair next to Cao Chuan. She asked, Uncle, why are you so good to me? Women, regardless of age, always like to ask such questions. Cao Chuan gave a wry smile. Because you have been adorable since you were little, everyone loves you. Since I was little? Uncle, you have seen me when I was a child. Of course, I have been paying attention to you since you went to kindergarten with a runny nose, Cao Chuan said exaggeratedly. Lu Si-han tilted her head, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Uncle, did you used to like my mother? This girl also has a sly side. Her thought process suggested she had imagined quite a few things while at school. She believed that his kindness towards her was mostly because he liked her mother back then, and extended his affection to her out of love for her mother. The affection he had for her mother had transferred to her. Is this another instance of her capturing herself with her own imagination? Seeing Cao Chuan's silent expression, Lucy Han chuckled. Haha, I was right, was I not? Cao Chuan picked up his teacup and smiled wryly. You little imp. Uncle, can you tell me about it? Lucy Han's small face was full of curiosity, wondering if it was about her never-before-met mother, or her mother's past with Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan took a sip of tea, pondered for a few seconds, and under the little girl's earnest gaze, slowly began. Well, actually, before I became rich, I did have a secret crush on your mother. Your mother was truly beautiful, intellectual, and elegant. You look very much like her. She really did look very similar. It was mentioned in the original plot, and her mother also had photos left behind. Her grandmother always said she looked just like her mother. Cao Chuan's voice deepened slightly, but unfortunately later, she suddenly moved away, and I had no idea why. I searched many places and asked many people, but I could not find her whereabouts. It was not until later, by chance, that I heard news of her, and also learned about her pregnancy. At that time, I thought she had married, so I did not disturb her, choosing to silently leave and focus on my career. However, I also secretly kept an eye on her until I heard she had passed away, leaving you and your grandmother alone. Only then did I know she had not married, but had encountered a scumbag, a jerk. If I had known it would be like this, I should have gone to see her then. I should not have worried so much. This kind of persuasion works quite well on a 12-year-old girl. It also sowed discord in the father-daughter relationship, nailing Lin Han to the pillar of shame as a man who abandoned his wife and child, a scumbag. This led the young girl to believe it wholeheartedly. Villain luck increased by 1,000 points. One lie earned 1,000 points. He was right, Director Joe was old trash. He could casually tell a romance novel story and earn more than by trapping him. Chapter 15. Having tasted the sweetness, Cao Chuan continued to weave stories for her. It was all inspired by melodramatic web novels. He spoke of unrequited love, of people who loved each other but were kept apart by circumstance. He kept the stories believable, ensuring they remained within the scope of Lucy Han's understanding, with just a hint of restraint. Lucy Han did not actually have deep memories of her mother, as they had never lived together. Most of what she knew came from her grandmother, who had never spoken about her mother's romantic life. That part of her history had been a blank slate. Now Cao Chuan was filling it in. Her stories did not make her sad. Instead, she listened with great interest. By the end, Lucy Han felt a little regretful. She pouted and murmured, "How nice it would be if you were my dad." Cao Chuan chuckled. "If I were your dad, you would not exist, little crybaby." Lucy Han stammered, unsure of what to say. Cao Chuan suddenly extended his hand. Ha! Lucy Han was startled, but she slowly extended her small hand and placed it in Cao Chuan's palm. "After midnight tonight, it will be your birthday. The birthday gift I prepared for you is very big, and you must see it in person. Let us go. First, return to your room to change clothes, then we will head out." Cao Chuan led her, leaving the rooftop. "We are going out. What should I wear then?" "Of course, a princess dress. Tonight, you are a little princess. I have also had the butler prepare the clothes." Hee. "Thank you, uncle." The sense of security from his hand made Lucy Han exceptionally happy. She had been occasionally held by Cao Chuan these past few days, and at first, she was a little unaccustomed to it. But now, she was starting to feel dependent. The phrase she had just said, about wishing he were her dad, was not just a general sigh. It was a manifestation of her lack of paternal love. Precisely because he was not her father, this sense of security in her heart felt unstable, as if it could be lost at any moment. Sometimes she would worry, wondering when uncle would stop liking her, and then she would be alone again. If she had never experienced paternal love, perhaps she would not care. But after these few days of interaction, she was reluctant to let go. She had become greedy. It was just that she was still young, and did not understand these psychological changes. She only knew that she liked Cao Chuan's affection. She also did not have the concept of men and women being too close. No one had educated her on these matters, and she acted purely from her heart. Dressed in a clean white gauze dress and small leather shoes, she truly looked like a little princess. The only flaw was her hair. After returning to change into her pajamas, her hair had been loose. Cao Chuan tied her hair into a braid, which was a bit casual. Leaving home and sitting in the back seat of the Bentley, her small hand still held on to Cao Chuan. They went to a professional beauty salon. It was a membership-based place where many celebrities often came, and the fees were extremely high, charged by the hour. 10,000 yuan for half an hour. President Cao. Upon entering, a female designer came forward to greet them. Cao Chuan pulled Lucy Han forward. "Come, help my little princess do her hair. It will be her birthday after midnight." "Wow, what a beautiful little sister. Much prettier than those child stars I have seen." "Do not worry, President Cao. Tonight she will be the most beautiful princess. Leave her to me." Lucy Han was very outgoing with people she knew, but in crowded places, she was a bit reserved. She timidly glanced at Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan rubbed her head and said softly, "Go on, follow big sister inside to wash your hair, get it styled, and then a little makeup. Oh, and it should not be too heavy. it is bad for your skin. The female designer smiled. Do not worry, President Cao. All our skincare products are top tier, and our little princess's skin is so good that she does not need any makeup at all. Just a touch of lip color and a bit of rosy color on her cheeks, and she will be as perfect as a work of art. Little Si-han's cheeks were flushed from the compliments. Half an hour passed in a flash. Little Si-han emerged. A new hairstyle with bangs, rosy cheeks, and sparkling lip color. A small diamond necklace adorned her fair neck, and a small diamond princess crown sat on her head. She was absolutely adorable. At such a young age, she could already overshadow many beauties. One could imagine that once her features fully developed and her figure matured, she would be devastatingly beautiful. So beautiful. Cao Chuan did not hesitate to praise her. Lu Si-han's little face was flushed, whether from the makeup or a bit of shyness. This was her first time wearing makeup in her life. She was a little unaccustomed to it, but after her hair was done, paired with the small crown, diamond necklace, and other accessories, she was stunned by the person in the mirror. Was she really this beautiful? She had always felt a little inferior, but tonight she had transformed into a radiant Snow White. The lighting in the beauty salon was excellent, and after getting dressed up, she seemed to sparkle and glow. President Cao, your daughter is too beautiful. In all my years in this profession, this is the first time I have seen a girl with such a perfect base. Her skin quality is flawless, and she takes after you in this regard. You are also very handsome. The female designer flattered him. She had clearly misunderstood Lu Si-han's identity, but Lu Si-han did not explain, nor did she deny it. Cao Chuan certainly would not deny it. Cao Chuan laughed heartily and said, of course, my little princess is naturally the best. He swiped his card and they left. These diamond accessories were not cheap. Just like that, over 200,000 yuan was spent. With no outsiders around, Lu Si-han finally completely relaxed. This girl was truly shy around strangers. If it were not for the identity he had adopted, Cao Chuan's wish to enter her life so quickly would have been almost impossible. Inside the car, Lu Si-han raised her hand, carefully adjusting the small crown on her head, afraid that too much movement would make it fall. She adjusted it several times. Cao Chuan chuckled. You do not have to be so careful. It is fixed and generally will not fall off. No, the big sister just said that these are real diamonds, and diamonds are very expensive. I cannot break them, and I will have to return them later. Lu Si-han looked at Cao Chuan with a serious expression. Her serious little demeanor was very cute. Cao Chuan could not help but laugh. Lu Si-han thought they were rented. When she used to read romance novels, it mentioned that dresses and jewelry could all be rented. Cao Chuan also did not explain. If he said he had already bought them, she would probably find it hard to accept. Even though the diamonds on these decorative items were not the most expensive, 200,000 yuan was still a huge sum for little Si-han. It would scare her. Chapter 16. Cao Chuan's car drove towards the outskirts. On the other side, Lin Han had already found Cao Chuan's information. When he saw the details, killing intent permeated his entire body. He understood. The man was Cao Zhenjiang's father, the dad of that rich second generation. Targeting Lu Si-han was clearly a move to avenge Cao Zhenjiang. He actually dared to lay hands on my daughter, Lin Han muttered, his tone chilling and his eyes brimming with cold light. A dragon has a reverse scale, and touch it at your own peril. Lin Han decided that even if the King of Heaven himself came, he could not save the Cao family. Dare to touch his daughter, and his whole family would be taken care of. That was the only way to quell the hatred in his heart. Lin Han did not waste a moment. After some disguise, he avoided city traffic cameras and headed straight for Cao Chuan's mansion. His teammate, Heezy, was a top hacker. Cao Chuan's information was not a secret, and it was easy to find clues online, including the address of the Cao family estate. Meanwhile, the police were intensifying their search. Lin Han had not killed anyone that afternoon, but he had injured 2 special police officers and successfully escaped from a pursuit involving hundreds of people. His danger level had been raised once again. The Special Operations Brigade had dispatched special forces to collaborate with the armed police's assault teams to jointly apprehend him. There were over 100 special personnel, fully armed with live ammunition. They had also brought in veteran criminal investigators, psychological experts, and forensic experts from the province. Just the name Magic Wolf Mercenaries was enough to cause a huge stir. Currently, no one had died, which was a blessing. The moment someone actually died, officials in Zonghai, the Special Operations Brigade, and the military district would all have people implicated. Everyone wanted to resolve the trouble quickly before things escalated further. Now, countless people were cursing the Special Operations Brigade's top leader for looking for trouble where there was none. Boss, where are we going? Among the teams searching and patrolling, Lei Ting's squad was busy. Lei Ting was gnawing on bread and drinking mineral water. When on missions, everyone ate and drank in the car to save time. She swallowed and said, to the Cao family. The Cao family? Boss, do you mean this Lin Han might go looking for trouble with them? A team member asked in confusion. Lei Ting replied noncommittally, the chances are not small. I already sent someone to the hospital to stake out Cao Zhenjiang to prevent Lin Han from retaliating. Besides Cao Zhenjiang, President Cao also needs protection. The team member asked, Boss, it is not that I am being pessimistic, but with the whole city searching for Lin Han, he cannot even hide in time. How could he appear? He might have already escaped the city. Even if he wants to find trouble with the informant, there is no rush, right? Another subordinate echoed, yeah, boss, I also think it is impossible. Lei Ting glanced sideways at them. Are you the boss? Do you want me to give up my position to you? Ah, no need, no need. He, no need at all. Several people quickly waved their hands. Lei Ting rolled her eyes. If you do not need it, then shut up. What I say goes. Hurry and eat something. There might be action soon. Understood. Lei Ting was too lazy to explain, continuing to eat her bread. It was not easy to explain, because she could not just say it was her intuition. Yet, veteran criminal investigators all knew that intuition was sometimes very important. Her intuition had helped her a lot, even though it now contradicted the opinions of the expert team sent from the province. The experts concluded that Lin Han's return was not necessarily aimed at the Cao family, and that the incident where Cao Zhengyang was injured was likely an accident. They believed Lin Han's target was likely within the private school. Consequently, most of the police force was sealing off roads and searching within a 10-kilometer radius of the school. Lei Ting admitted that the expert opinion sounded reasonable, but her intuition that Lin Han would cause trouble for the Cao family remained stronger than ever. A little after 10 in the evening, Lei Ting brought several team members to the mansion. She showed her identification, entered the wealthy residential area, and headed straight for the estate. Hiss. Something is wrong. There was no response after knocking on the door for a long time. Lei Ting had someone climb the wall to observe the situation inside. The team member who climbed up looked into the courtyard and said urgently, "Boss, something is definitely wrong. Go in and open the door," Lei Ting ordered, her expression darkening. The team member climbed over the wall and opened the courtyard gate from the inside. Lei Ting was the first to draw her gun and rush in. In the courtyard, 2 large guard dogs lay dead, having vomited blood. After a brief inspection, Lei Ting said coldly, "These 2 dogs were kicked to death, their necks broken." He did not even spare the animals. "This style is very similar to Chan Wei," a team member muttered softly. Lei Ting shot him a sharp look, and he meekly shut his mouth. Click. Lei Ting disengaged the safety on her pistol and instructed, "Everyone be careful. Lin Han might still be nearby. The suspect is extremely dangerous. If encountered, you may fire a warning shot. If he resists arrest, you may shoot to kill." Yes. 10 minutes later, half the team had searched the entire mansion. Besides the dead dogs in the courtyard, 3 servants and 1 butler had been attacked. Fortunately, no one had died. They were all just unconscious, and some were injured. They had clearly been interrogated before losing consciousness. "Boss, we have searched everywhere, and could not find Lin Han. This mansion has no internal surveillance, so we cannot find out who did it. But I have already sent people to the property management to check the community surveillance. There should be clues." Soon, a call came in, "Boss, the community surveillance has been wiped." The property management people all say they do not know how it happened, suspecting it might be the work of a hacker. Lei Ting's eyes narrowed. This was watertight. She instructed to report the matter upwards and notify the technical department to check street surveillance. Just as she hung up, another call came in. "Boss, something happened at the hospital. Cao Zhengyang is missing." "What?" Lei Ting rebuked. "Did I not tell you to keep an eye on him? Boss, we have been watching him the whole time, but we do not know when he went missing. We also checked the hospital surveillance, and all data has been deleted." Lei Ting cursed. Looking at the modus operandi, this was the work of one person. Was it Lin Han? Although there was no direct evidence, he was the most suspicious. Chapter 17. The incident at the Cao family residence completely alarmed the municipal bureau. The experts from the province were at a loss, their faces turning red with frustration. This situation was completely different from what they had initially analyzed. How could the target be the Cao family? It completely defied criminological logic. Even the veteran expert in criminal psychology was bewildered. This guy did not play by the rules. It was utterly humiliating. Cao Chuan cannot be reached, his phone is off. The Cao family butler has woken up. After comparing photos, he confirmed that Lin Han attacked them. "We interrogated the butler to find out where Cao Chuan might be, but the butler did not know. Now we have real trouble. Cao Chuan is very likely to be in danger." Several municipal bureau leaders had turned white with worry. If something happened to such a prominent person, the pressure on them would be immense. It was 10:40 in the morning at the yacht club. Cao Chuan was relaxed, accompanied by Lu Sihan and a professional photography team. A set of warm and intimate photos could instill a sense of belonging. Since her grandmother passed away, Sihan rarely took photos. At this time, the smartphone era had not yet begun, and it was not possible to snap pictures anytime or anywhere. At most, there were big head sticker shops on the street. The female photographer said, "President Cao, take half a step back." "Yes, just like that. Hold the little princess's hand and look at each other. Just look at each other and smile. All right, this one is beautiful. The father-daughter feeling is perfect." Lighting, 10 centimeters down on the left. "President Cao, please crouch down a little. Han, lean against him. Rest your hand on his shoulder and tilt your head slightly. Be a little more intimate. Yes, just like that. Good, hold it, do not move. 3, 2, 1, perfect." Taking photos was a tiring task. Si-Han was a little exhausted, but every time she saw the beautiful, warm photos taken by the photographer, the feeling made her reluctant to stop. As for the photographer mistaking them for father and daughter, neither of them explained anything. This was quite fine. Next, Cao Chuan held Si-Han by her legs and stood at the bow of the boat, facing the sea, to take a few shots from behind. Si-han preferred these because Cao Chuan's back made her feel exceptionally safe. At this moment, third brother jogged over. He whispered something in Cao Chuan's ear, and Cao Chuan nodded subtly. He patted Si-han's head and smiled. Han, you take a few solo shots first. I need to take a call. Si-han nodded obediently. Cao Chuan's personal phone could not be reached, but third brother's phone was on. The call was from the butler. He hurriedly reported the situation at home. Then he said, "Boss, the police are still outside collecting evidence. They are all asking about your whereabouts." I did not tell them the specifics. I just said I could not reach you either. Cao Chuan nodded. Did Lin Han leave a message? If Lin Han had not left a message, the butler would not have dared to hide his whereabouts from the police. Sure enough, the butler said, he left a message. He said. Cao Chuan frowned. You have been with me for over 10 years, what cannot be said? Hurry up. The butler awkwardly replied, well, Lin Han said that if you do not want the young master to die, you must go to the Wanfu unfinished building immediately. He said not to call the police, otherwise he will kill him. Upon hearing this, Cao Chuan almost laughed. Kill the young master. What does that have to do with me, the old master? Go ahead and kill him. What, do you want to invite me to the ceremony? Should I bring a gift then? Humph. Cao Chuan's expression was serious on the surface, and he said gravely, did Lin Han say how much money he wanted, or any other demands? No, he just said to let you go there. You must go tonight, otherwise he will kill him by morning. He was very clear about not calling the police. All right, I understand. From now on, do not interfere with anything. Oh, and give a proper burial to the 2 German shepherds. Damn it, this person even kills dogs. He is truly inhumane. Also, give the injured maids a full year's salary as a bonus, and give them a few days off. Yes, boss. Boss, are you really planning to go? It is too dangerous. That guy is a lunatic. Enough, I will handle it. You just keep quiet, Cao Chuan said. He hung up the phone and lit a cigarette, pondering silently. The current arrangements were complete. Lin Han had been pushed to this point, and there was no turning back. But he also had to be wary of backlash. If the protagonist was truly pushed to desperation, and sought mutual destruction, a child of destiny still had qualifications to be dangerous. After all, he had trump cards, a mercenary team, and people who truly did not care about their own lives. He also had channels to acquire heavy weapons, which still posed a great threat to Cao Chuan. After half a cigarette, Cao Chuan turned on his phone and dialed Director Zhou's number. Hello, old Cao, you finally turned on your phone. Director Zhou's tone was clearly tired. Cao Chuan secretly snorted. He brought this upon himself. On the surface, Cao Chuan's tone was extremely angry, almost worrying Zhou. How dare you repay your old friend like this? Damn it, how many police cars and supplies do I donate to you every year? My son was crippled, and you came to mediate. Fine, I agreed to give you face. But what was the result? Cao Chuan ranted. The result is that my son is now kidnapped. Kidnapped by Lin Han. He is demanding that I go to the unfinished building alone, or he will kill him by morning. Is this your repayment to me? Damn you. Director Zhou was stunned by the outburst. What was going on? A barrage of insults right off the bat. Wait, Director Zhou did not care about being angry and quickly asked, old Cao, do not get excited. What did you just say? Lin Han has already contacted you. Cao Zhenjiang's disappearance had been suspected to be related to Lin Han, but they had no direct evidence. Nonsense, you are clueless now. How did you even get this position? Can you even do your job? Do not blame me for being ruthless. I will definitely report this to a higher authority. If my son dies, I will sue your entire municipal bureau in court. Cao Chuan unleashed a furious tirade, completely disregarding the other party's status. The saying that common people do not contend with officials also depends on what kind of official it is. This comrade Zhou was definitely not among those who could not be provoked. We have reason. What are we afraid of? Was our tax paid for nothing? If Cao Chuan really wanted to sue, the vice mayor in charge of police affairs would deal with old Zhou. So, old Zhou was cowardly. He did not dare to talk back even when being reprimanded, as he was truly in the wrong. Chapter 18. After the phone call, Cao Chuan gave Director Zhou the address of the Wanfu unfinished building, then turned off his phone again. What could be more important than Lu Si-han's birthday? Lin Han dares to kill Cao Zhenjiang. Really? I do not believe it. This son is not his biological son. He is just a convenient one. Of course, Cao Chuan truly did not believe Lin Han would dare to kill someone in public. That would leave no room for maneuver. Plus, with the police arriving at the unfinished building, Lin Han would be even less likely to commit murder face to face. The police going is more effective than him going himself. This was one of the reasons Cao Chuan was not too concerned and directly called the police. Ultimately, having inherited so much money, Cao Chuan would not easily let this son die. As a person, one must have some principles. For the sake of money. Additionally, ignoring his son's kidnapping also counted as a cold-blooded villainous act, earning him over 1,000 villain points. How delightful. Director Zhou mobilized his forces, special forces, armed special operations brigades, special agents, and serious crime units, all fully armed, hundreds of people along with police helicopters, rapidly headed to the Wanfu unfinished building. Uncle, are you okay? Lu Si-han looked worriedly at Cao Chuan as he returned. This little girl's emotions were very sharp. She had seen Cao Chuan making a call from afar just now, seemingly angry about something, furious at someone. I am fine, Just some minor trouble. Nothing is more important than our little princess's birthday. After we take pictures, we will go look at the gifts. Lucy Han nodded cutely, not asking much about adult matters. After several sets of photos were taken, they got in the car to go to the next stop. Time gradually approached midnight. The little girl started to get sleepy. After getting into the car, she leaned against Cao Chuan, her eyelids drooping. She had basically never stayed up late, or gone to bed this late, and after a night of back and forth, her energy and physical strength were considerably depleted. If you are sleepy, sleep for a bit. I will wake you when we arrive. To be honest, even if it was not targeting Lin Han, Cao Chuan, having read the plot, genuinely liked Lucy Han. Her growth potential was extremely high, and her personality was excellent. Although his initial purpose was impure, it was to target Lin Han. But emotions are a two-way street. During this time, Cao Chuan had also invested a lot of genuine emotion. Do not think that a villain must be completely evil. The human heart is made of flesh. No one is born cold-blooded. It is simply a matter of different interests. Even in novels, while Yui Bucken is a villain, seemingly righteous, at least he has the title of Gentleman Sword, which indicates that he has not always done bad things. And he was dedicated to revitalizing Mount Hua. Can you call him a villain? Iron Gallant Divine Marquis was the same. Righteous or evil cannot be simply categorized as good or bad people. Or rather, those who survive are all good people. The dead, no matter how upright, are villains. This is reality. On the other side, Lin Han was completely stunned. Cao Chuan, you are not playing by the rules. I kidnapped your only son, and you actually dared to call the police. Are you really not afraid something will happen to your son? According to the intel, you only have this one son, right? Do you have other illegitimate children? It must be. Which of these rich people does not have a few illegitimate children? Lin Han's face was contorted in anger. He decided to find Cao Chuan's illegitimate children to make Cao Chuan childless. It felt like an impotent roar because he truly did not dare to kill someone in public. He could only abandon Cao Zhengyang and retreat while fighting. His subordinates had not returned to the country yet, and facing hundreds of fully armed members of the authorities alone, he was bound to suffer a great loss. During his escape, Lin Han was shot in the arm, and also in the abdomen. An ordinary person would have died long ago. But a child of destiny defies logic, managing to escape under heavy encirclement, even taking the time to bandage his wounds during the escape. After bandaging, he was as lively as a dragon again. This is just too absurd. Utterly ridiculous. Director Zhou was also furious. He was roaring at his subordinates. Hundreds of people could not catch one fugitive, and it was a multi-department joint operation. Yet the person escaped, and they had 7 special agents injured on their side. Disgraceful. Truly, utterly disgraceful. Director Zhou vented all the anger he had from being scolded by Cao Chuan onto his subordinates, and still not satisfied, he called the department again to complaining about the high-ranking leader of that special operations brigade. If it were not for that idiot using his power to mediate Lin Han's case and arranging a special detention room for Lin Han, that was also the direct cause of Lin Han's escape. It was all that dumb dog's fault. Director Zhou shirked all responsibility. Anyway, no one was going to have an easy time. Also because of this failed encirclement, Lin Han's danger level was raised to the highest, a red A-level fugitive. Mercenary background, prison break, attacking a wealthy merchant's mansion, torturing the merchant's butler, kidnapping the merchant's son, assaulting police, possessing firearms. These actions had already touched the bottom line of the authorities' tolerance. He was just short of murder. Once he committed murder, it would be a truly major case. There would be no way to whitewash him. On the other side, just past midnight, Cao Chuan arrived at a large amusement park. It was booked out. At this moment, the lights were bright, and the Ferris wheel in the distance was sparkling and rotating. Lucy Han, who vaguely opened her eyes, just glanced outside the car, and her big eyes instantly went wide. An amusement park. This was her dream. She had never been to any amusement park since she was a child. Her grandmother loved her very much. Basically, whatever Lucy Han wanted, her grandmother would find a way to get it. Although the family was not wealthy, with a large donation, they were not exactly short of money. Occasionally going to an amusement park would definitely not be a problem. But Lucy Han had been sensible since childhood, knowing her family's situation, and almost everything she asked her grandmother for was school supplies. She would not waste a single penny on entertainment. She was so sensible it made people's hearts ache. But after all, she was just a child. Seeing other parents take their children to eat fast food, go to amusement parks, and buy toys, she was also incredibly envious. In fact, if she had asked, her grandmother would have definitely met her demands. But she never did. Even on her birthday, she only kept these small wishes hidden deep within her heart. Lucy Han's eyes welled up with tears of gratitude. Then she tightly hugged Cao Chuan, crying uncontrollably. Since she could remember, she had not cried as much as she had in the past few days. Cao Chuan patted her back and gently said, "It is midnight. You are 13 now, little crybaby. Happy birthday. Tonight, this place belongs to you." "Vivu, no, I am not a crybaby, Vivu." Bang, bang. Suddenly, 2 loud bangs. The entire night sky instantly lit up. Countless fireworks ascended, instantly making the sky brilliant and colorful. Lucy Han was drawn to the fireworks in the sky, staring up blankly, tears still on her little face. The colorful fireworks exploded, illuminating Lu Sihan's big eyes with dazzling colors. Cao Chuan smiled. Do you like it? Lu Sihan did not refuse this pampering at all. Instead, she enjoyed it immensely, looking up at the sky, her heart already warmed to the extreme. It was as if at this moment, everything tonight had made up for her decades of regrets. Chapter 19. For Lu Sihan, this was a perfect birthday. An amusement park opened just for her. A shower of fireworks bloomed just for her. All of this moved her to the point of almost melting. This move cost nearly $1 million. As the saying goes, Xiaozu does not love money, but every moment that moves Xiaozu requires money. There is nothing wrong with that statement. And most female leads have this kind of character setting. The female lead might not love money, but the male lead cannot be without money. In countless novel plots, the moments that make various female leads look at the protagonist in a new light are often when the protagonist earns money and shows his disdain for it after earning it. Isn't that contradictory? Being both a hypocrite and a saint. But this is mainstream thinking. Even many school beauty type female leads who fall for the protagonist when he is poor do so because they are confident he will become rich in the future. So, whether in real society or in novel dimensions, values are very stark. At most, after earning money, they put on a facade of treating money like dirt, as if only this way can they appear unconventional. In one word, it is vain. Of course, compared to these hypocritical female leads, Lu Sihan is genuinely very frugal and good at managing the household. It is also because of her young age. She does not yet know how much was spent tonight, otherwise, she definitely would not have accepted it so calmly. The next morning, Cao Chuan woke up at 8 o'clock, full of energy due to his excellent physique. Little Sihan played until 3 o'clock last night, and it was already past 4 o'clock when she got home, so she would probably only wake up around noon today. Around the mansion at this time, there was protection from the authorities, with armed teams standing by, fully prepared. Cao Chuan had the servants prepare breakfast and send it to the people around. 8:45 in the morning. Still that private hospital. Still that advanced ward. Still that unlucky stepson. It was like a reincarnation. Cao Chuan was truly impressed. Cao Zhengyang, this unlucky child, had such a difficult fate. Had he never left the hospital since the plot began? The only time he left, he was kidnapped. Although he did not lose his life yesterday, and was eventually rescued by the police, he was still severely beaten by Lin Han, and his little area, which had just recovered a bit, was kicked again. His last remaining hope could not be saved either, and was shattered again. From then on, he became the eggless young man, and he underwent a second surgery. At the door of the ward, the butler said with a bitter face, "Boss," the doctor said. All right. Cao Chuan waved his hand. You had the same expression last time. Just tell me the result directly. The butler stammered. The doctor said if there was still a possibility of recovery last time, then this time there is absolutely no hope. It is hard to say if young master will ever be able to get it up again in the future. Most likely, it is a lost cause. What a tragic rich second generation. Cao Chuan felt heartbroken for this stepson. My Cao family is without an heir. Cao Chuan exclaimed, heartbroken, stamping his foot and beating his chest. Butler D advised, boss, do not be sad. Why do not you take another wife? With your physique, you definitely have a chance. Do I need you to tell me that? Do not you see I was acting? I had just built up the emotion, and then you brought up taking another wife, which made me not sad at all, but rather a little expectant. Damn it. Cao Chuan shook his head and sighed. How can I face Zheng Yang's deceased mother by doing that? Boss, it has been over 10 years. All right, we will talk about this later. Immediately arrange for someone to send young master to the best hospital in the overseas country for treatment. It can also be considered leaving this place of trouble and avoiding it for a while. His recent luck has been too bad. Cao Chuan said seriously. Also, you should quickly take care of your injuries. You suffered last night. After young master's affairs are arranged, you also take a long vacation. Go back to your hometown for a period and spend time with your children. The butler said gratefully, thank you, boss. Godfather. At this moment, a soft voice came from behind. Cao Chuan turned to look. Zhong Qinger came trotting over. Unlike the dress she wore last time, today she had her hair in a bun, wearing a white loose t-shirt dress, white sneakers, and green short cotton socks, showcasing her perfect slender legs. So youthful and vibrant. She was only 21, a truly energetic age, especially attractive to an old soul. Qinger. Cao Chuan immediately took Zhong Qinger's hand and shook his head with a bitter expression. Zhong Qinger's face changed. What is wrong? Is it very serious? I rushed here as soon as I heard the news. What exactly happened? Alas, Cao Chuan sighed, holding her hand without speaking or letting go. The butler assisted. Young Miss Qinger, our young master is injured again, and it is by the same person as last time. The doctor said that young master has completely lost hope this time. What? It is him again? Zhong Qinger actually had a good impression of that person. After all, he had helped her. Although she had only met him once, she did not dislike him at all. In fact, she found him quite pleasing to the eye. She even had a slight anticipation in her heart to meet him again. But now, the butler said, after that person was arrested, he escaped from prison. Later, he kidnapped young master again. When the police arrived, young master had already been severely beaten. Fortunately, young master was lucky and pulled through. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhong Qinger's perception gradually shifted from a hint of goodwill to some dislike. Regardless of whether he had saved her or not, at least escaping from prison and kidnapping. Are these things a good person would do? Her father had always told her that the person named Lin Han who saved her might not necessarily be a good person, and that he might have been targeting the Cao family, merely helping her as an afterthought. She had never quite believed it, but now, she believed most of it. Godfather, do not be sad. You still have me. I am your daughter too, and I will take care of you in your old age. Zhong Qinger's hand was held, but she did not mind. Instead, she raised her other hand and actively held Cao Chuan's, comforting him. Good child. Truly a good child. But unfortunately, that scoundrel in our family has no such fortune, alas. Cao Chuan's old eyes showed emotion as he gently patted her hand. He was a cunning old fox. The butler said, young Miss Qinger, you should also persuade the boss. While he is young, take another wife and have another young master. Before the butler could finish, Cao Chuan feigned anger and scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? Can these words be said in front of the child? Shut up, you old man. The butler nervously shut his mouth. Zhong Qinger was startled, then quickly said, I am not a child anymore. I am almost graduating from college. And Uncle D is right, you can marry me another godmother. Cao Chuan said, marry what? How old am I? Godfather, you are not old at all. If we walk out together, people will definitely say you are my brother. Zhong Qinger said, nonsense. It is true, I am not talking nonsense. Zhong Qinger looked closely at Cao Chuan, secretly marveling and exclaiming, Godfather, have you been using some kind of skincare product? You really look so young, and your skin is so good. People would believe you if you said you were in your 20s. The more she spoke, the more surprised she became. Zhong Qinger said repeatedly, the more I look, the younger you seem. Godfather, what skincare product are you using? You are the same age as my dad, but you look the same age as me. It is so magical. The butler also nodded and said, that is right, the boss has been getting younger and younger recently. When did you two learn to flatter? Cao Chuan said with a wry smile, waving his hand. Chapter 20. As the butler, Adi usually felt that Cao Chuan was aging in reverse, but he had not thought about it in detail. Zhong Qinger, however, was different, as girls are more meticulous. It was as if she had discovered a new continent. She pestered Cao Chuan, asking for the skincare products he used. Godfather, just tell me, what kind of skincare products are they? Cao Chuan helplessly replied, you are only 21, what skincare products do you need? It is precisely when you are young that you should use skincare products. When I am truly old, skincare products will be useless. Godfather, you cannot hog all the good stuff. Just tell me. Zhong Qinger hugged Cao Chuan's arm, swaying it back and forth. Her chest was not particularly large, and looked completely undeveloped, but Cao Chuan felt very comfortable. After she had swayed him for a long time, Cao Chuan pretended to be unable to resist her. All right, fine, I will give it to you later. I will give it all to you, so stop swaying. If you sway any more, Godfather will get dizzy. Hee hee, Godfather is the best. You are such a troublesome child. Where is that usual quiet demeanor? Cao Chuan asked, feigning ignorance. Zhong Qinger giggled and did not answer. In this world, the only person who knew her true self and her inner wildness was one of her best friends. Not even her own parents knew. As for skincare products, Cao Chuan certainly did not have any, but he had them all. When he started the pharmaceutical industry in the future, getting some beauty and anti-aging formulas would be a piece of cake. Future medical aesthetics would be a huge, profitable industry. However, he could only buy them after earning luck from Zhong Qinger. After visiting Cao Zhengyang, Zhong Qinger happily left. Looking at her joyful expression, it was unclear whether it was because Cao Chuan promised her skincare products, or because Cao Zhengyang was unlucky. In short, she wore a slightly schadenfreude expression, and Cao Chuan did not expose her. After all, he also felt a bit of schadenfreude. There was not much to visit, as that unlucky child, Cao Zhengyang, had not woken up yet after the anesthesia wore off. I am leaving this to you. After you have handled his treatment in overseas countries, you can take a vacation. Understood, boss. Cao Chuan gave the instruction. Accompanied by his bodyguards, including Old 3, and the surrounding Special Operations Brigade, the group left the hospital in a grand procession and headed straight to the police station. There was no other reason to go than to scold Director Zhou, that piece of trash, and to urge them to speed up the capture of Lin Han. As a taxpayer and a victim in this case, it was reasonable to inquire about the progress. He scolded him for a full 10 minutes. Director Zhou suppressed his anger, not daring to show it. He was in big trouble now, as he had heard the leader of the Special Operations Brigade was already being internally investigated. If he was truly investigated, everything would be over. Now he could only pray that the case would not escalate too much, and that Lin Han would be caught as soon as possible. As the victim, Cao Chuan could play a crucial role. If Cao Chuan got hot-headed and spoke to the media, Zhou would be completely beyond saving. He could only appease him. After repeated assurances, he finally sent Cao Chuan away and promised to arrange 24-hour protection for the Cao family. This old trash was haggard, looking like he was about to drop dead at any moment. He truly deserved it. Cao Chuan did not return to the company. He called Lina to inform her that he had family matters to attend to for the next few days, and that she and Cao Rui should handle company affairs. Back at the mansion, the little girl was already awake, wearing a light pink nightgown, holding half a glass of milk in her hand, looking all milky and fragrant. Indeed, young girls are the cutest creatures. Uncle, you are back, she said happily, shuffling in her slippers. Of course. Today is our little princess's birthday. I cannot just leave you at home alone. Cao Chuan rubbed her head. It is okay, I can manage by myself. I can even cook, and it is delicious. Grandma used to praise me a lot, she said sensibly. After getting familiar with Cao Chuan, her tone was filled with intimacy, which Cao Chuan liked. Perhaps it was related to his previous life. Before his transmigration, he had no family. No matter how glorious he was outside, returning home always left him alone. Now, there was a soft and cute girl waiting for him, and his desire to return home had increased by several folds. Work is never ending. Spending time with you is the most important thing. Cao Chuan smiled and asked, do you want to go shopping this afternoon? She seemed tempted, but eventually shook her head, pouting. No, I still have to study. I have not finished a lot of homework. Cao Chuan praised her sense of responsibility and told her to study hard. Time flew by. The next 2 days were peaceful and warm. Lin Han seemed to have disappeared, perhaps deterred by the Special Operations Brigade outside. Monday arrived, and the little girl had to go to school. Today, Tao Zhengyang also boarded a private plane for treatment overseas. This unlucky child finally escaped the sea of suffering, but unfortunately, for the rest of his life, he would become a big girl. Our old cow has gained a young miss. Home. Understood, boss. Cao Chuan personally took Lu Sihan to school. After watching her disappear into the school gate, turning back 3 times, Cao Chuan instructed Old 3, and the motorcade slowly departed. But no one noticed that in the shadows of a nearby alley, Lin Han, in disguise, watched the departing Bentley motorcade with cold eyes. Previously, when he first learned that Cao Chuan was Cao Zhenjiang's father, he had been anxious, thinking Cao Chuan would harm Lu Sihan. This led to a misjudgment that caused him to rush directly into the Cao family mansion. After finding no one, he had temporarily decided to kidnap Cao Zhengyang. He wanted to use Cao Zhengyang to exchange for his daughter. Although Lin Han was not sure how Cao Chuan knew about his father-daughter relationship with Lu Sihan, he was solely focused on rescuing her. Over the past 2 days, Lin Han had calmed down. He had kept his teammate, Heezy, watching the Cao family using high-tech drones. After confirming that Lu Sihan was not in danger, Lin Han began to bide his time, planning to give the Cao family a lesson they would never forget. Boss, is that your daughter? She is too cute, really beautiful. Does she have a boyfriend? A burly man nearly 2 meters tall, holding an ice cream cone, came up to Lin Han. Lin Han immediately threw a punch, knocking out the ice cream he had just eaten. She is only 13, King Kong. Are you trying to die? Hiss, I was just joking, boss. The burly man clutched his stomach. It did not actually hurt much, as Lin Han had held back. Lin Han gave him a sidelong glance, then spoke into his earpiece. Heezy, keep a close eye on Cao Chuan's movements. As soon as the Special Operations Brigade around him withdraws, notify me immediately. Don't worry, boss, I am always watching. I guarantee he will not escape my sight. Heezy's confident laugh came through the earpiece. He was one of the top 10 hackers in the world. Surveillance was a piece of cake for him. Chapter 21. Lin Han infiltrated Desheng Private School. The campus covered over 200 acres and had nearly 10,000 students, more than many universities. It offered education from kindergarten through high school, and the teaching staff was impressive, with over 600 famous teachers in various specialties and hundreds of logistical support staff. It was not difficult to enter the grounds with a fake identity. At lunchtime in the junior high cafeteria, 2 pretty young girls sat together. One of them said, Han Han, you are way too low-key, aren't you? I really thought your family was just ordinary before. I never imagined your family was so rich. Several big Bentleys, and the ones at the back clearly look like bodyguard vehicles. You even have bodyguards. My mom does not even have that much pomp. Lu Sihan said helplessly, I keep saying no. I grew up with my grandma, you know that. The car that brought me here was my uncle's. When she was dropped off at school that morning, her good friend Bu Yao had happened to see her getting out of the car. An uncle is family too. All right, an uncle is family too. Then my family can be considered rich. Lu Sihan smiled, feeling speechless. Only when she was with her friend did she act a little more mature, often talking as if she were coaxing a child. Her little friend Bu Yao asked curiously, so how much money does your uncle's family have? They travel in a motorcade and even have bodyguards. I do not know about that, but my uncle's house has a swimming pool, an indoor hot spring, and a small tennis court. And also, Lu Sihan mumbled, listing the amenities of her home. Showing off was unavoidable. Everyone has vanity, after all. Of course, it was also because they were close friends. Otherwise, Lu Sihan would not have told Bu Yao these things. Wow, that is the setup for a luxurious manor, isn't it? Maybe they are even richer than my family. Maybe my mom even knows your uncle, Bu Yao said. Lu Sihan nodded. Perhaps. I do not really understand these things either. Bu Yao giggled. Then can I come over to play next time? I really want a home swimming pool, but unfortunately, my mom said the market is not good recently. She will get me a pool after we move to a bigger villa later. Lu Sihan hesitated for a few seconds, remembering that Cao Chuan had said she could invite classmates and good friends over. Thinking of this, Lu Sihan finally nodded. Yes, you can. Let us do it this weekend. We can do our homework together. Oh no, do not talk about homework. Just thinking about homework gives me a headache. Boo-hoo-hoo. Bu Yao cried, clearly not gifted at studying. Private aristocratic schools mostly had wealthy students. Few were as studious as Lucy Han. However, these students had excellent extracurricular activity scores, such as model airplanes, calligraphy, art, sports, dance, music, and etiquette. As long as it was not related to academic subjects, everyone had a good time. They finished their meal chatting and laughing. Bu Yao pulled out the newest smartphone, the Fruit 3G. I will call my mom first and tell her not to come back this weekend. I want to spend it with you, and she can come back next week to see me. Okay, I will go to the restroom first. Lucy Han put down her tray and headed straight for the restroom. As she was coming out and washing her hands, Lucy Han suddenly saw a man dressed as a cleaner not far away, staring intently at her. His gaze was frighteningly intense. Lucy Han's heart jumped, and she instinctively wanted to flee. "Si Han." The man dressed as a cleaner suddenly spoke. Lucy Han's steps abruptly halted, but she remained vigilant, glancing around to confirm there were many people nearby, which made her feel much safer. If there was any danger, she would scream loudly. Lucy Han looked at him warily. "Are you calling me?" "That is right. Your name is Lucy Han, isn't it?" "Wait, do not be scared. I will not hurt you. I disguised myself to get into the school. My name is Lin Han. Have you heard that name before? Does it ring a bell?" Lin Han. Lucy Han blinked, then slowly shook her head. Lin Han was disappointed, but did not give up. "Lu Lily is your mother, isn't she? Who are you?" Lucy Han had a sharp mind and was very clever. Just these two unrelated sentences made her suddenly think of a possibility. "I am your father." Indeed, she had guessed it. Lucy Han's expression changed, and an inexplicable anger surged in her heart, yet she still doubted the truth of these words. Lucy Han was not easily fooled. Lin Han hastily explained, "I am not lying to you. Your mother and I used to be neighbors. I had you with her before I went abroad. I only found out about it after I went abroad, but at that time, I could not come back. Later, I heard the news of her passing." Lucy Han had never heard the name Lin Han. Her grandma never mentioned this man, at most sometimes cursing a few words and using the word bastard to refer to him. But her grandma had mentioned one thing, that bastard and her mother used to be neighbors. No one else would know this. Lucy Han's eyes flickered rapidly, and her face changed several times in an instant. "Han Han." Just then, Bu Yao jogged over, waving her phone excitedly. "I just called and told her, and my mom agreed. I am coming to your house this weekend, and you have to let me copy your homework." "Oh, who is he?" After Bu Yao ran closer, she noticed the strange atmosphere and glanced at Lin Han. "I do not know him. He might be a human trafficker. Let us go. Stay away from people like that," Lucy Han said expressionlessly, pulling Bu Yao's hand and turning to leave. Watching Lucy Han's retreating figure, Lin Han opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but not a single word came out. Hearing Lucy Han's words and tone, he knew that she believed what he said, but she did not acknowledge him. If she merely did not believe his words, she would not have called him a human trafficker. The words human trafficker clearly carried resentment. Perhaps it did not necessarily mean she would never acknowledge him. Perhaps she could not accept the sudden news all at once. Lin Han comforted himself, took a deep breath, and followed her. No matter what, he had to make his daughter accept him as soon as possible. Chapter 22. Cao Chuan did not know about Lucy Han's internal conflict. Even if he did, he would not care. According to the original plot, Lucy Han did not accept this father at all in the early stages. Even after hundreds of thousands of words in the story, she still found him displeasing. Lin Han, the child of destiny, never mentioned that he had donated money to raise her, nor did he show her those letters and donation receipts. It was not until the late stage of the original plot that Lucy Han accidentally stumbled upon those items, only then realizing that the great benefactor she had yearned for was the father she had disliked. It was only after that, following many instances of being rescued by Lin Han, that she finally accepted him. She truly lacked paternal love, but that was a late-game development. Now, having deviated from the original plot, she no longer lacked paternal love, and Cao Chuan could give her far more than Lin Han ever could. Moreover, Lin Han no longer had the receipts, nor even any official identification. At best, he was now a wanted, undocumented person. Han Han, Han Han. "Ah, the teacher is calling you." Lucy Han stood up, called upon by the teacher to answer a question. She was clearly not in the right state, stammering and unable to answer for a long time. Fortunately, she was a top student, so the teacher was lenient. Not only did the teacher refrain from scolding her, but she also worriedly asked if Lucy Han was feeling unwell and needed to go to the infirmary. After shaking her head, Lucy Han sat down, her face slightly pale. Bu Yao, sitting beside her, whispered, "Han Han, what is wrong? Are you really not feeling well? Is it that time of the month?" At their age, they had all started their periods, though they were still a bit shy about it. Lucy Han's face flushed, and she shook her head. "Stop talking, pay attention in class." "Am I the one not paying attention in class?" Bu Yao rolled her eyes playfully, pouted, and ignored her. It was the kind of petty anger that would dissipate with a little coaxing. Lucy Han was not in the mood to coax her, and she secretly sighed. The image of that man from earlier kept appearing in her mind. Her father. What had he been doing all this time? Why was he looking for her now? Was it to acknowledge her, or for some other purpose? Lucy Han then thought of Cao Chuan. Her expression gradually softened. She missed him terribly, and she even wanted to cry. She felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and wanted to find a safe place to weep. It seemed that after gaining the security of paternal love, she had become even more fragile than before. After school, Lin Han could not find a good opportunity to approach Lu Si-han on campus. There were too many people around. He did not dare to cause a scene. If he were discovered and the police were called, it might bring trouble to Lu Si-han. There might even be police officers watching her 24 hours a day, making it impossible for him to see her again. Unless he directly broke ties with the authorities, which was not what Lin Han wanted. He could only keep following Lu Si-han and her friend until they reached the school gate. Watching Lu Si-han rush into Cao Chuan's embrace, Lin Han's face darkened. His iron fist gripped a broom handle, his killing intent impossible to conceal. "What is wrong, Si-han? Who bullied you?" Cao Chuan was surprised. But he quickly sensed the killing intent, and a glance from the corner of his eye revealed Lin Han disguised as a janitor. He instantly understood. It seemed the two had met, and it was inevitable that Lu Si-han would have emotional fluctuations after seeing Lin Han. Lu Si-han buried her head in Cao Chuan's arms, shaking her head vigorously, a surge of grievance welling up in her heart. Beside them, Bu Yao, who had jogged to catch up, looked at Cao Chuan with surprise. She thought he must be an older brother, as he looked quite handsome. "Hello, uncle, my name is Bu Yao, and I am Han Han's best friend." Bu Yao greeted him politely. "Hello, hello." Cao Chuan gently stroked the back of the little girl in his arms and greeted Bu Yao. In a flash, he noticed something amiss. In the original plot, Lu Si-han did not have a best friend named Bu Yao. The name was unfamiliar and the surname uncommon. She was not a character from the original plot, yet she was incredibly cute, with a pure look comparable to Lu Si-han's. Could it be a minor heroine from another plot interfering? It was very possible. Thinking of this, Cao Chuan's smile became more sincere. Another little girl to gain luck from. The more, the merrier. "You are Bu Yao. So polite. You and our Si-han are the best of friends. When you are at school in the future, you must get along well. If anything happens, you can come directly to me." Cao Chuan pulled out a business card and handed it to her. Bu Yao took it with a cheerful smile. I certainly will, uncle. Oh, by the way, uncle, can Han Han and I come to your house to play this weekend?" "Of course you can, you are very welcome. Han Han is our little princess, and you are too. Don't just say weekends, you can come every evening when Han Han comes home." "Really? That is great." Bu Yao was extremely happy. Cao Chuan laughed heartily. "By the way, what is wrong with Han Han? Did the teacher scold her today?" Bu Yao looked confused, shaking her head. "I do not know. She has been like this since after lunch, always zoning out. When I ask her, she does not say. The teacher even called on her, but did not scold her." "Oh, okay then. Uncle will head back first. Are you coming to play today?" Bu Yao was tempted, but she shook her head. "Next time, uncle. I have to talk to my mom first." "So sensible," Cao Chuan praised her. "Then we will talk about it later. Our home is always open to you. Goodbye, uncle. Goodbye, Han Han." Before getting into the car, Cao Chuan turned back and looked directly into the distance, meeting Lin Han's gaze within the school gate. This was their first eye contact. Cao Chuan smiled slightly, giving Lin Han a friendly nod. It was a polite smile, but to Lin Han, it was a blatant provocation. Cao Chuan did not care about Lin Han's thoughts. Provoking the child of destiny could still earn him 500 points of villain luck. After a chuckle, he turned and got into the car, waving goodbye to Bu Yao. Lin Han watched the motorcade leave. He wanted to rush forward and kill Cao Chuan, then abduct Lu Si-han, but he held back. There were too many people protecting them, and the authorities' armed personnel were present. It was not suitable to act, but the anger in his heart could not be contained. As a child of destiny, he had to take revenge on the spot to avoid losing luck. Lin Han took out his phone and dialed a number. "Easy, find out Cao Zhenjiang's whereabouts, and have the overseas people tie him up." "Don't worry, boss, I have been keeping an eye on that kid." Lin Han had received news that Cao Zhenjiang was being sent abroad. He thought viciously that overseas was his territory. If Cao Zhenjiang had not gone abroad, he might not have dared to be so ruthless. Cao Chuan was an idiot. He would send him a few of Cao Zhenjiang's fingers soon, as a lesson. How dare he hug his daughter? His whole family deserved to die. The more Lin Han thought about it, the angrier he got. His mind felt as if it were about to explode. Chapter 23. Inside the car, Cao Chuan held the young girl, letting her sit in his arms and cry freely. He said nothing, only holding her waist with one hand and gently patting her leg with the other, offering silent comfort. He offered her tissue several times. After a long while, the girl's crying finally subsided, but she was still sniffling. Her appearance was pitiable. Cao Chuan chuckled and asked, "Little crybaby, why are you crying again this time?" Lu Si-han's small head was buried in Cao Chuan's neck, appearing very dependent on him. Regarding the nickname Little Crybaby, she did not object this time. She remained silent, unsure of how to explain the matter. Finally, she stammered, "That man is back." "Which one?" "It is my dad." After she finished speaking, her small face sank. She quickly added, "He is not my dad. I will not acknowledge him." Cao Chuan feigned sudden realization, exclaiming in surprise, "That scumbag?" "Exactly, scumbag." Lu Si-han seemed pleased with this title. Cao Chuan pondered, "Where is he? Where did he come back from? What is he back for?" Lu Si-han knew nothing about any of these questions. She only knew that the man had disguised himself as a cleaner and snuck into the school, and she had not seen him since. Disguised as a cleaner, Cao Chuan was puzzled. If he really were your father, he could have applied directly to the school. Seeing his daughter is not shameful. Why would he impersonate a cleaner? Did he do something illegal, making him afraid to be seen? Yes, why would he impersonate a cleaner? Lu Si-han murmured, looking bewildered. Now that she thought about it, she instantly felt that the man was not a good person. Cao Chuan pulled out a tissue, wiped her tear stains, and said, "All right, stop thinking about it. Whether he is real or fake, you do not have to acknowledge him anyway. From now on, I am your guardian. If you really want a dad, I will be your dad." Lu Si-han looked up, staring at Cao Chuan. In her eyes, there was surprise and delight. However, she pondered for a long time, and did not call him dad. She was too shy, and the term dad was a thorn in her heart. She had a certain resistance to it, but it was clear that their relationship had taken on a slightly different flavor. Not father and daughter, but better than father and daughter. They had grown closer. Lu Si-han bit her lip, sniffled, and said, That man said he went overseas back then, and did not know about me. By the time he found out, he had something that kept him from coming back." She said this with an obvious tone of disbelief. Cao Chuan smiled and said, "I know you have a thorn in your heart. You want an answer, you want to give an explanation to your mother and your grandmother, right?" Lu Si-han nodded. Cao Chuan pinched her small face and continued, "Don't worry. I will investigate this matter thoroughly for you. No matter what his purpose is for returning, it will only take a few days. I will also check what he was doing overseas, and what was more important than you and your mother." Lu Si-han nodded again. Cao Chuan rubbed her small head and said, "Wait for the news, little crybaby." "I am not a little crybaby." Lu Si-han pouted. "Still not? Look at this shirt of mine, it is wet again. Is this twice, or 3 times? Humph, uncle, you are so annoying." The girl's face flushed, annoyed beyond measure. Ha 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 ha. Seeing her flushed face, looking utterly adorable, Cao Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction, and pinched her chubby cheeks. Tonight, she did not return to school. She officially moved into her room on the 3rd floor. After 10 o'clock, Cao Chuan was alone in the study, organizing his resources. He had earned nearly 10,000 luck points in the past few days, most of it contributed by Si-han. As for spending, he had only purchased 3 work-type simulacrums. The simulacrums were given Chinese names for easy record-keeping. The male was named Lu Yi, and the female Lu Ai. Their responsibility was to expand territory, including e-commerce, the internet, gaming, chips, smartphones, and short videos. Cao Chuan planned to act as an angel investor behind the scenes, providing unlimited support, while keeping his own involvement hidden. After some thought, Cao Chuan spent 2,000 more luck points to purchase 2 new simulacrums. This time, he bought 2 males with European features. One was a hacker, responsible for investigating secret matters. The other was a financial specialist, focusing on venture capital and stock futures. The money earned in the trading market would be invested in the other simulacrum's ventures, allowing them to develop at a higher speed. It was essentially cutting overseas leaks to expand his own influence. He named them Lu Shan and Lu Si. He tried to avoid using the Lu surname too much in the future to prevent their connections from being easily noticed by outsiders. Cao Chuan always acted cautiously. The next day, after breakfast, the girl went to school. Cao Chuan did not go out until noon, when Lu Shan sent back an encrypted email. He opened his laptop, decrypted it, and began to read the information. His eyes lit up. Bu Yao had no father. The probability of her being a minor female lead reached 50%. Looking further down, Bu Yao's mother was named Bu Jinyan. The photo showed a beautiful young woman with a perfect, ageless face, and an elegant figure. The most important thing was that she had no husband. At 33, unmarried, yet she had a 13-year-old daughter. According to novel logic, Bu Yao and Bu Jinyan were likely not biological mother and daughter. This provided a common trope for future romance scenarios. The probability of Bu Yao being a minor female lead reached 90%. Bu Jinyan was a female CEO of a real estate company. Although not as wealthy as Cao Chuan, she was definitely a strong woman, with most of her business located in America. Cao Chuan picked up his phone and dialed a cross-border call to Lu Shan. "Boss." Lu Shan's voice came through. Cao Chuan instructed, "Keep an eye on Bu Jinyan's communication records and her company's situation. If there is any crisis, you must tell me immediately." "Understood. Also, investigate all of Lin Han's experiences overseas. I will arrange 2 more hackers to be your assistants. Form a hacker alliance and privately establish an organization of your own." "That is great, boss. You just wait for my news." He hung up the phone. Cao Chuan lit a cigarette and pondered. He followed one theory: children of destiny were jinxes. As long as they appeared, people related to them would be unlucky. He had Lu Shan keep an eye on the mother and daughter. A real estate company valued at hundreds of millions could not have an accident without any warning. As long as there was a warning, Cao Chuan would have time to prepare. Chapter 24. At the same time, in the junior high division cafeteria of Shengdi Private School, Lu Si-han and her best friend Bu Yao were sitting in a corner, chatting happily. Bu Yao said, "Last night I called my mom, and she has already allowed me to go home with you to do homework during the week. My mom also said your uncle is really amazing." "Really?" Lu Si-han's big eyes sparkled, and the corners of her mouth turned up in a happy smile. It seemed that as long as someone praised Cao Chuan, she felt joyful. Bu Yao nodded affirmatively. "Yes, my mom said your uncle is one of the top 10 real estate moguls in our country. He is incredibly impressive, much more so than my mom." Lu Si-han smiled sweetly. Bu Yao's eyes sparkled. Han Han, should we ask for a leave of absence this afternoon? A leave for what? Lu Si-han asked, stunned. Bu Yao giggled like a little fox and whispered, don't you have a swimming pool at your house? We can go to my place first to get our swimsuits, and then go swimming. Lu Si-han immediately shook her head. No, it will delay our studies. Let's go to your house to get them after school. Although taking a half-day off would not truly delay her progress, Lu Si-han felt that studying was important. She did not want to skip class just for fun. Bu Yao pouted, but she was not a rebellious girl, so she eventually agreed. All right then, we will go back to get them after school. I can lend you one of mine, Lu Si-han offered. No problem, I will give you one. Actually, I will give you several if you want. Amidst their laughter, the two best friends finished their meal. Bu Yao stood up and said, I am going to the restroom. Are you coming? I will wait for you here. Lu Si-han refused. She did not want to return to the restaurant restroom, fearing she might run into that man again. Bu Yao left, and Lu Si-han sat alone, taking out the new smartphone Cao Chuan had bought her. She sent a text message informing him that Bu Yao would be coming home with her after school. Although her uncle had previously told her she could bring classmates home, she felt it was polite to inform him in advance. A moment later, Cao Chuan replied, all right, I will have the chef prepare something delicious for you two tonight. Seeing the message, Lu Si-han smiled. Her uncle valuing her friend showed that he valued her feelings. Before she could reply, a dark shadow fell over the chair opposite her. Lu Si-han looked up, and her face changed drastically. She stood up, intending to leave. Si-han, wait. I have something to tell you, the man said. No matter if you acknowledge me as your father or not, there are some things I must tell you. It was Lin Han. He had been watching Lu Si-han, waiting for her to be alone so he could approach her without causing a scene. Lu Si-han paused and remained silent. Lin Han took a deep breath. Cao Chuan is not a good person. I injured his son. He is approaching you to get revenge on me and to gain your favor. His intentions are not pure. Do not be deceived by his appearance. His whole family is rotten. The son is an incompetent rich second generation. So how could the father be any good? You are talking nonsense. Lu Si-han rebuked in a low, trembling voice. Her mind was in disarray. She was terrified that the scumbag might be telling the truth. She feared that the hard-won kinship and sense of security she had found were all a lie. She was only 13, and faced with the potential collapse of her inner world, she felt as if the sky had fallen. Fortunately, Bu Yao returned. Seeing Lu Si-han's pale face and trembling body, Bu Yao rushed forward and yelled at Lin Han. What are you doing? Help! Teacher, there is a human trafficker here. Lu Si-han had been quiet, because she did not want others to know that the man before her was the father who had abandoned them, but Bu Yao had no such reservations. The cafeteria erupted. Lin Han was annoyed. He knew he could not stay. Si-han, believe me, I will not lie to you. Stay away from that person. Leave the rest to me. I will make them pay. Before anyone could react, Lin Han slipped away. He moved with incredible speed, scaling the school wall and disappearing. Teachers and students rushed to comfort Lu Si-han, and police were quickly notified. Through video surveillance, they confirmed that the man was indeed Lin Han. 20 minutes later, Lu Si-han felt more composed. As she sipped the water Bu Yao had bought for her, she began to think logically. Since she could remember, Cao Chuan had been supporting her. If he wanted revenge on Lin Han, he could have done it a decade ago. Why go through the trouble of supporting her? She realized that Lin Han's argument was full of holes. She did not trust the man who had abandoned them. Once she realized this, she felt relieved, concluding that the man was simply slandering her uncle. Bu Yao, unaware of her friend's internal conflict, whispered, since you are fine, let's skip school. The homeroom teacher said we should rest well today. We cannot disobey her, right? Let's go get our clothes, and then go swimming at your house. Lu Si-han was pulled along by Bu Yao. She decided to skip the rest of the day, not for the fun of it, but because she wanted to go home and tell her uncle about this encounter. She also remembered Lin Han's threat of revenge against her uncle and his son. She needed to warn them. Chapter 25. It was 3:30 p.m. The two young misses took a taxi, first to the Su family villa to pick up swimsuits and a change of clothes, then headed to the Cao family luxurious mansion. Wow, what a beautiful yard. Such a big swimming pool. Han Han, I am so envious of you. Lu Si-han rubbed her forehead. All right, you are so rich and still envy me. I am really speechless. Bu Yao pouted and hummed softly. No matter how rich my family is, it is not as rich as yours. My mom said your uncle is a big tycoon. Lu Si-han said helplessly. That is my uncle's, not mine. Bu Yao puffed out her cheeks. Even if it is your uncle's, what is the difference from being yours? Han Han, good Han Han, marry me in the future, then the swimming pool will be mine. Lu Si-han chuckled. Then you are marrying the wrong person. You should marry my uncle. Then will I not be your aunt? Come on, Han Han, call me auntie, and let me hear it. Bu Yao giggled and raised an eyebrow. This girl really was a bit eager to marry. Just like before when she saw police arresting someone, she would say she wanted to marry a police officer in the future. This was also a sign of lacking a father's love. We will talk about it when you actually marry my uncle. Lu Si-han huffed playfully. Hee hee. Joking, Lu Si-han entered the password, and the two went inside. No one was in the living room, only in the dining room. The cook was preparing dinner. Seeing Lu Si-han, the cook smiled. Si-han is back. Yes, hello auntie. Lu Si-han greeted politely. Bu Yao next to her also greeted. Lu Si-han then said, "Is my uncle home?" The cook said he is. "The boss should be in the study." "Thank you, auntie." Lu Si-han pulled Bu Yao upstairs. They went straight to the third floor, to her room. "Yao Yao, you wait in my room for a bit. I am going to find my uncle. We have some things to talk about." "Okay, go ahead." Bu Yao was curiously looking around her friend's room. This place was much more luxurious than her home. It was clear that the uncle doted on Lu Si-han like a princess. Thinking of this, a hint of sadness flashed in Bu Yao's eyes. She had never had a father since she was little. When she was young and ignorant, she did not care. When she became sensible, she asked her mother. But her mother got angry, and after that, Bu Yao never asked again. Now in junior high, she began to have a small longing for a father's love. Thump thump thump. A knock on the door. Lu Si-han's voice came from outside the study. "Uncle, may I come in?" Click. Cao Chuan opened the door. He asked in surprise, "What time is it? Are you not in class? Why did you not have the third brother pick you up?" "Uncle." Seeing her kin, Lu Si-han's small grievances resurfaced. She stepped forward and burrowed into Cao Chuan's arms, inhaling the relatively strong scent of tobacco. Cao Chuan had just finished smoking. Plus, after taking the active enhancement fluid, the natural herbal fragrance on him always made people feel particularly calm when they smelled it. "What is wrong again? Oh dear, do not cry. Crying 3 times a day. Are you Meng Jiangnu's reincarnation? You have cried down the Great Wall." Cao Chuan joked. "Piffed. I did not cry." Lu Si-han pouted, huffed, and let go of Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan smiled, raised his hand and pinched her cheek, saying, "Tell uncle if anything is wrong. Were you bullied at school? Do not worry, I will call your school's board members." "No, it is not that." Lu Si-han quickly waved her hands. She had never been bullied at school. Teachers, directors, even the principal, all treated her like a treasure. It is like this today." Lu Si-han stammered again. Then, she spoke haltingly, recounting the day's events. Logically speaking, the heroine would not be so foolish. She would always be suspicious of Cao Chuan. However, because of Cao Chuan's previous arrangements and actions, Lu Si-han trusted him immensely, and did not believe the child of destiny's words at all. Even if Lin Han was her biological father, she trusted Cao Chuan more. After listening to Lu Si-han's words, Cao Chuan's expression changed, and his tone was startled. "What? You mean your father's name is Lin Han?" The acting skills of an experienced driver were not something a little girl could see through. He acted very convincingly. Oscar owed Cao Chuan a box of statuettes. Seeing Cao Chuan's reaction, Lu Si-han understood that her uncle really had a conflict with that scoundrel. But clearly, her uncle did not know that her father was Lin Han. Thinking about it carefully, it was true. Yesterday, Lu Si-han said she met that man, but from beginning to end, she never mentioned Lin Han's name. Cao Chuan then continued, saying in a deep voice, "I originally wanted to ask you tonight, ask what that scoundrel's name was so I could have someone investigate his past abroad, but I did not expect it to be Lin Han." His tone changed, and Cao Chuan repeatedly said, "You mean, Lin Han told you that I was deliberately approaching you to get revenge because he hurt my son?" "Yes." Lu Si-han slowly nodded. "Nonsense, he is talking nonsense. He is slandering me." Cao Chuan became anxious. Lu Si-han suddenly felt like laughing. The usually calm and elegant Cao Chuan, when anxious, also used foul language, and his appearance was quite amusing. Cao Chuan glared at her. "You are still laughing? This scoundrel slandered your uncle, and you are still laughing. Are you not angry?" "Angry." Lu Si-han nodded vigorously, looking completely empathetic. Seeing this, Cao Chuan was satisfied. It was not in vain that he had doted on her so much these past few days. He had indeed invested a lot of emotion. Cao Chuan said, "I will show you something, and you will know he is slandering me." "Uncle, no need to see it, I believe you." Lu Si-han's face was serious, her gaze not on the computer, but fixed intently on Cao Chuan. This was complete trust. To be honest, the little girl's pure and trusting gaze made Cao Chuan's dark soul feel a bit apologetic. In reality, Cao Chuan was indeed using her. Although emotions are mutual, Cao Chuan truly felt bad for her because of the plot, and he genuinely did not intend to harm her, even considering it helping her escape a future of indifference and suffering. Even if the child of destiny Lin Han died in the future, Cao Chuan would probably not distance himself from her. He would treat her like family. But no matter how Cao Chuan explained it, he could not deny that he had used her from the beginning. Of course, the hint of apology in the old driver's soul was only momentary. After all, he was a villain. Moreover, he was not a good person in his previous life either. There were many people he had wronged. Lu Si-han was not the first to be used, and she certainly would not be the last. The only thing Cao Chuan could do was to put himself in her shoes. As long as someone was good to him and trusted him, Cao Chuan would absolutely never let them down in this life. He would not easily let them down. Still, the same saying applies: a villain is a villain. But a villain is not a pervert. It is not necessary to kill a few people to appear evil. Nor is it about killing everyone who is good to you to be a villain. That is not a villain, that is a pure idiot. Chapter 26. Cao Chuan raised his hand and ruffled her hair. He said, "Whether you believe me or not, you must see this. I did not know Lin Han was that scumbag before, so I did not tell you. At the same time, I do not deny that I have a grudge against Lin Han. Many people in Zonghai know this, as it is no secret. As for you, whether you are the daughter of that scumbag, or my family's little princess, you now have the right to know." Hearing this, Lu Sihan nodded. Cao Chuan opened his computer, accessed the police official website, and pulled up a wanted poster. The person in the photo was Lin Han. It was unclear if it was intentional, but Lin Han's gaze in that image was sharp and fierce. Such eyes were impossible to have without hundreds of lives on one's hands. Lu Sihan was startled, shrinking back, and finding a sense of security only by leaning against Cao Chuan. The poster detailed that the red-wanted fugitive Lin Han was a male of Han ethnicity, with a specific ID number. At the very bottom was the date the wanted poster was issued. What is this? Lu Sihan asked, looking bewildered. Cao Chuan said in a deep voice, look at the date. This is a red wanted poster issued by the Provincial Police Department 2 days ago. It is the most serious type of wanted poster. I will not hide it from you. A few days ago, my only son had a conflict with Lin Han at a bar, and my son was seriously injured. Afterward, I called the police, and they found him. But I did not expect that scumbag to have a background and attempt to settle it privately. Although I was unwilling, his background was significant, so I had to swallow my anger. You need to understand this timeline, as at that time, I did not know your relationship with him. Lu Sihan listened carefully and nodded at his words. Cao Chuan continued, but then an accident happened. I did not expect Lin Han to be so deranged that he escaped from police custody. The same night he escaped, he came to my house, injured a D and several servants, and beat my 2 guard dogs to death. Lu Sihan was shocked. No wonder she had not seen those 2 big dogs lately. Cao Chuan continued, it was at this point that the police began to pursue Lin Han. Subsequently, he kidnapped my son again and seriously injured him in front of the police. The circumstances were heinous and the methods brutal. Only then was the wanted poster upgraded to the red, most serious level. So, his claim that I approached you for revenge is complete nonsense. The timeline does not even match. The logic was sound. Lu Sihan already distrusted Lin Han, and now she felt even more skeptical. After all, a red wanted poster from the police could be verified on the official website. Uncle, I am sorry, Lu Sihan said, her eyes drooping and her small face filled with apology. Cao Chuan felt a pang of guilt. Deceiving such a pure young girl truly weighed on his conscience. Alas, he thought, a villain he was. The system forced him, but he was really just an old gentleman. Cao Chuan softly said, you do not need to apologize. My relationship with you is only because of your mother, Lu Lily, and your grandmother's dying entrustment. It has nothing to do with Lin Han. Furthermore, you did not acknowledge him, so you do not need to be responsible for his actions. Cao Chuan's words sounded reasonable. However, because of their blood relationship, Lu Sihan still felt she had wronged Cao Chuan. He patted her head and comforted her. All right, no matter what, this matter will not affect our relationship. You will always be my family's little princess. Uncle, Lu Sihan pouted, calling out softly with guilt. Cao Chuan put his arm around her and patted her back. Do not think about these things. Leave this matter to me. As for you, your most important task is to study hard and be happy. The little girl was innocent and kind-hearted. Cao Chuan's lies earned him a full 3,000 points of villain luck. These words completely dispelled Lu Sihan's doubts and made her develop a great aversion to the child of destiny. If Lin Han were to verbally attack Cao Chuan again in the future, it would be ineffective. The phone rang. Cao Chuan released Lu Sihan and picked it up. It was Old Third, who was on guard outside. Hello, what is up? Cao Chuan asked. Old Third's voice came through. Boss, several police leaders are here to visit you. I have stopped them outside. All right, I understand. Bring them in. Cao Chuan hung up and whispered to Lu Sihan. There are police leaders at the door. It might be about that scumbag. Do you want to meet them and listen in? Lu Sihan pondered for a few seconds, then shook her head. Bu Yao is here. I will keep her company. That little best friend of yours? You are really something, kid. When a friend comes, you should let Uncle meet her first, Cao Chuan said helplessly. It is fine, Uncle. Meeting her later is the same. All right then, go upstairs and play for a while. I will have the servants bring you snacks. Thank you, Uncle. Quite a few police officers arrived. Cao Chuan glared at Old Third. 9 people were not exactly several. As they bustled in, the pressure was immense. But Cao Chuan was their creditor, and he did not need to be polite. Old Joe, who was leading the group, put on a thick face and greeted him with a smile. Old Cao, let me introduce you. This is Director Yu from the province, head of the Special Task Force for the Lin Han case. This is Professor Liu, a professor of criminal psychology and vice dean of the Provincial Police Academy. This is Professor Li, a forensics expert. As Old Joe introduced them, Cao Chuan nodded. Once the introductions finished, Cao Chuan spoke directly, his tone firm. Leaders, although I am merely a merchant, I have contributed a lot to society. My donations to impoverished areas alone exceed 30 million. I have also donated police cars and helicopters to your force. I am not showing off or trying to manipulate anything. I just seek justice. From beginning to end, I have been the victim in this matter. I do not know what you leaders and experts mean by coming to my door today. Are you here to pressure me with so many people? But no matter what your intentions are, even if some high-ranking military leader pointed a gun at my head, I will not compromise this time. I only demand the upholding of legal justice. I am irreconcilably opposed to evil. Cao Chuan sighed internally. Transmigration was truly wonderful. In his previous life, if he had met so many leaders, he would have had to smile until his face ached. But now, they all stood at attention, ready for him. Let us see if I cannot talk you all to death. Chapter 27. I only demand that the fairness of the law be upheld. I am irreconcilable with evil. Everyone present was either awkward, helpless, or glaring. However, the glares were not directed at Cao Chuan, but at Director Zhou. Cao Chuan was deliberately making trouble for old Zhou. Who told him to be the mediator? If there was an opportunity, he would mess with him. Vindictiveness was not only a skill of a child of destiny, but also a skill embedded in a villain's bones. And there was a tiny bit of villain luck added to the account. 100 points. Old Zhou, it really is you. You are as useless as ever. Only 100 points? What a waste of his performance just now. Director Yu from the province had a slightly somber expression and glanced at old Zhou. Old Zhou gave an awkward smile and quickly said to Cao Chuan, Old Cao, everyone isn't here to pressure you today. They want to understand the situation regarding Lu Han. We previously speculated that Lin Han's purpose in returning to the country was not to target you, and injuring your young master was an accident. But today, Lin Han contacted Lu Han. According to our investigation, Lu Han is now living in your home. So we overturned our previous thinking, and we have reason to suspect that Lin Han's return to the country is specifically targeting your Cao family. Before that, we need to meet Lu Han, because she had individual contact with Lin Han today, and we need to know what they discussed. The police objective was very clear. Obviously, they had not found out the true relationship between Lu Han and Lin Han. It was precisely because of this information asymmetry that the police once again made a wrong judgment. Cao Chuan had no intention of correcting them. Cao Chuan pondered, Han is only 13 years old. I don't want her to get involved in such matters. Old Zhou said urgently, Old Cao, this matter concerns your safety, so we must understand Lin Han's purpose in returning to the country so that we can better target him for arrest. Also, what is the relationship between this Lu Han and you? I don't recall you having a little girl in your family. Do I need to explain everything to you? Cao Chuan glanced at him. Old Zhou looked awkward. No, Old Cao, you. Cao Chuan interrupted him. Her mother was my first love. She died in childbirth. Her father also died, and now even her grandmother is gone. I brought her here to be her guardian. Do you have any other questions? No, no more. Old Zhou dared not show his anger, and could only force a few awkward laughs. Everyone remained silent. In their hearts, they were all thinking that Cao Zhengyang was probably crippled, and had been sent abroad for treatment, with a very low chance of recovery. Cao Chuan was preparing to cultivate a new successor. Everyone had a thought Lin Han contacting Lu Han today seemed to be another attempt to target someone close to Cao Chuan. From the current information, it was a certainty that Lin Han's purpose in returning to the country was to target the Cao family. They would have to send people to protect Lu Han. Moreover, by keeping an eye on Lu Han or Cao Chuan, they would likely be able to find Lin Han's whereabouts. Afterward, Cao Chuan had the servants serve tea. It was an attitude of, as long as you are not here to pressure me, my attitude will be very polite. But towards old Zhou, Cao Chuan barely looked at him, and old Zhou did not dare to show too much emotion, cowering. In the end, Lu Han was not called down. Cao Chuan's attitude was very firm. The child was still a minor, not even 14, and would not participate in such matters. The leaders on their side did not force him either. Furthermore, the police objective had actually already been achieved. It was to confirm the reason for Lin Han and Lu Han's contact today. As for what they said, it did not seem important. Unfortunately, the camera in the cafeteria was too far away, and the footage was unclear, making lip reading impossible. Director Yu, I will leave this matter to the provincial authorities and the experts. As they left, Cao Chuan saw everyone to the door and shook hands with each of them. Cao Chuan said, after Lin Han's case is concluded, I personally will donate a police air unit to the provincial department. All the necessary helicopters will be delivered within 2 years. Director Yu's eyes lit up. He said with a smile, our country needs entrepreneurs like President Cao. Therefore, it is our duty to protect you. Don't worry, Lin Han won't escape. As he spoke, Director Yu whispered, also, that high-ranking military leader probably won't have a good outcome either. Cao Chuan's face showed joy, completely unconcerned that his attitude might be spread. He said, that would be excellent. People who abuse their public office for private gain, the higher their position, the more dangerous they are. Sooner or later, they will become a black sheep. He should go back to his village to farm and receive re-education from the poor and lower middle peasants. His thinking has developed very serious problems. There are people in our ranks who have been corrupted. Several people nearby had dark lines on their foreheads. That was a huge accusation. Was he a businessman or part of the system? Truly malicious. But they also understood that the high-ranking leader had thoroughly offended Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan's current attitude was very normal. If Cao Chuan were magnanimous, it would be abnormal instead. Finally, he saw them out of the courtyard gate. The provincial department was definitely short of equipment. A police air unit would cost tens of millions. With a wealthy businessman's donation, the province could save this expense, and Director Yu would certainly gain political achievements. So Director Yu returned the favor by telling Cao Chuan about the military matter. At the same time, when he returned, old Zhou would not have an easy time. Unfortunately, old Zhou, this useless person, was not valuable. The feedback was that the villain luck was too little, only enough to fill a gap between teeth. Uncle. Hello, uncle. When Cao Chuan returned home, the two young girls were already holding hands and coming downstairs. Lu Han showed a hint of worry, and Bu Yao also greeted him politely. Cao Chuan looked at Bu Yao, and instantly became much happier. Indeed, Birds of a feather flock together. A child of destiny was usually accompanied by other children of destiny. A child of destiny who automatically came to your door was like a freebie. Since the plot had not yet begun, luck could not be fed back. That is to say, no matter what Cao Chuan did to Bu Yao now, there would be no villain luck bonus, because she did not belong to the current plot and timeline. But it was not completely useless. Actions taken now would be calculated for villain luck, but not dispersed. They would have to wait until the plot concerning Bu Yao began. It was a zero deposit, lump sum withdrawal type. Bu Yao is here. Welcome, welcome. Cao Chuan smiled and nodded. Bu Yao said, I am disturbing you, uncle. How could you be disturbing me? You and Si Han are the best little sisters, so naturally, you are also my little princess. Just treat this place as your own home. If you want to eat anything, drink anything, or play anything, just tell uncle directly. Don't be a stranger. Cao Chuan's words were slightly cloying. However, for a child in her teens, it was friendly enough. This was not the later era, and children did not yet understand what a sugar daddy was. Bu Yao's lively personality meant she would not hide her feelings. She was overjoyed by Cao Chuan's welcoming attitude. Bu Yao happily asked, Uncle, can Si Han and I go swimming together? Of course you can. The pool water has just been changed, and no one has swum in it yet, so it is very clean. The original owner rarely swam at home. The large swimming pool in the house was only used by the pitiful rich second generation, Cao Zhengyang, who occasionally brought girls back to show off. Now that Cao Zhengyang was crippled, he would probably have to show off by himself in the future. What a tragic rich second generation. That is great, thank you, uncle. Bu Yao jumped up and hugged Lu Si Han, delighted. Lu Si Han, in front of Bu Yao, was clearly much more mature than usual. Only in private would she become a little crybaby. Cao Chuan smiled and said, Do you have swimsuits? Do you want uncle to arrange for someone to go buy them? No, we brought them. Haha, it seems you had this planned all along. Cao Chuan chuckled, teasing them. For children, joking around was the easiest way to build rapport. Don't ask how Cao Chuan knew. In his previous life, his youngest girlfriend was only 16, and he always coaxed her like a child. But it was absolutely true love. It was true love, even truer than real gold and silver. She just liked older men, and did not shower. What could you do? After Cao Chuan left, Bu Yao said enviously, Si Han, your uncle is so good to you. Lu Si Han rolled her eyes. He is clearly good to you. What does that have to do with me? How is it not related? Your uncle is being so kind to me because of you, right? Otherwise, how would your uncle know who I am? Bu Yao pouted. Lu Si Han chuckled and shook her head, feeling sweet inside. Bu Yao said, I am really envious. Envious of what? Don't you have a biological uncle? Lu Si Han retorted. The two had known each other for less than a year. Although they were close, they had not asked about each other's family backgrounds. Bu Yao seemed lively and sometimes wild on the surface, but she also had her own sorrows. She had no father, not even relatives on her father's side, let alone an uncle. But she rarely spoke about these things to others. Ever since she was scolded by her mother for asking about her father, when she was little, she rarely mentioned the word father to anyone. Bu Yao pondered, shaking her head. After a long while, as if making up her mind, she said, I haven't told anyone else, but actually, let alone an uncle, I don't even have a father. Lu Si Han was surprised. Bu Yao quickly said, Si Han, you absolutely must keep this a secret from me. I don't want anyone else to know about this. If you weren't my best sister, I wouldn't tell you. Lu Si Han nodded. I won't tell anyone. Actually, I don't have a father either. Bu Yao nodded. I know, you told me. Your father passed away. No. Oh, never mind. It is a long story. Oh, don't keep me in suspense like that. Are we still good sisters? Hurry up and tell me. Don't want to tell. Aya, don't tickle me. Ha ha ha. I will tell, all right? Hurry up and tell me. Chapter 28. They were young, so it was easy for them to open up to each other. Neither of them had a father present, so when they talked about this topic, no one would make fun of the other. As Lu Si Han finished telling her story, the two young girls fell silent. Lu Si Han explained that her father was a scumbag who abandoned his wife and daughter before she was born and then fled to an overseas country. He had not returned in over a decade. As for the rest, specifically the red wanted notice, she did not tell Bu Yao, thinking it was too embarrassing. For a child whose worldview had not fully formed, having a criminal in the family was a very shameful thing. Especially since she had no affection for this father, she felt even more ashamed, and did not want anyone to know. After a long while, Bu Yao pouted and murmured, Actually, you are a little better off than me. I do not even know who he is, or if he is still alive. My mom never tells me. I asked when I was little, and I got a severe scolding. I have not dared to ask since then. Lu Si Han raised her hand and, mimicking Cao Chuan, rubbed Bu Yao's head as a gesture of comfort. She said, All right, let us not talk about these things anymore. Let us go swimming. If we delay any longer, it will be time for dinner, and after dinner, we still have homework to do. We were not at school this afternoon, so where would we get homework? Bu Yao asked, astonished. Lu Si Han said calmly, I just sent messages to all the teachers, and they sent me the evening's homework to my email in advance. You. Bu Yao was dumbfounded, as if she had heard the end of the world. How could there be such a person, actively asking teachers for homework? Are you a normal human being? Lu Si Han chuckled, pulled her, and coaxed, All right, do not you me. Hurry up and go swimming. If we delay any longer, there really will not be time. I will help you with your homework tonight. I must be confused. I am going to break up with you. All right, we broke up for 1 second, and now we are friends again. Let us go. Bu Yao, with a look of utter despair, was pulled upstairs by Lu Si-han. The two girls' melancholy regarding their missing fathers came and went quickly. It was not that they lacked filial piety. It was just that they had never seen their fathers since childhood. Who would believe they had much affection for them? To put it bluntly, even if they knew their father had died now, they would only feel sad for a moment. 99% of human emotion comes from companionship, not just blood relations. Just like Lu Si-han, she had always thought about her father since she was little, wanting to see him only to seek justice for her mother and grandmother, not for any familial affection. As for Bu Yao, she was even simpler. She just wanted to know who her father was, or rather, whether he was alive or dead. Curiosity outweighed emotion. Ding-a-ling-ling. In the study, Cao Chuan glanced at the caller ID on his phone and answered directly. It was a call from Cao Rui. She was the first simulacrum who managed the company for Cao Chuan. Boss, there are some internal issues within the company. Getting straight to the point, the simulacrum did not play games. For a full 10 minutes, Cao Rui summarized and reported on the company's recent affairs. Cao Chuan remained silent, listening expressionlessly. When Cao Rui finished her report, Cao Chuan's tone was chilling, a cold smile playing on his lips. This is interesting. I was only away for a week, and these people are already starting to jump. Since they are so eager to die, I will just go with the flow and send them on their way. Cao Rui, next, you will do this. Then Cao Chuan gave some more instructions before hanging up the phone. In the original plot, Cao Chuan's Heichuo real estate already had many internal problems. The original owner always played a balancing act, balancing various shareholders with skillful methods. A self-made wealthy man, his cunning and tactics were advanced. If it were not for the appearance of the child of destiny, Cao Chuan would never have had any problems, and Heichuo real estate would certainly not have been taken over. According to the plot, the child of destiny Lin Han's methods were simple and crude. He used the stock market crash, the global real estate crisis, and internal betrayal within Heichuo real estate to force the original owner out. After losing control of the company, Cao Chuan was consumed by rage, completely losing his mind. Coupled with his only son being hit by one blow after another, the original owner eventually became desperate, hired assassins, and tried to kill Lin Han, thus breaking the law. Ultimately, he ended up with his family ruined and himself destroyed. Before this, when Cao Chuan looked at Bu Jinyan's information, he found that Bu Jinyan also owned a real estate company, and her company's business was in the United States. He immediately thought of this plot. The global storm of 2008 began in the United States. It was precisely because he suddenly thought of this that Cao Chuan had Lu Shen keep an eye on Bu Jinyan's company. If there really was a stock market crash, Bu Jinyan's company's overseas business would definitely be affected, perhaps even going bankrupt. At that time, perhaps another child of destiny would be able to help Bu Jinyan. That would probably be when the plot for Bu Jinyan and her daughter begins. It would not be long now, by his calculations. However, he did not know what kind of routine the child of destiny on Bu Jinyan's side would follow. A super-rich protagonist? Business warfare? Or some other strange thing? Having read too many novels, and with many overlapping plots, it was hard to pinpoint the target for a while. He could only act quickly, at least to eliminate Lin Han before the next child of destiny appeared. Otherwise, he could easily face two children of destiny. Cao Chuan was not afraid, but not having time to rest was annoying. Old Cao, living again, although his alignment was villain, knew that enjoying life was the primary task, not being a wage slave. Everything he was doing now, whether it was business arrangements or strengthening his own power, was all in preparation for easily eliminating the little Dragon King later. He could not keep being this busy, or he would die of exhaustion. Cao Chuan hung up the phone, lit a cigarette, then closed his eyes to rest, his thoughts wandering as he considered the plot and his layout. He went over the plan in his mind, checked for omissions, and refined some details. It was June now, so the special plot should be starting soon. A full half-hour passed until the sounds of laughter from outside the window interrupted Cao Chuan's contemplation. Chapter 29. Neither of the young ladies was particularly tall. However, some things were already apparent. Lu Si-han was 1 meter 60 centimeters, which was considered tall for her age, especially regarding her long legs. Their proportions were excellent, and after being blessed with luck, they were perfectly white, straight, and long. As for Bu Yao, she was petite and delicate, with a baby face and a loli-like appearance. She looked very much like her mother. Although Cao Chuan had always been good to Lu Si-han, his mind was often preoccupied with others, like Zhong Qinger or the honeyed legs of Lei Ting. Speaking of Zhong Qinger, a special plot was about to activate within the next few days. Cao Chuan was busy recalling the story. Each heroine had specific plot lines, which served as excellent opportunities for the child of destiny to approach them. For example, Lucy Han had initially encountered ruffians in the alley behind her school. If not for Cao Chuan's interference, Lin Han would have been the one to save her. That was considered Lucy Han's special plot. The usual method for these scenes was a variation of the hero saving the beauty. Whenever the heroine was in trouble, the child of destiny could show his divine power. It was simple and crude. Cao Chuan had not had enough time to prepare before, so he had almost no counterattacks, and could only use external force. But this time, he felt that if he could make good use of the special plot, he could not only collect Zhong Qinger's luck, but also make Lin Han even more miserable. If he were lucky, he could directly overturn the child of destiny in one go. He would have to operate this carefully. An hour later, it was dinner time. The two young ladies had finished showering and changed into new clothes, short skirts and little western dresses, full of youthful vigor. Their faces were flushed, evidently from having had a lot of fun, and their excitement had not yet worn off. Uncle, uncle, both girls called out when they saw Cao Chuan. At the dinner table, Cao Chuan smiled, put down his phone, and asked, "Did you have fun just now?" Bu Yao nodded repeatedly. Lucy Han said, "Swimming is really fun, but we do not know how to swim, so we could only splash around in the shallow end." Cao Chuan was surprised. "You two do not know how to swim? Why did you not tell me beforehand? What if something had happened?" Cao Chuan's tone became more serious. Lucy Han immediately lowered her head and whispered, "We did not go to the deep end, we just walked around the edge, holding on to the pool." "That is not allowed either." Cao Chuan frowned and said, "It is a good thing nothing happened to you this time. Otherwise, how would I explain it to your grandmother? And Yao Yao, if something happened on her first visit to my home, how would I explain it to your mother?" "Sorry, uncle." Bu Yao lowered her head, looking timid. Lucy Han gave an embarrassed smile. "Uncle, we did not think that much at the time. We only remembered when we got to the water, and then we were too embarrassed to call you, afraid of disturbing your work." Cao Chuan glared. "Work, is it more important than your safety? We were wrong, we won't dare next time." Lucy Han did not explain further and directly admitted her mistake. There was a hint of warmth in her heart. Cao Chuan glared at them unhappily, then sighed helplessly. "You two really scare me. This is the only time. Do not let it happen again. Otherwise, you will not be allowed in the water in the future. Remember, if anything happens in the future, you must tell me beforehand. No matter what you do, safety comes first, understand?" "Understood, uncle. Understood." Cao Chuan's expression softened, and he said in a gentler tone, "Next time you want to play, tell me. I will teach you first. Swimming is very easy to learn. Also, I will have someone prepare some swimming rings, inflatable mats, water guns, and other things. That is what is really fun. What is the point of just walking around the edge of the pool?" Hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up. Cao Chuan smiled and waved his hand. "All right, hurry up and eat. You must be tired from playing. Eat a lot later, especially Yao Yao. Do not be shy with uncle. Eat as much as you want, like you are at home." Although they had received a scolding, it did not affect their mood in the slightest. After all, the scolding was not severe, and it was full of worry and concern. Moreover, they had indeed overlooked safety issues, especially for Bu Yao. In her life, no male elder had ever looked after her. Even her mother traveled overseas frequently. Lacking paternal love, she did not dislike Cao Chuan's lecture. Instead, she somewhat enjoyed it. Even the meat tasted better than usual. With a good sister by her side and an elder figure, it was perfect. If her mother were here, it would be like a family of four, a scene Bu Yao did not even dare to dream of. Suddenly, a thought popped into the little girl's mind. If her mother could marry uncle, that would be perfect. She would not only have a father, but also a sister. As Bu Yao thought about it, she actually chuckled aloud. Lucy Han looked at her, utterly bewildered. Cao Chuan was also puzzled. He truly did not understand Bu Yao's personality. Without a plot introduction, he could only learn about this girl through observation. But they had not spent much time together. He just felt that this little girl's thought process was somewhat different from normal people. He did not know what she was thinking about, but she could laugh out loud while eating. "Yao Yao, what are you laughing at?" Lucy Han could not hold back her curiosity. "Oh, nothing. It is just that I think this food is delicious." Bu Yao's face flushed, and she quickly made up an excuse. Cao Chuan and Lucy Han exchanged glances, then looked at Bu Yao together, their eyes seeming to say, "Do you think we are fools?" "Oh, I really was not thinking of anything." Bu Yao pouted, feeling that her brain had just glitched, and then she buried her head, ignoring everyone. After Cao Chuan left, Bu Yao said enviously, "See Han, your uncle is so good to you." Lucy Han rolled her eyes. "He is clearly good to you. What does that have to do with me? How is it not related? Your uncle is being so kind to me because of you, right? Otherwise, how would your uncle know who I am?" Bu Yao pouted. Lucy Han chuckled and shook her head, feeling sweet inside. Bu Yao said, "I am really envious." "Envious of what? Do you not have a biological uncle?" Lucy Han retorted. The two had known each other for less than a year. Although they were close, they had not asked about each other's family backgrounds. Bu Yao seemed lively on the surface, but she also had her own sorrows. She had no father, not even relatives on her father's side, let alone an uncle. But she rarely spoke about these things. Ever since she was scolded by her mother for asking about her father, when she was little, she rarely mentioned the word father to anyone. Bu Yao pondered, shaking her head. After a long while, as if making up her mind, she said, "I have not told anyone else, but actually, let alone an uncle, I do not even have a father. Lu Si-han was surprised. Bu Yao quickly said, Si-han, you absolutely must keep this a secret from me. I do not want anyone else to know about this. If you were not my best sister, I would not tell you. Lu Si-han nodded. I will not tell anyone. Actually, I do not have a father either. Bu Yao nodded. I know, you told me, your father passed away. No. Oh, never mind. It is a long story. Oh, do not keep me in suspense like that. Are we still good sisters? Hurry up and tell me. I do not want to tell. Aya, do not tickle me. Ha ha ha, I will tell, all right? Hurry up and tell me. Chapter 30. For Cao Chuan, this meal was entirely about coaxing children and aggressively building rapport. The effect was excellent. After the meal, Bu Yao specifically sought out Cao Chuan, her face full of anticipation. She asked, Uncle, can I stay here tonight? I want to sleep with Han Han. Cao Chuan affectionately ruffled her hair. Of course you can, but you must call your mom and get her permission first. Okay, I will call her now. Thank you, Uncle. Bu Yao happily shuffled in her slippers and ran upstairs. Run slower. Got it. Watching the little girl's retreating figure, Cao Chuan blinked, a puzzled expression on his face. He thought to himself, could it be that Bu Yao and her storyline have not started yet, which is why rapport is so easy to build. Not only did she deliver herself to his doorstep, but she also did not want to leave. Logically, this should not be the case. Even though Cao Chuan and Lu Si-han became close in a short time, that was because Cao Chuan had made preparations, and even used the identity of Uncle, the great benefactor. That was why their relationship progressed by leaps and bounds. But what about Bu Yao? Cao Chuan had no idea about the plot, and the system did not give any plot hints. Even the prediction that Bu Jinyan's company would go bankrupt was just a deduction, based on the existing plot, and he did not even know if it was correct. Everything was just a guess. Generally, it is difficult to get close to a child of luck without preparation or planning. According to the logic of many novels, before the heroine meets the male lead, she generally will not get close to any other man to ensure her purity. Not even a simple hug from the heroine's own father is sometimes allowed. Cao Chuan was confused and could only conclude that the plot had not started yet, and his villain halo was unstoppable. Cao Chuan's villain halo could be considered equivalent to a protagonist halo. Since Bu Yao's male lead had not appeared yet, there was no protagonist halo, which meant the villain halo was invincible. Cao Chuan did not dwell on it. In short, for now, everything was under control. Yes, Mom, I am so happy today. Uncle is very nice, he likes me a lot. Han Han is right next to me, we are about to do our homework. Don't worry, Mom, I am very polite. With an international call, Bu Yao got her mother's permission, but her mother also asked for Uncle Cao's phone number. After she hung up, Bu Yao patted her chest and said to Lu Si-han, who was rummaging for books, Han Han, when you see my mom in the future, you absolutely must not mention swimming. Lu Si-han was stunned. Why? Bu Yao said helplessly, it is because when I was little, a fortune teller said that water was bad for my fate, and I could not play in water. From childhood to now, I am not even allowed to go near a river. My mom always scolds me. Swimming is definitely out of the question, it is too dangerous. Lu Si-han was speechless. Then why do you have so many swimsuits? I secretly bought them myself, to satisfy my craving. Bu Yao smiled like a little fox. Lu Si-han said, is this what you call being rebellious? Doing exactly what you are told not to do. Bu Yao clung to her, pulling her arm. Han Han, good Han Han, you absolutely must keep it a secret for me. Do not let Uncle know, otherwise he definitely will not let me go into the water. Please, I beg you. All right, stop shaking me. I am fed up with you. On the other side, Cao Chuan received a call from Bu Yao's mother. Her voice was soft, gentle, and captivating. Bu Jinyan thanked Cao Chuan for taking care of her daughter and expressed worry that her daughter would cause trouble, as real estate tycoons like him were usually very busy. It is no problem, I also really like Bu Yao. She and my Si-han are so close, I treat her like my own daughter, so you can rest assured. Then that would be too much trouble for President Cao. When I return to the country, please do me the honor of having a meal with me. After a few polite exchanges, they hung up. Subsequently, Cao Chuan carried a large fruit platter, cut by a servant, to the third-floor boudoir. As he entered, the two girls sat up straight, diligently doing their homework. Uncle, they obediently called out. Cao Chuan said, eat while you write. Yao, your mother asked me to help supervise you. You must do your homework seriously, otherwise, I can be even stricter than your teacher, understand? Got it, Uncle. Bu Yao stuck out her little tongue. All right, keep writing. If you have any questions, come find me in the study. After Cao Chuan left, Bu Yao pouted. Uncle suddenly became so strict. Lu Si-han chuckled. Isn't it because Auntie asked him to? Otherwise, my uncle would not be so serious. He is usually very nice. That is only nice to you, isn't it? Bu Yao grumbled. Do not be jealous, eat this. Lu Si-han laughed, using a small fork to pick up an orange segment and offering it to her. Bu Yao hummed sweetly, her lips slightly parting to eat it. Is it sweet? It is so sweet, sweeter than the fruit at my house. Then eat more, and finish your homework quickly, otherwise my uncle will scold you. You are all bad guys, I will bite you to death. Bu Yao pretended to be fierce, biting into the orange. Chapter 31. That night, the two young ladies were together and quite happy. Bu Yao was especially cheerful. Her mother was overseas all year round, and there was not even a servant or nanny at home to talk to. As for relatives, do not even mention them. The daughter took her mother's surname, and her father was mysteriously absent, so it was easy to imagine there were some difficult family matters. Since Bu Yao could remember, she had often been alone. Things were better at school with classmates for company, similar to Lu Sihan's situation, as both were children who did not want to go home. Bu Yao had a bit of insomnia tonight, her mind filled with the thought she had at dinner. If uncle and mom were together, she would suddenly have a family of 4. Thinking of such days, Bu Yao could not help but feel joy. Uncle was so handsome and so good to see Han. If he became her father, he would be very, very good to her too, right? Excitement leading to insomnia was accompanied by restless sleep. When she finally managed to fall asleep, it was a jumble of fragmented dreams, tossing and turning. In the middle of the night, Bu Yao groggily got up to go to the bathroom. After returning, she clung to the person beside her like an octopus. She sniffed, and there was a scent different from the sweet fragrance on Lu Sihan. There was a faint smell of tobacco. How can there be a tobacco smell? The master bedroom and Lu Sihan's princess room were both on the 3rd floor, right next to each other. Bu Yao, visiting for the first time, had mistakenly gone the wrong way in her days. In an instant, she was completely wide awake. She felt embarrassed. How could she have gone the wrong way? It was over. Si-Han would laugh her to death tomorrow. Just as Bu Yao was about to sneak away, Cao Chuan stirred. He looked at her and whispered, "This girl is even dizzier than little Si-Han." While speaking, Cao Chuan helped her pull up the quilt. "Daddy," she murmured. It sounded like a dream, or a dazed utterance. Soon, Bu Yao quietly fell asleep. Morning arrived in a blink. Bu Yao slowly opened her eyes, first feeling confused, then all the memories returned. Looking around, she was already back in Lu Sihan's room. She did not know how she got back. She even felt that last night was a dream, but it felt too real. She looked around but did not see Lu Sihan. Clearly, she had overslept. "Oh no, I am going to be late," Bu Yao thought. She hurriedly got up. She did not even bother to put on slippers, running out the door in her small nightdress. She almost knocked over Lu Sihan, who was about to enter the room. "Ouch," Lu Sihan cried out. Bu Yao quickly apologized. I am sorry. What are you rushing for?" Lu Sihan rubbed her chest, frowning in pain. "I overslept. I am going to be late," Bu Yao said. Lu Sihan rolled her eyes. "You know you overslept? Little lazy pig. My uncle said sleep is very important for our age group, so he told me not to wake you. He even got us half a day off. We can go to school in the afternoon." Bu Yao breathed a sigh of relief. "Where is uncle?" "He went to work." "You think everyone is like you?" "Then What? Nothing, I will go wash up first." Bu Yao originally wanted to ask how she got back, but the words reached her lips and she swallowed them. She did not know why, but she did not want to talk about what happened last night. Perhaps she was afraid of embarrassment, or perhaps she was afraid Lu Sihan would get angry. A young girl's thoughts are sometimes shrouded in mist. Lu Sihan did not think much of it and said, "Put on your shoes." "Got it. You really are like my older sister." "I am older than you." "Yes, I will call you older sister from now on, all right?" "Good girl, little sister. I will buy you candy later." Humph. Cao Chuan had already arrived at the company by this time. A shareholder meeting was being held. At the head of the table, Cao Chuan's eyes scanned the room, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Something happened at home recently, I am sure you all know, right?" Everyone nodded. No one interrupted, waiting for Cao Chuan to continue. "The situation at home is a bit serious, and I do not want to hide this from everyone. I am also very grateful for everyone's support over the years. If it were not for you, the company would not have been so smooth sailing. Today, I will not say so many grand words. Let us get straight to the point. My family matters cannot be resolved in a short time. Therefore, in order not to affect the normal operation of the company, I have personally decided to let Lena take my position as acting general manager until my family matters are resolved. I believe that with Lena during this period, the company will not cause anyone to lose money." "Chairman." Before anyone else could speak, Lena stood up first. I. "Do not speak. Let us hear what everyone else has to say." Cao Chuan interrupted her and gestured with his hand. Lena sat down, feeling as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Although she had always been by Cao Chuan's side, and it would be no problem for her to stabilize the company in his place, experience was another thing. If she wanted to directly take the top position, the resistance would be great. Sure enough, a balding middle-aged man next to him shook his head and said, "I do not agree." Cao Chuan looked at him with a smile. "Old Su, you are one of the company's major shareholders, and an old brother, who fought alongside us to build this empire. Your support has always been important to me. So, you are not supporting me now, are you?" Old Su shook his head with a serious expression. "Brother Cao, it is not that I do not support you, it is that your decision is too hasty. Let us not talk about Lena's ability for now. I will just ask one question. What is her experience? Can she command respect if she takes the position? To put it bluntly, if it came down to me, it would not be her turn, would it?" Several people nearby nodded. It was the truth, but it felt like a forced confrontation. That was exactly the feeling Cao Chuan wanted. Today was also Cao Chuan's own solo act. If he did not leave the company early, would he not lose everything with this group of fools when the financial storm arrived? Furthermore, this old Su deserved to die. Even if the company ultimately survived, Cao Chuan would send these people away one by one. Chapter 32. According to the storyline, Su Gilong had always harbored rebellious intentions. It was he who eventually listened to Lin Han and backstabbed Cao Chuan. Today, his ambition was clear for all to see. In the adult world, there is no right or wrong, only winning or losing. Cao Chuan chuckled and asked, "So, you mean you want to kick me out?" "Brother Cao, if you insist on putting it that way, then it is no fun. Right now, it is your family's private matters affecting company business. It is not that I want to kick you out. You can come to the company every day and continue working, and we will still follow your lead." Old Su spoke with a practiced grace, but a cold sneer remained in his eyes. Everyone knew that Cao Chuan was currently unable to work normally. Cao Chuan's face darkened. He turned and looked expressionlessly at the other shareholders and their representatives. Many averted their gaze or lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact. Cao Chuan said in a deep voice, "What about you all? Is this what you all mean? No one supports me and Lina?" Some people were Su Gilong's loyalists, the second largest shareholder bloc, so they naturally would not support Cao Chuan. Another group consisted of representatives from investment companies. They were interested only in profit, so they worried that Cao Chuan's family drama would negatively affect the company's stock price. Then there were the shareholders who were Cao Chuan's direct subordinates, like Lina. They had been mentored by Cao Chuan and naturally supported his decisions. However, under the company's scattered equity structure, Cao Chuan needed the support of the majority. The silence of the investment representatives effectively announced that Cao Chuan had lost absolute control. Cao Chuan said somewhat exasperatedly, "I am only away from the company for a few days, and I am already being sidelined. Is that what this means?" "Brother Cao, sidelined sounds a bit harsh. Your family matters are your personal affairs, but the company's matters belong to everyone. We are all here to make money, and it is not good to neglect public affairs for private ones. I will temporarily take your place, and you will have time to deal with your family affairs without needing to worry about the company," Su Gilong said with a smile, his victorious expression looking smug. His bald head gleamed with brilliance. "Su Gilong, you will regret this," Cao Chuan sneered. Su Gilong feigned an apologetic look. "Brother Cao, you will always be my big brother. After you have dealt with your family matters, this company will still be under your helm. I am just temporarily managing it on your behalf." Cao Chuan did not wait for Su Gilong to finish. He stood up directly and said, "Since that is the case, there is nothing more to say. I am selling my 27.9% stake directly. You all can play with this company yourselves from now on." "Brother Cao, Chairman, this." It seemed no one expected Cao Chuan to be so extreme. He was directly transferring all his shares, leaving nothing behind. Su Gilong's expression changed. He had not expected Cao Chuan to be so resolute. They were all seasoned players in the business world, and he assumed Cao Chuan would ride out the ups and downs. Many people actually supported Cao Chuan, but they were terrified that the private scandal would tank the stock price, leading them to side with Su Gilong. They assumed that once Cao Chuan settled his affairs, he would return. "Chairman Cao, is it really necessary to transfer the equity directly?" "Yes, President Cao, you should first deal with your family matters. We can discuss company issues later." Cao Chuan ignored their desperate pleas and looked at Lina. "If you want to transfer, do it with me. Later, I will take you to start a new company. Those who want to come with me can sell their shares and find me." "Okay, Chairman, I will follow you." Lina took a stand without hesitation. Several others expressed the same willingness, though the total number was not large. "Everyone, later I will send someone to handle the share reduction and transfer with you. If the price you offer is not good enough, I will find outsiders to enter the market. We shall meet again someday," Cao Chuan said with a cold face before turning to leave. He left with unusual decisiveness. It was completely unlike his usual style. Does he really think he is so great? If it were not for the support of us brothers and President Su, how could he, Cao Chuan, have started from scratch? A small shareholder who had been silent finally spoke up, showing his loyalty to Su Gilong. "Exactly, I support President Su." Su Gilong feigned modesty, smiling. All right, Brother Cao is just in a bad mood. After all, something happened at home. You all should say less." Su Gilong stood up and made a serious statement, saying loudly, "Do not worry, from now on, as long as I, Su Gilong, have a piece of meat, it will definitely not be as simple as just giving our brothers a sip of soup." Many people began to fawn over him, but there were a few smart people among the shareholders. They knew the business world was not a place for empty promises. Hearts are not bought with slogans. A few secretly harbored thoughts of leaving to follow Cao Chuan. After all these years, Cao Chuan had never shouted slogans, but he had genuinely led everyone to make money. What slogan is truer than real money? They knew that expressing goodwill to Cao Chuan at this time would be a valuable favor. Outside the conference room, Lina looked at Cao Chuan in surprise. He had been furious in the room, but now he was smiling gently, without a trace of anger. "Chairman, are you not angry?" "Why should I be angry?" Cao Chuan asked with a smile. Lina was stumped. Heichuo real estate was built by him from scratch, dearer to him than his own son. Now that he was forced out, how could he not be angry? "In a while, you will understand." Cao Chuan patted Lina's shoulder. "Later I will have the lawyer come over for the handover. You and Cao Rui will participate in the equity transfer negotiations together and talk up the price. If they try to push the price down, find other major real estate companies to enter the fray." "Understood." Lina watched Cao Chuan's back with a blank expression. His attitude before and after was completely abnormal. He was clearly out of the game, yet it seemed as if Su Gilong and his people had suffered a huge loss. Unusual events often indicate something strange. Lena felt there was a massive problem looming. It was not until later, when the global financial crisis arrived, that Lena was utterly amazed by Cao Chuan. Only then did she realize that everything Cao Chuan had done that day was merely going with the flow, retreating to advance. Su Gilong thought he had taken control of the entire Hechuo group, but in reality, he had bought back a bomb at a high price. When Su Gilong and his faction went bankrupt, Cao Chuan was waving large sums of cash, buying up high-quality assets everywhere at rock-bottom prices. In just a few months, Cao Chuan's planning and short-selling of foreign stocks increased his assets by dozens of times, instantly propelling him into the top 20 of the global rich list and making him the wealthiest man in the country. His name shook the business world. Chapter 33. There are no secrets in the business world, especially for a well-known figure like Cao Chuan. Even a casual remark from him could be carried 10 miles by the wind, let alone what happened today. As the saying goes, good news does not leave the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. The shareholders' meeting, which concluded unhappily this morning, had almost the entire Zonghai business community knowing by noon that Cao Chuan had lost control of Hechuo. By afternoon, rumors spread that Cao Chuan had been kicked out, and by evening, it was rumored that Cao Chuan was bankrupt. Cao Chuan was already sleeping on the streets without even waiting for the next day. This is the power of rumors. Old Cao, what exactly is going on with you? Zhong Sheng asked, bewildered, in a tea house. I was kicked out, I was careless. Cao Chuan forced a smile, looking dejected. Zhong Sheng flew into a rage and rebuked, this Su Gilong is going too far. Do not worry, old Cao, I support you in this matter. Tomorrow, I will go to Hechuo. If Su Gilong and his people do not even give me face, I will cut off my cooperation with Hechuo. No, old Zhong, do not be impulsive. Cao Chuan said righteously, our relationship can involve business, but it is more about our personal friendship. You cannot let your company be affected just because you are standing up for me. If you do that, how will you explain it to your board of directors? And how will I face you? Zhong Sheng was moved and said, Old Cao, in the end, this matter is also because of Qinger. If it were not for her at the time. Hey. Old Cao quickly interrupted, saying earnestly, I will say it again. This matter has nothing to do with Qinger. Stop pinning these accusations on my daughter. She is my daughter too, my biological daughter. Zhong Sheng chuckled. Tisk, are biological daughters only for complaining about? I think you are not as good a father as I am. Anyway, do not get involved in my affairs. You should continue cooperating with Hechuo as you normally would. Maybe I will acquire Hechuo later. After all, it is not like I do not have money, Cao Chuan said. I cannot let old Zhong cut off contact with Hechuo. When the stock market crash comes, Hechuo will go bankrupt, and old Zhong had better suffer some losses too. Otherwise, how can I help you, old Zhong? Dad, Godfather. At this moment, Zhong Qinger's voice came from outside the private room of the tea house. Actually, Cao Chuan had heard Zhong Qinger at the door just now, otherwise he would not have said those words. Sure enough, Zhong Qinger hesitated for a while before coming in, with a look of apology and gratitude in her eyes. Her voice when calling him Godfather was even a bit sweeter. Zhong Qinger dressed differently every day, and today's outfit was exceptionally pure, with white sneakers, white socks, and a light-colored t-shirt dress. Her youthful and pretty appearance made Cao Chuan feel much better. Qinger is here. Come, sit next to Godfather. Cao Chuan laughed heartily. Godfather. Zhong Qinger giggled and sat down next to Cao Chuan. Zhong Sheng rolled his eyes. You naughty girl, you prefer your godfather over your biological father, do you not? Humph. Zhong Qinger let out a delicate snort and turned her head away. She had heard her biological father trying to push the responsibility onto her. She was not truly angry, but she still expressed her displeasure. Godfather was still the best to her, never blaming her for anything. The little girl linked her arm through Cao Chuan's and poured him tea, making Zhong Sheng look envious. Alas, a daughter I raised for 20 years, all for naught. Ha 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 ha. Cao Chuan roared with laughter. Zhong Qinger also chided, Dad, I pour you tea at home too. Anyway, you are an ungrateful girl. From now on, you can live with your godfather. Okay, Zhong Qinger said with a playful smile. They were all joking, but Cao Chuan took it seriously. At least he took it seriously in his heart, preparing to turn their conversation into reality. While drinking tea, Cao Chuan finally persuaded Zhong Sheng that they should continue cooperating and not let personal friendship affect the company. In fact, Zhong Sheng could not truly cut off cooperation with Hechuo either, as too much was involved. Not to mention the difficulty of explaining it to the board of directors, there were also projects worth hundreds of millions that could not just be abandoned. But in front of Cao Chuan, the attitude that needed to be expressed definitely was. Moreover, Zhong Sheng understood Cao Chuan, or at least he thought he did. He estimated that if he were to cut off cooperation with Hechuo, Cao Chuan would not agree. Indeed, Cao Chuan was as righteous as he had imagined. Old Cao, what are your plans next? How about you invest a portion in my company? You take a stake, and then I can rest for a while, and you can be the chairman. Zhong Sheng invited. Cao Chuan's ability was still obvious to all, and Zhong Sheng had been tired these years, indeed wanting to rest. The main reason was also his trust in Cao Chuan, not fearing that Cao Chuan would trick him. Although there is no true sincerity in business, Cao Chuan was not that kind of person. Cao Chuan shook his head with a smile, picked up the tea poured by Zhong Qinger, took a sip, and said with a smile, do not say such things. I plan to rest for a while recently, and then consider it in a few months. After all, I am still young. Zhongsheng asked curiously, you know, you really are getting younger and younger lately. How do you maintain yourself? Godfather, do not forget what you promised me, Zhongqinger also quickly said. Cao Chuan had previously promised her skincare products. Do not worry, I might forget anyone, but I will never forget my Qinger. Cao Chuan's arm was linked by hers. He did not take advantage, just left it still. You are the one who brushed against my hand. It has nothing to do with me. Godfather is the best, Zhongqinger said coquettishly. She was focused on the skincare products and did not notice the action at all. Zhongsheng could not see the movement under the table either. He just pretended to be jealous and said, is your biological father not good? Not as good as Godfather is to me, Zhongqinger snorted delicately. Haha, Cao Chuan laughed heartily. The three people's conversation was very harmonious. After another chat, Zhongsheng said seriously, all right then, you should rest for a while first, go travel and relax. I will keep an eye on Hechuo's situation for you. Anyway, I do not believe in Su Gilong's ability. Cao Chuan said, do not target Su Gilong for my sake. After all, Hechuo was built by me, so let us maintain some connection. Zhongsheng sighed, you really are not suited for business. After so many years, you are still so sentimental. It is also because the market was good before, otherwise, someone like you would not have made it. Zhongqinger retorted indignantly, nonsense. It is a good thing that Godfather is loyal. Otherwise, how could his company have grown so large? Zhongsheng was exasperated. You just side with your Godfather. From now on, move in with your Godfather. I will go when summer vacation starts. I will let Godfather take me traveling. Humph. Zhongqinger lightly snorted. All right. Do not upset your dad anymore. Cao Chuan quickly tried to mediate. He asked, Qinger, your summer vacation is coming soon, right? Is there anything you want to do? Godfather has some spare money now. I will invest in you. Really? Zhongqinger's beautiful eyes lit up. Absolutely true, Cao Chuan nodded. Godfather, are you not afraid I will lose money? Cao Chuan said indifferently, lose it then. If you lose it, Godfather will invest in you again. Anyway, Godfather has earned so much, I am not afraid of you losing it all. If you really lose it all, I will move into your house and let your dad support the two of us. I knew Godfather was the best. Then I will have to think carefully. I cannot let Godfather lose money. Alas, Zhongsheng sighed, old cow, you will spoil the child like this. It is fine, Qinger is not like that brat of mine, and Qinger is old enough not to be spoiled, Cao Chuan said. Exactly, Zhongqinger nodded repeatedly. Zhongsheng smiled wryly and shook his head. Actually, I was planning to let her come to the company's grassroots level to get some experience for a few years when she is a senior. I am not going. Most of your companies are construction companies, which do not match my major. I want to start my own business. I want to do beauty and skincare, or something related to fashion, Qinger said. Zhongsheng looked at Cao Chuan speechlessly. See, this girl used to be very obedient, but now you have spoiled her. Cao Chuan said, stop pinning accusations on me. Qinger is incredibly obedient. Exactly, Zhongqinger became his hype man, echoing Cao Chuan, making Zhongsheng seem like an outsider. Soon, Zhongqinger and Cao Chuan were on the same side, specifically targeting Zhongsheng. This tea session was quite enjoyable. Actually, Cao Chuan's talk of investment seemed casual, but he genuinely had that intention. Even if he understood the plot and knew what would make money in the future, most investments would be extremely profitable. However, Zhongqinger's role as the female lead definitely had the lucky cat gene. In the late stage of the plot, her company became the top cosmetics enterprise in the country, greatly expanding the national trend, and single-handedly created many national trend luxury goods. Her inherent personality was extremely wild, and her company also possessed this gene. In the business world, this personality was very suitable for pioneering and expanding. Moreover, the lucky cat gene in her character meant she made money no matter what she did, an unstoppable kind of success. Investing in her would always be extremely profitable. So even if he did not know the future plot, and did not invest in other industries, just investing in her would be enough for Cao Chuan to make a fortune. Dad, I am meeting Xiao later. Going out this late. Do you not see what time it is? Zhongsheng's brows furrowed slightly. Their family had very strict rules. Since Zhongqinger was in junior high, girls could not be out after 7 p.m. in the summer. In winter, they had to be home before dark. Although she was in college now, and the hours were gradually relaxed, there was still a limit. It was nearly 9 p.m. now. If she went out to play, would she not be out until early morning? It was also out of deference to Cao Chuan being present that Zhongsheng did not directly refuse. I am going to Xiao's house. We will order some barbecue, and then we will screen share a movie together. It is not like we are going out, Zhongqinger said earnestly, but under the table, her small foot gently kicked Cao Chuan a few times. The meaning was clear. She wanted Godfather to help her speak. Cao Chuan's heart trembled. Was this special plot about to begin? Her best friend, Xiao, finally appeared. In the plot, the exact timeline was not specified. After all, it was an urban light novel. If they wrote too much detail, they would easily create inconsistencies. So it was almost always a general timeline. Anyway, Cao Chuan only knew that it should be within these few days. But he did not expect such a pleasant surprise from meeting Zhongsheng today. Cao Chuan's expression was calm as he advised, Old Zhong Qinger is grown up now. She will be a sophomore girl soon. Can you not be less traditional? Besides, what could happen with Qinger and her best friend? Exactly, Zhong Qinger beamed with joy. Godfather understood her best. She gave him a signal, and he immediately knew what she meant. Fine, for your godfather's face, I will not bother scolding you, but I am telling you, Zhong Qinger, do not go too wild, Zhong Sheng said with a stern face. Got it, Zhong Qinger responded, then exchanged a smile with Cao Chuan, and subtly gave Cao Chuan a thumbs up under the table with her delicate hand. Chapter 34. Soon, Zhong Qinger left early to find her best friend, Tang Xiaoxiao. Cao Chuan and Zhong Sheng did not chat for too long either, parting ways around 10 o'clock. As he left, Zhong Sheng said, Old Cao, no matter what, if you need anything, just tell me. There is no need to be polite between us old brothers. Don't worry, I will not be polite with you, Cao Chuan said, a rare truthful remark. Zhong Sheng did not take it seriously however, because he felt he understood Cao Chuan. He believed Cao Chuan was not someone who liked to trouble others. It was already 10:30 when he returned to the mansion. The two little girls were already asleep. The door was not locked, so Cao Chuan quietly entered. Inside the room, there was the warm, fragrant scent of young girls. With the central air conditioning on, both were covered with thin blankets. But because they had tossed and turned in their sleep, the blankets had been kicked off. Their nightgowns had ridden up, and their cute little shoulders were exposed. Cao Chuan did not look much. He was in a hurry. Soon, he had to go out to meet Zhong Qinger's storyline and accumulate luck. He raised his hand and gently covered them with their thin blankets, then raised the central air conditioning by 1 degree to prevent them from catching a cold. Uncle, just as Cao Chuan was about to leave, in the dim room, Si-Hen's voice came. It was very soft, as if she were afraid of waking the already sleeping Bu Yao. Why are you not asleep yet? Cao Chuan asked softly, surprised. Hee. Si-Han giggled softly without answering. In reality, she was worried that Cao Chuan might get into trouble. She knew that scumbag wanted to deal with him, and she could not sleep peacefully until he returned. She did not explain, as her personality was very introverted. She did not like to say things out loud, preferring to express details through her actions. It is getting late, hurry up and sleep. You have classes tomorrow, and final exams are at the end of the month, so you cannot stay up late. Cao Chuan stepped forward and kissed her forehead. Good night, Si-Han. Good night, uncle. She liked such intimacy, smiling sweetly and snuggling into the covers. He went to the study. Cao Chuan did not hesitate, directly spending 1,000 villain luck points to purchase a work-type robot. He then spent 10 minutes completing the face customization. It was an Asian male, the same height as himself, with 99% similarity to his own appearance. It was his doppelganger. Its birthplace was in the villa's study. It appeared out of thin air, similar to space teleportation technology. Unfortunately, such technology in the system mall was unaffordable, costing hundreds of millions of villain points. He did not know the exact number of billions, as he was too lazy to count all those zeros, but either way, it was unaffordable. Master. Good, very good. Cao Chuan circled him several times, growing more and more delighted. He looked so much like himself, with only very subtle differences. It was enough to deceive people from a distance, and those who were not familiar with him. Cao Chuan then began to assign him tasks. 10 minutes later, the doppelganger changed into Cao Chuan's shirt, went to the villa's garden, poured a cup of tea, and began to ponder problems. This behavior was actually for the drone watching from a distance in the darkness. Lin Han's hacker was almost constantly monitoring Cao Chuan's mansion. He seemed to be waiting for Cao Chuan to go out or be alone, or perhaps he was monitoring Lu Si-Hen's life. Cao Chuan used the doppelganger to attract attention. Meanwhile, after a slight disguise, he slipped over the back wall under the cover of night, disappearing agilely into the darkness. Night. Approaching midnight. Zonghai suburbs. Dragon Bay was a paradise for street racers, much like Mount Akina's status in the hearts of experienced drivers. Dragon Bay was called that because its mountain road track had 66 turns. If viewed from an aerial shot, it wound like a coiled dragon. Dragon Bay was also known as the Road of Death, a name terrifying enough to strike fear into people, not to mention personally experiencing its long, unguarded mountain roads and unpredictable turns. One wrong move could send you plummeting off a cliff. According to statistics, more than 100 sports cars crashed off cliffs on the Dragon Bay section each year due to racing. Tonight, according to the original storyline, Lin Han was supposed to come. He loved racing, and he enjoyed anything thrilling. In the original storyline, Lin Han was invited by Zhong Qinger to race at Dragon Bay. Where Zhong Qinger was, naturally, the villain Cao Zhengyang would appear, followed by another round of senseless humiliation. But now the overall storyline had changed. Lin Han was being hunted, and the search by the authorities had not stopped. Moreover, Lin Han and Zhong Qinger did not have contact as in the original storyline, and Cao Zhengyang was no longer in the country. The plot had drastically changed. This was also the reason for Cao Chuan's planning, saving him a lot of trouble, and giving him enough time to defeat various destined heroines one by one, accumulating massive luck points. At this moment, Dragon Bay was already packed with people. Dragon Bay races were not held daily, and the timing was not fixed. Even in parallel worlds, street racing was illegal, so the circle there was very tight-knit. Notifications were almost always given on the morning of the race, with the race starting that evening. Furthermore, attendees were usually introduced by friends within the circle, preventing too many strangers from appearing. Most of the people present were young. Women were in mesh hot pants, and men were either in racing suits or showing off their muscles, all to display their best side. There were too many rich people there, so it was inevitable that some fake socialites and fitness instructors would come to latch onto the children of the wealthy. There were also many luxury cars on site. Aston Martins, Ferraris, Porsches, Lamborghinis, and even Bugattis were present, looking very much like a car show. Additionally, these cars had no license plates and were all modified, with their serial numbers filed off. This was the rule, to avoid implicating others if something went wrong. Everyone was there for the thrill, but they did not want to cause trouble. Therefore, on such a racing night, most people wore various masks or racing helmets to avoid being recognized. Of course, there were also a few show-off young masters who were not afraid of causing trouble for their families. Chinger, this is the road of death you were talking about. Shush, don't call my name. In a corner, two women were whispering. It was Zhong Chinger and her best friend, Tang Xiaoxiao. Clearly, Tang Xiaoxiao was visiting for the first time. Zhong Chinger, wearing a lady's fox mask, said, "Look at my mask. Here, call me Azure Fox, or just Fox. Is it that strict?" Tang Xiaoxiao was speechless. Zhong Chinger snorted. Nonsense. If my dad found out about this, it would infuriate him. And I finally managed to get into this circle. I don't want to cause trouble for myself or be recognized. Remember, call me Fox, and I will call you Phoenix. All right, Fox. What was I going to say just now? Tang Xiaoxiao forced a smile. Zhong Chinger rolled her eyes and said, "Anyway, just follow me, watch more, and talk less. Don't bother with anyone who tries to chat you up. I will drive later, and you will be my co-driver." "You are going to drive too?" Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed. "Of course I am going to drive. I secretly bought a car and stored it at the racing club. If I don't drive, what am I here for? But don't worry. I don't have a professional navigator, so I won't really race too fast. I am just participating. It is about participation, you know. Nothing will happen. I have done it several times." Zhong Chinger chuckled, full of confidence. In fact, it was true. Those who genuinely wanted to achieve results at Dragon Bay were almost all professional racers hired by wealthy young masters, and they all had professional navigators. Otherwise, with so many turns, even a tiny mistake could lead to a car wreck and death. So, most people were actually just participating. The minority who hired racers also had high stakes, with the lowest bet being $1 million for a single night. "All right, then be careful. Leave it to me. I will give you a thrill later." Chinger, what did you call me? "Ah, Fox." Zhong Chinger was finally satisfied. "That is better." Tang Xiaoxiao stammered. "I am a little nervous. I need to use the restroom, but there does not seem to be one here. Why are you so much trouble? I should have known not to bring you." "Never mind. Come with me, I will take you." Cao Chuan was also driving a Porsche convertible at this time. This car was prepared by Cao Rui earlier, and had been kept in a parking lot not far from the mansion. He was waiting for this special storyline. Cao Chuan also wore a mask, and had changed into slightly younger, flashy clothes with many pockets. His hair was not as neatly combed as usual, and he had a hint of men's cologne on him. Spraying cologne was not because Cao Chuan was being flashy, but because he was afraid Zhong Chinger would recognize his scent later. Women are olfactory creatures, they can confirm identity through scent. Men, however, are much simpler, they only care if a woman smells good. Sitting in the car, he searched for a while before finding Zhong Chinger and her best friend. They were easy to identify. The plot mentioned the little fox mask. Although there were several women wearing fox masks at the scene, their figures were recognizable at a glance. The figure of a destined heroine was not something ordinary people could possess. Truly beautiful legs are not necessarily thinner the better. In fact, some people's legs look uglier the thinner they are. What is truly beautiful is the bone structure and the form. Zhong Chinger was completely different from when she was having tea earlier. With a white fox mask and tight leather pants, and a small white t-shirt revealing a sliver of her slender waist, she looked exactly like a girl who frequented nightclubs. At this moment, her hidden attributes emerged. Looking back at the entire plot, it seemed only under a mask could she truly let loose. Tang Xiaoxiao beside her was no less stunning. Her face was not visible, but her figure was explosive, seemingly at odds with her personality. But who was more magnificent would require comparing them side by side. There would be an opportunity. In the original drama, she was actually quite pitiable, so she was not a heroine in the traditional sense. But with the appearance of our great gentleman Cao, her future should be very happy. "Handsome guy, is the co-driver seat open?" "Sorry, beautiful, I have a date tonight. I will find you next time." Cao Chuan turned around, looking at the fake socialite, who was hitting on him. She was pretty, but clearly had a plastic surgery face. Then, "Handsome guy, you must remember my number, I am Lulu." The woman handed him a fragrant pink business card, shaking her fake breasts. "Absolutely." Cao Chuan smiled and nodded. Old Cao was not a child of destiny, so there was no need to be rude to her. Everyone trying to make a living has it tough. If this were a child of destiny, he would surely drive her away with a disgusted look, needing to put on a show to appear pure and refined. But why bother? Chapter 35. Boom, boom, boom. The sports car tires burned rubber, and thick smoke billowed into the air. It was exactly 12 o'clock. The race was about to begin. It was not a group race in the traditional sense, but rather professional racers warming up the track. Several high-profile rich kids had invited these professionals to compete. Then came the familiar pre-race trash-talking segment. The harsher the insults, the heavier the bets. Soon, 3 young masters each placed a 2 million bet. Whoever's driver won took it all, and the loser got nothing. Do not think 2 million is a small amount. How many years has it been? This was just a small bet between 3 people. Privately, everyone else also placed bets with dedicated bookmakers. In just over 10 minutes, the total invested capital reached over 10 million. Boom. The graceful flag girl waved the flag, and 3 sports cars instantly shot out. Screams erupted from the scene. There was dedicated aerial tracking filmed with high-speed drones, making the footage extremely thrilling. As it projected onto several screens at the venue, everyone's adrenaline surged, and blood rushed to their brains. Xiao Xiao, look, isn't it exhilarating? Zhong Qing'er exclaimed. Her eyes were fixed on the projection as she instinctively hugged Tang Xiao Xiao beside her, shouting excitedly. Ow, you are hurting me. Didn't you say not to call out names? Tang Xiao Xiao rubbed her fair wrist, complaining. What did you say? Zhong Qing'er asked. The lower half of her face was exposed, her skin flushed, and with the surrounding noise, she could not hear what Tang Xiao Xiao said. I said, didn't you say not to call out names? Did I call your name? Yes. No, I didn't. You did, Tang Xiao Xiao said seriously. Forget it, whatever, just tell me if it is exciting or not. The first corner, he drifted directly. Awesome. Tang Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes. In fact, the live race was more of a performance than a real race. They were all rich kids, and the drivers were there to earn extra money. They were not really risking their lives, so they played it as spectacularly as possible. None of that mattered though. What mattered was that the rich kids present were young, and just looking for excitement. Some curses and swear words erupted from the crowd, presumably because the driver they bet on had fallen behind. But those in the lead became even more excited. In a flash, the 10-mile winding mountain road was completed. The yellow Porsche took first place. The red Mercedes took second. The last place was actually a green Lamborghini. Cao Nima, if you cannot drive, why the hell are you driving? So afraid of death, playing your damn road of death. Wouldn't it be better to go home and play with yourself? Soon, the curses at the scene sounded ceaselessly. Whether it was a fixed race or not, the Lamborghini driver had chosen to slow down crazily on the 180-degree death corners. The curses could not reach the mountaintop, and had no effect on the drivers, but several second-generation rich kids began their post-race trash-talking segment again. Hey, beautiful, want to ride in my car later? Get lost. A man wearing a mask with an evil smile on his lips approached Tang Xiaoxiao and Zhong Qing'er. He was mercilessly rebuffed by Zhong Qing'er. Since she was wearing a mask, all notions of being well-behaved or polite were discarded. Damn it you. One more word, and do you believe I will make your family go bankrupt? If you want to pick up girls, get lost. It is not your turn to pick me up. You. The rich kid's mouth twitched. To be honest, he did not dare to cause trouble here. Previously, there was a rich kid who also relied on his family's money and wore a mask so people would not recognize him, constantly harassing socialites. Fake socialites were fine, but real young misses of wealthy families rarely had gentle tempers. Before long, that rich kid was gone, and his family went bankrupt. However, this young rich kid was clearly unconvinced because he lost face in front of his buddies. He had said these 2 girls had good figures, and he could easily have them tonight. At this moment, all those hangers-on were watching. Little girl, get lost. You just wait for me. The young rich kid still chickened out, cursed, and turned to leave with a hint of gloom in his eyes. Not far away, Cao Chuan smiled slightly. This was the inertia of the plot. Even without Cao Zhengyang or Lin Han at this moment, what was destined to happen still happened. This counted as having made an enemy. The young rich kid's vengefulness would almost cost Zhong Qing'er her life. In the original plot, Lin Han saved her, which was his second time doing so. Afterward, he took her on various thrilling high-speed drives, causing the girl to fall deeply in love. But now, everything had changed. Tang Xiaoxia whispered, isn't it bad to offend people like that? Do you know him? No, I don't, Zhong Qing'er giggled. Besides, in a place like this, you have to act a bit fierce. Actually, it is my first time cursing someone, and it feels pretty good. Tang Xiaoxia was speechless. Aren't you afraid his status is higher than yours? Zhong Qing'er shook her head and explained softly, judging by his accent, he should be local, or from the surrounding area. I know almost everyone in Zonghai who is richer than my family, and he is definitely not one of them. Zhong Qing'er was not stupid. She was not the type to cause trouble for her father, but she was still young and underestimated human nature, and a man's need for face, easily getting enraged and doing foolish things on impulse. All right, don't mind him. Let's go get the car. Next, you just watch my performance. Really going? Tang Xiaoxia was very timid, stammering. She had prepared herself mentally before, but after watching the 3 cars race on the winding mountain road via the drone footage, she was scared. She did not dare to get in the car. Such high and steep cliffs, falling down would mean being flattened 100%. You are not chickening out, are you? Zhong Qing'er was dumbfounded. I don't dare to ride, it is too dangerous. Tang Xiaoxiao's voice was like a mosquito's hum. Zhong Qing'er huffed. You are the one who wanted to come with me. You said you wanted to see the world, and then you flake out after arriving. Tang Xiaoxiao grumbled. I said I came to see the world. I didn't say I wanted to race. Can't I just watch? Zhong Qing'er laughed in exasperation. She raised her hand and poked Tang Xiaoxiao's forehead. You little brat, daring to talk back. I am not talking back. I really didn't plan to race. You just let me off. I will watch you play, or you do not play either. It is too dangerous. Didn't you see how many times those cars were drifting right next to the cliff? It is too scary. Alright, you just watch, I will play by myself. Fox, you shouldn't play either. I finally waited for today. Why shouldn't I play? My speed isn't fast, and I won't do drifting or anything. I have driven this road many times. I will go slowly on sharp turns. I am afraid of dying too, you know. Zhong Qing'er snorted softly. She liked excitement, but not death. The group race began. Although not as thrilling as before, many people participated, and the atmosphere was lively. Cao Chuan drove a white small sports car, discreetly staying at the back, only 2 car lengths behind Zhong Qing'er. A horn blared, and the roaring sound was deafening. Tang Xiaoxiao, in the spectator stands, was nervous for Zhong Qing'er. Damn it, you bitch. Let me show you how powerful your daddy is. That rich kid from earlier was driving a Mercedes convertible, thinking he was cruising. He had attracted quite a few business cards from socialites earlier, but now his mind was filled with hatred for Zhong Qing'er and Tang Xiaoxiao. After being laughed at by his cronies, he had to vent his anger. He set his sights on Zhong Qing'er's red car. Zhong Qing'er was about to overtake when the black convertible behind her caught up and drove alongside her. Slightly startled, Zhong Qing'er instantly recognized the masked rich kid. The young man's mouth curled into an evil smile as he turned the steering wheel, seemingly preparing to collide with her. Zhong Qing'er was startled and reflexively turned the steering wheel, and that single action almost made her crash into the nearby mountain. She turned the wheel several times in quick succession to steady the car. Fortunately, her speed was not fast. Clearly, she was indeed frightened by his move. Once steady, she glared at him fiercely. The young rich kid laughed. You bitch, where is that arrogance of yours from earlier? She could not hear what the other person was saying, but she could tell from his expression that it definitely was not anything good. Was Zhong Qing'er someone who could be easily bullied? Clearly not. Without a word, she suddenly steered towards him. Bang! The sides of the 2 cars collided, sparking a burst of friction. Crazy, you crazy woman. The young rich kid had only intended to scare her earlier, and had no intention of actually colliding. After all, the car was very expensive, and almost all of his pocket money was tied up in it. Zhong Qing'er snorted and turned the steering wheel again, preparing for a second collision. This was even more exciting for her. The young rich kid quickly slowed down, dropping back 1 car length to avoid her. Boom boom. Zhong Qing'er frantically created engine noise, very much like a taunt. Damn it, if you want to die, I will help you along. The young rich kid was enraged, his eyes red. He stomped on the accelerator and surged forward. Chapter 36. The drone quickly spotted the situation. Originally, the drones were all chasing the sports cars in the front, watching for the thrill, but unexpectedly, a conflict broke out in the back. This was much more interesting than who came in first. The young rich heirs on site cheered and screamed, praising this conflict. It was so late, and this was exactly what everyone wanted to see. It is over. In the crowd, only Tang Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. Her small hands were tightly clenched. She naturally recognized Zhong Qing'er's car, but she did not know who Zhong Qing'er was clashing with. She was just worried about her best friend. The conflict began to escalate. Driving makes one's adrenaline surge, and it is easy for the brain to lose reason. Including Zhong Qing'er, the wildness in her hidden attributes was stimulated. With a series of crashes, both cars suffered varying degrees of damage. The young rich heir was also seeing red. He just tried to flirt, and he got scolded. He tried to scare her, and his beloved car was ruined. He had no intention of stopping, as stopping meant admitting defeat. Driving his black car, he swerved directly towards the rear of Zhong Qing'er's car. Ah! With a scream, Zhong Qing'er lost control of the vehicle. Ahead was a curve. The car spun a few times and rushed towards the cliff. Along the way, dust billowed, and the drone footage was like a thrilling movie scene, causing many people outside the track to hold their breath. Ah! Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, covering her mouth with her small hand, her face filled with horror. Some timid people nearby also screamed, but more people felt excitement. After all, too many street racers had died in Dragon Bay. Seeing such things often, they no longer felt fear, but rather grew more excited. At this moment, the destined heroine's great luck provided protection. The out-of-control car stopped, parking sideways on the cliff edge of the curve, only half a step from the drop. In other words, as soon as Zhong Qing'er opened the car door and stepped out, she would fall off. Just that little bit, and the car would be destroyed and she would die. Tang Xiaoxiao was too scared to look, but her eyes remained open. She did not truly relax until Zhong Qing'er stopped. Her 2 long legs were so frightened they felt weak. Hit him, knock him down. Many spectators on site loudly clamored. Before Zhong Qing'er could completely relax, she saw the black car rushing straight towards her, seemingly intending to knock her off the cliff in one go. Murder is illegal, but this was Dragon Bay. No one would call the police, and no one would testify unless the matter became huge. The drone footage would be cleared if someone died. There was a procedure for this, and no one wanted to cause trouble for themselves. Looking at the car rushing towards her, Zhong Qing'er's eyes changed from shock to terror in less than a second. She subconsciously started the car, but it was broken and could not move. Facing death, there was great terror in her heart. No one can calmly face their own death. She could fully imagine that the moment the car hit her, it would not even need much force for her and her car to roll down the cliff. Although this was not the top of the mountain, the survival rate was less than 1 in 10,000. Did she regret it? Yes. A hint of regret suddenly arose in her heart. She thought of her mother, father, relatives, friends, and even her godfather. There was even the annoying Cao Zhengyang. This had nothing to do with love. It was just a normal emotion in the face of death. Suddenly, a white Porsche appeared. Zhong Qing'er saw the white Porsche accelerate, performing the same maneuver and swerving behind the black car. The black car lost control in that second. At this point, it was already very close to the cliff, with nowhere to hide and no way to stop. A piercing scream echoed in the night sky as the black car vanished from the track. This was a sudden turn of events, and the drones captured it all. The people in the stands were all dumbfounded. Thump! Tang Xiaoxiao sat down on the ground at once, her legs completely weak. Perhaps it was the thrill of rebirth after escaping a calamity that made her whole body tremble. As for Zhong Qing'er, she was not doing much better. She was just a 21-year-old girl. The thrill she sought had suddenly hit the ceiling. Street racing, the great terror of death, and a hero descending from the sky to save her. A series of plot twists made her heart pound rapidly. Get in the car. Cao Chuan drifted to a stop beside Zhong Qing'er's car, slightly altering his voice. Zhong Qing'er saw him but could not move. Because her legs were also weak, even her body and limbs felt soft. Cao Chuan got out, walked over, and forcefully pried open the warped car door with a grating, screeching sound. Come, Cao Chuan extended his hand. Zhong Qing'er reached out. Upon contact, she only felt very warm, and an unparalleled sense of security arose. Cao Chuan unfastened her seatbelt and asked, "Can you walk by yourself? I might not be able to move, my legs are numb." At this moment, Zhong Qing'er no longer had her previous ferocity, becoming soft and gentle. "I will help you, watch your head." Cao Chuan bent down and pulled her out, simply giving her a princess carry. The feel of those leather pants was good. Up close, Zhong Qing'er looked at Cao Chuan's face. He wore a black half-face mask, only revealing his mouth. She did not recognize him. His eyes usually looked upright and proper, but at this moment, he only gave her a slight sense of familiarity. Cao Chuan turned around and, with a reverse kick, he directly moved Zhong Qing'er's car half a step. With a series of bangs, it rolled down the cliff. This was destroying evidence. Zhong Qing'er looked back. She thought the mountain on the cliff edge had cracked, causing the car to slide down. If this man had not come to carry her out, she would have died. Meanwhile, in the audience stands, everyone was exclaiming and cursing because the drone suddenly lost signal. The live feed became a screen full of static. Cao Chuan's hacker had already infiltrated the system. Some footage could not be shown to people. Cao Chuan bent down and placed her in the passenger seat. This action brought them closer, almost face to face. Zhong Qing'er could feel the warmth of this man's breath on her lips. Her heartbeat rapidly increased, reaching a critical point. Cao Chuan suddenly lowered his head, their masks collided, and their lips touched. Zhong Qing'er's beautiful eyes snapped open. This was too sudden. However, there was no refusal in her heart. She felt it was too sudden, but soon, she slowly closed her eyes. He was directly given 10,000 points of luck, with the reason saving the dying and aiding the injured, and the destined heroine's affection. Saving people would not bring any luck to a villain, but the destined heroine's affection was a massive profit. At the same time, it completely changed the character's ending and the overall plot. After a long while, Zhong Qing'er forcefully pushed Cao Chuan away. It was not out of anger, but she felt a little breathless. It was her first time. Cao Chuan curled his lips, mimicking the Dragon King's smirk, but unfortunately, he felt it was not very natural. He would have to practice more in the future. Cao Chuan smiled as he returned to the driver's seat. At this moment, Zhong Qing'er was breathing heavily, having recovered. She looked annoyed and angry, her face flushing. How could you do this?" Her tone seemed angry, but her voice held no trace of annoyance. Cao Chuan said calmly, "Saving your life, it seems fair, would you not say? You treat this as a transaction?" Zhong Qing'er glared, now genuinely a little angry. This was her first time, and she wondered what kind of person he took her for. It is not a transaction, but an involuntary act. Still, one needs to find an excuse, otherwise, I would seem like a complete scoundrel, Cao Chuan said. Zhong Qing'er pouted, turned her head away, and a hint of a smile flashed in her eyes. Chapter 37. Still going, Cao Chuan glanced sideways. Still going what? Zhong Qing'er turned her head. Cao Chuan said, "Still racing. We have not reached the finish line yet." Zhong Qing'er's mind was in a mess right now. For a moment, she did not know how to make a decision. Cao Chuan spoke, "Forget it. You do not look like you can offer any constructive advice. And, someone died. To avoid trouble, let us leave Dragon Bay first." Listen to you. Zhong Qing'er nodded. Her tone unconsciously became soft and sweet, deferring to Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan started the car, almost performing a spin and drift on the spot. The car sped down the mountain again. When passing the starting point, there was no pause. They simply left. Many people were also departing because someone had died. Poor Tang Xiaoxiao was completely forgotten by her best friend. It took her a long time to get up. Fortunately, she had driven her own car there, so she could go back by herself, but she was not sure if she even dared to drive. In short, she needed to calm down for a while. Cao Chuan was an old driver with excellent skills. He sped down the mountain, fast and steady all the way. Zhong Qing'er secretly peeked at Cao Chuan a few times, seeming to want to say something, but swallowed her words. Her small hands rubbed back and forth along the bottom edge of her small t-shirt. It was clear she was conflicted. Cao Chuan could guess some of a girl's thoughts. She was likely agonizing over the relationship between them. If it had been Lulu, who handed him her business card earlier, she definitely would not have this concern. At most, she would just be debating how much money to ask for. But for Zhong Qinger, this was a crucial question. Cao Chuan knew it well, but he changed the subject. Your car is at the bottom of the cliff. Did you register with your real name when you bought it? Zhong Qinger quickly shook her head. No, I bought it through a middleman at the racing club, and it was also handled. The other party does not know my information. You are quite clever, Cao Chuan said. Zhong Qinger hummed in response, then fell into a tangled state again. After a long while, she finally spoke. Do you have a girlfriend? What? Want to pursue me? Cao Chuan counter-questioned. Why not? Did I just take advantage for free? Zhong Qinger, thinking she was masked, spoke without reservation. As expected of the destined heroine, her thought process was unique. It was also the influence of the character setting. Having taken advantage once, she seemed to feel compelled to marry the other party. In fact, many heroines in every book have this character setting gene. Otherwise, how would the child of destiny start his harem? But now, Cao Chuan was the one benefiting. This character setting is great. Cao Chuan smiled slightly. Hey, what does he mean? Zhong Qinger frowned. Do you know who I am? Cao Chuan asked. I do not know, but it is not very important, is it? As long as you do not have a girlfriend, Zhong Qinger said. Cao Chuan glanced at her figure. Cannot see your face, but your figure is all right. It is just a bit underdeveloped, barely meeting my aesthetic. You. Zhong Qinger was furious. Her small face flushed as she looked down. Then she angrily chided. I am only 21. You are not trying to say you can still grow, are you? I am not well read, so do not try to fool me. Cao Chuan chuckled. She was not really big, but she was not exactly small either. A B cup, or a legendary small C. If you squeeze, there is something there. For a leg fetishist, this feature is optional. As long as it is not flat, it is acceptable. You are so annoying when you talk. You definitely do not have a girlfriend. Zhong Qinger was probing in every word. She did not want to be a third party. Cao Chuan smiled, then asked again, where to now? Your place, or mine? Zhong Qinger was stunned by the question. Her heart rate suddenly accelerated. She wanted to refuse but seemed a little timid. Her head felt hot, and her body was warm. Finally, she feigned calmness. To your place. Good. Cao Chuan drove toward another location. He definitely could not go back to the mansion. Before he had completely devoured her, revealing his identity would ruin everything. Zhong Qinger had become obedient now, no longer speaking, her gaze fixed on the passing streetscape outside the window. She felt uneasy, but also a little expectant. She had once imagined what her boyfriend would look like, but it was all vague. Until now, a clear image began to form in her mind. Soon, the car arrived at an underground parking garage. After parking, Cao Chuan asked, it is still not too late to regret it now. Tell me an address, and I can take you home. Zhong Qinger was nervous. She felt like running away. She could almost understand Tang Xiaoxiao's feelings at the time. Where is Xiaoxiao? Oh no, I left Xiaoxiao at Dragon Bay. Forget it. I cannot worry about her right now. Cao Chuan's words stimulated her, making her hesitant mood harden. Who is afraid of whom? Let us go upstairs. Once we go up, there is no chance to regret it. I will not regret it. Zhong Qinger was susceptible to provocation. Finally, the two entered the elevator and went up to the 26th floor, to a large flat apartment. This was an apartment rented by the number 1 simulacrum, Cao Rui. Someone would come to clean it every few days, and all supplies were complete. It was prepared for accumulating luck. Cao Chuan always planned 3 steps ahead. Can the mask not come off? As soon as they entered the door, Zhong Qinger spoke, her voice trembling. Cao Chuan understood her concerns. At this moment, there was no need to say anything. Speaking too much would destroy the aesthetic. Therefore, even the living room lights were not turned on. Only the small wall lamp in the entryway was lit, and the dim environment made the atmosphere warm. Cao Chuan went straight forward and lowered his head. First love always tastes like this. When you get old, it stinks. Zhong Qinger was very nervous before entering the door and thought she would be awkward, but in fact, there was no resistance. Soon, driven by Cao Chuan's actions, the two moved from the entryway to the living room, then to the kitchen, then to the bathroom, and finally to the master bedroom. Don't ask why. Cao Chuan was also here for the first time, and was not very familiar with the layout of the large apartment, getting lost several times. Fortunately, Zhong Qinger had no chance to speak, and did not open her eyes. At the same time, in a modified warehouse on a makeshift boxing ring, Lin Han was vigorously hitting a moving punching bag, venting the resentment and anger that had solidified in his heart. He had considered simply killing people and leaving. With his skills and his team members, plus his support from the outside, no special forces unit in the country could currently match them. However, the thought was only momentary. His reason suppressed his impulsiveness. He wanted to wait until the express package from overseas arrived, which contained Cao Zhenjiang's finger. If he could avoid falling out with the authorities, he did not want to become an international fugitive. Even now, he did not feel he had done anything wrong. Was it not just hitting someone and escaping from prison? Was it a big deal? He could explain it clearly afterward. It was not worth carrying the label of an international fugitive for life over such a small matter, for those two damned father and son of the Cao family. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his heart. Lin Han knelt on one knee, one hand on the ground, the other clutching his chest, his face pale as paper. Boss, King Kong, who was eating ice cream and playing a game on his phone nearby, quickly dropped his phone, jumped onto the boxing ring, and looked at Lin Han nervously. Boss, are you all right? Coo. After several deep breaths, the sharp pain finally lessened. I am fine. Lin Han stood up with King Kong's help, his face still pale. This feeling, in the dark, it seemed as if something was moving away from him. It was indescribable, yet very important. This feeling was much stronger than the slight palpitation he felt in the detention center. Lin Han did not know that this time, he had been deprived of a part of his unique luck blessing by the heavenly Tao in the dark. The protagonist halo cracked. In other words, once all his luck disappeared, even if Cao Chuan did not kill him, he would gradually become mediocre, or be killed in a simple mission by ordinary enemies. Just like many ordinary people on the battlefield, dying without a ripple. This is the treatment and final destination of someone without a protagonist halo. On Cao Chuan's side, it was a night of twists and turns. Completed the first kill of the destined heroine, destroyed 50% of the Child of Destiny Lin Han's protagonist halo, and the host's villain halo has increased by 50%. The more thoroughly the Child of Destiny's halo is destroyed, the more rewards are settled. The faster the kill, the more generous the settlement rewards. Destroying all of the Child of Destiny's halos is also considered a kill. Villain luck plus 50,000. A huge explosion of rewards. Cao Chuan was beaming with joy, almost laughing out loud. Villain luck had broken the 100,000 mark for the first time. This night, he had gained a full 60,000 from Zhong Qinger. Everything was worth it. He could easily add 10 years to his lifespan. The destined heroine, as expected, carried great luck. In comparison, old Joe was truly an old piece of trash. Killing him probably would not yield much luck. The most important thing was that the protagonist halo was weakened by 50%. As one waxes and the other wanes, the gap will become increasingly apparent. Even with equal luck, Cao Chuan could make Lin Han look like a pathetic dog. Now, he should be able to find an opportunity for a direct one-hit kill, but he also needed to prevent this guy from taking him down with him. First, cut off his wings, which also counts as destroying his halo. He had to admit, that group of desperados around him were capable fighters, while around him, Old Third probably could only show off. As for buying combat-type simulacrums, it was not time yet. Combat-type simulacrum costing 10,000 luck each were not cost-effective, and not needed for now. He could equip a few at critical moments to use as trump cards. Chapter 38. Cao Chuan turned his head and glanced at Zhong Qinger, who was sleeping beside him. He changed his clothes and left immediately. This was not a place to linger. It was not yet time to reveal his true identity. Although destined heroines often possessed a personality that leaned toward being loyal once a bond was formed, this had only been their first encounter. If she discovered his true identity now, she might become embarrassed or unable to accept the reality, thus disrupting his current plans. Cao Chuan did not have the time to spend excessive effort coaxing girls. It would be far better to resolve the situation with Lin Han and reap the subsequent rewards first. Only after a few more meetings, once she was completely devoted, would it be appropriate to reveal the truth. By then, she would be much more likely to accept it. After Cao Chuan left, he sent a message to his doppelganger. Subsequently, the doppelganger, wearing a mask, left the mansion in a luxury car convoy and arrived at the company. Although Cao Chuan had been ousted from Heichuo Real Estate, he still owned his own investment firm, Tianxia Capital, which was wholly owned by him. The doppelganger arrived at the restroom. Cao Chuan, who had been waiting there, exchanged jackets with the doppelganger. Finally, he placed the doppelganger back into his storage space. A simulated immortal master, which was technically just a robot without a soul, could enter and exit the storage space freely. This would serve as a trump card. By releasing combat robots from the storage space later, combined with Cao Chuan's own strength, and the incomplete protagonist halo of Lin Han, it should not be difficult to deliver a fatal blow. It was 9:30 in the morning. With a low moan, Zhong Qinger slowly opened her eyes. Everything in front of her was pitch black. Subconsciously, she touched her eyes and pulled off the silk strip that had been binding them. Her consciousness immediately returned, and she remembered everything from the previous night. Her face flushed red instantly, especially when she looked at the messy room, and the clothes scattered all over the floor. It had truly been wild. Hiss. With a movement, she felt a tearing sensation, and almost broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. Although Cao Chuan had been very gentle at first, and provided plenty of foreplay, it could not withstand the long duration of their later battle. I am really crazy. Zhong Qinger patted her forehead, muttering to herself. I do not even know who the other person is, and I just gave myself away so easily. Zhong Qinger, oh Zhong Qinger, is this still you? At this moment, all the excitement from last night had vanished, and the suspension bridge effect had faded. She felt more or less regretful. It was not regret for being with the man, but regret for being too easy, which made her feel cheap. It went completely against her values. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything. Zhong Qinger wrapped herself in a bedsheet and walked barefoot out of the bedroom. It was her first time seeing the layout of the large flat, which was truly luxurious. She had no time to spare, however, and searched for her man everywhere. Where is he? Did this scoundrel just leave after he was done? She breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, she did not know how to face him anyway. But then she became unhappy again. She felt that the other party did not care about her, or that because she gave herself too easily, he would not cherish her. Ha! Suddenly, Zhong Qing'er saw a piece of paper on the coffee table. Upon closer inspection, it was a message left by the man. This is a house I rented. I occasionally come here to drink when I am in a bad mood, so this is my independent little world, and no one knows about it. I am not writing this for any other reason. I just do not want you to feel like I am a scoundrel who plays around and then dumps someone. If you miss me, you can call me, or if you are shy, you can send a message. This is my number, 1383838-438. Signed Anonymous Boyfriend. Ha! Zhong Qing'er pursed her lips and smiled. As an experienced player, how could he make such a low-level mistake? Cao Chuan knew very well that after a first encounter, he had to stay by her side, or remain in contact, otherwise, there would be endless trouble and resentment. But the current situation was different. They did not know each other's information, not even their appearances. Leaving a note was sufficient. Clearly, Zhong Qing'er's expression was satisfied, but she still pouted arrogantly, muttering, "Humph, anonymous boyfriend, I will not contact you." In his office, Cao Chuan was organizing recently intercepted investment projects when a message came from a separate phone. This phone had been prepared by Cao Rui and kept in the Porsche. It only had one contact number, Zhong Qing'er's. Looking at the text message received, Cao Chuan's mouth twisted in an unnatural smirk. Damn it, being a child of destiny was really hard. Ordinary people really could not do it. Cao Chuan replied, awake? Humph, just one word? Cao Chuan retorted, humph what? Did you not say it yourself? You did not want me to see your face, so when I woke up this morning, I did not even remove the silk from your eyes and just left. Is that not enough respect for you? You are honest. By the way, what should I call you from now on? Whatever you want. I will call you Little Fox, Cao Chuan replied. Then I will call you Bad Guy. Cao Chuan mused, am I bad? Bad, you treated me like this the first time. Regretting it. There was silence for several minutes on the other end. Finally, Zhong Qing'er replied, I said I would not regret it, but if you do me wrong, I will definitely make you regret it. One could imagine her feigned, fierce expression. Cao Chuan answered irrelevantly, dinner tonight? Zhong Qing'er pondered for a moment. Tonight might not work. I did not go home yesterday, and my parents will be worried. Good girl. I told you I am only 21, and I am graduating soon. How old are you? Humph. If you do not want to say, then do not. I do not care to hear it anyway. I am not chatting with you anymore. I am going to take a shower. I am all dirty, I hate it. Do you want me to come back and join you? No way. I am leaving soon. What is the password to this place's door lock? 3838438. What kind of weird password is that? I am going to take a shower first. That. Bad guy. Goodbye. Goodbye, Little Fox. Oh, there is one more thing I almost forgot to mention. I left an ointment for you on the bedside table. Apply it to the wound, and it will stop hurting soon. Got it, bad guy. It was a cliché first chat, but a little better than expected. Moreover, the relationship between them was subtle. It was very much like the relationship between Meng Lang and Meng Gu from a classic tale, with a strange sense of anticipation and excitement. As for why she did not want to show her face, she was actually worried that the other person might change after knowing her identity. After all, her family was not just ordinarily wealthy. She had heard too many stories of relationships changing due to money. She wanted to use this method of communication to see if they were suitable, and when the time was right, she would tell the truth. The phone rang suddenly, startling her. She saw the call was from Tang Xiaoxiao. Zhong Qing'er stuck out her tongue slightly and answered with an embarrassed expression. Tang Xiaoxiao's anxious voice came through. You finally turned on your phone? If you had not, I would have gone to your house to look for you. Please do not go, Zhong Qing'er said quickly. Tang Xiaoxiao asked, where did you go? You were gone all night, and yesterday's race was too dangerous. You almost scared me to death. Thinking of the danger, Zhong Qing'er felt lingering fear. Thankfully, the bad guy had appeared, otherwise, she might be a cold corpse now. Don't worry, I won't go again, she promised. She had also discovered a new world last night. There were many exciting things, and she did not necessarily have to go street racing. Where are you now? At a hotel. Why are you at a hotel? Oh, it is hard to explain in a few words. Wait for me at your place. I will come find you at noon. Okay. Zhong Qing'er stretched her legs from under the sofa and gasped, inhaling sharply. It hurt so much. However, recalling details from last night, a rosy blush spread across her skin, making her shy. The reason Cao Chuan had told her that it was a rented house was so that she would not make wild guesses, otherwise, she would definitely have been suspicious. Cao Chuan was a cunning old fox. His words were always a mix of truth and falsehood. Arriving in the bedroom, Zhong Qing'er held the unbranded ointment in her hand, muttering, this bad guy is quite thoughtful. Chapter 39. In the afternoon, Cao Chuan returned home feeling refreshed and invigorated. Uncle. Both little girls were there, because the college entrance examination was approaching, and their school was one of the examination sites. The entire junior high department had been given an early holiday. Except for the third-year students who still had classes, everyone else had a full 4 days off. This made Xiao Buyao incredibly happy. Anything that did not involve studying or doing homework could make this little girl happy for a long time. Are there any places you want to go during these few days off? Like an amusement park, Cao Chuan gave them both a pat on the head, which the girls seemed to enjoy. He could feel the increased charm of his villain aura. It made characters who already had a good impression of him feel even closer. Similarly, after the villain aura increased, it would make children of destiny like Lin Han dislike and detest Cao Chuan even more. If other children of destiny appeared in the future, perhaps the first time they met, they would want to kill him. This was the opposition of auras. If they met, one had to die. Okay. I want to ride the pirate ship, Xiao Buyao said with a beaming smile. However, Lu Sihan hesitated. We still have a lot of homework. In an instant, Xiao Buyao's doll-like face fell, and she looked at Lu Sihan with resentment. Lu Sihan chuckled, mimicking Cao Chuan's gesture, and reached out to pinch Buyao's little cheek. Although I also want to go to the amusement park, we really do have a lot of homework. We have final exams at the end of the month, and we have so many practice papers to finish. We cannot play too wildly, or our heart nature will become unruly. At this moment, Lu Sihan was very much like an elder dotingly advising a junior. This made Buyao pout. All right, but I still want to play. No one usually takes me to the amusement park Mom promised me before, but she always broke her word. Lu Sihan said, then after the final exams, I will go with you. Buyao still pouted. A child's heart is impatient. How could she wait a whole month? Cao Chuan chuckled. It is okay if we do not go out to play. I will teach you how to swim, buy some water toys, and a big water slide. Turning the house into a water park is not bad either. Okay. Buyao was happy again. Lu Sihan also beamed with joy. It was not that she did not like to play, but she understood priorities. Going to an amusement park would mean leaving in the morning and returning at night, wasting a whole day, but swimming at home would not. They could play for a while in their free time after finishing homework. Uncle, you are too good, Buyao said coquettishly. Lu Sihan also agreed, nodding heavily. Cao Chuan smiled and pinched Buyao's chubby cheek. It was not actually fat. It was very springy to pinch. All right, stop buttering me up. Now go quickly do your homework. The more you do, the more time we will have to play later. Han, you really need to help Yao Yao a lot. Don't worry, uncle, I will, Lu Sihan promised. We are going to do our homework now, Buyao said, now less resistant to the task. Go ahead. I will contact someone to send some toys over. If all goes well, we will be able to play soon. Watching the two overjoyed girls go upstairs, their little legs kicking quickly, Cao Chuan did not look for long. He was currently in a period of contemplation. He had enjoyed himself too much yesterday. Please remember, at this moment, his surname is Cao, as in the virtuous cow of the ancient tales. That night, the two girls did their homework until 11 o'clock. This was Buyao's suggestion. She wanted to finish her homework early so she could play for a few days. The two little girls took a bath and went to bed close to midnight. In the middle of the night, a groggy little girl walked into the wrong room again, just like that other night. But this time, did Buyao really make a mistake, or was it fake? It did not seem that important. 2 days passed in a flash. Cao Chuan was lounging at home. He did not bother with business matters, not even his own investment company. Most projects were currently on hold, and there were no new projects requiring investment. He was even too lazy to deal with the matter of hunting down Lin Han, which made Director Zhou, that old scoundrel, breathe a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that Cao Chuan would come to the bureau every day and scold him. At this moment, Cao Chuan was very much like a lazy fish, doing nothing. To outsiders, this behavior would be seen as full of disappointment and decadence. Only Cao Chuan himself knew how happy he was. Every morning, Buyao would walk into the wrong room, and in the morning, Cao Chuan would quietly carry her back to Lu Sihan's room. This was already a little secret between the two of them. People with secrets develop a closer relationship at a visible speed. Today was June 8th. It was the college entrance examination period, and also the third day of the two girls' holiday. Finally on this day, all their homework was finished, dozens of papers were completed, and all the facilities in the swimming pool were set up. After cleaning and ventilating overnight, it was ready. Inflatable water mats, various large water guns, swimming rings, bodyboards, and even pressure water cannons transformed the swimming pool into a battlefield. A decent water slide was indispensable, along with some water volleyball nets and water polo goals. In short, Cao Chuan bought everything that could be played with in the water. But first, he had to teach them. Bend your legs slightly. Don't be so stiff, Cao Chuan said, patting Lu Sihan's tensed calf muscles. Yes, just paddle backward like that. Breaststroke is like a frog. Move a little slower, a little more gently. Do not be so tense and stiff, and you basically will not sink. I will hold you. You practice your legs first. Cao Chuan pulled little Sihan, retreating little by little in the pool, as the little girl kicked her legs backward. Afterward, it was Buyao's turn to learn. Actually, swimming is very easy to learn. Basically, once you have swallowed enough water, you have learned it. Moreover, with Cao Chuan teaching them, and correcting their leg posture little by little with hands-on instruction, in less than half an hour, both of them could swim freely in the pool with the help of a small bodyboard. This made the two girls incredibly happy. Their swimsuits were relatively modest, not exposing their waists, and having skirts at the bottom, making them look more like one-piece dresses. This was what Cao Chuan asked them to wear, giving the reason that as girls grow up, they should not expose themselves casually. These words made the two little girls trust Cao Chuan even more. In reality, Cao Chuan did not want the drone monitoring the mansion from the sky to see his private matters. He did not take down the drone, but he also pretended he never noticed it. It was indeed hard to spot. Heezy, a top-ranked hacker and skilled mechanical engineer, made his own drone. Its materials utilized optical principles. If one were to look at the sky with the naked eye, it would be like a mirror merging into water. Nothing could be detected at all. He had considered recruiting Heezy for his own use, but in the end, he decided against it. Cao Chuan was not short of hackers. "Uncle, I am coming. You have to catch me well. I am afraid of choking on water. Come on, do not worry, I am here." At the top of the high slide, Bu Yao sat on the edge, repeatedly cautioning him, seemingly afraid to go down. It was not actually very high, just a little over 2 meters, but she had just learned to swim, so it was inevitable to feel a little fear. Fortunately, Cao Chuan was waiting below, ensuring she would not be in danger. Whoosh. Finally, Bu Yao came down. The little girl let out a high-pitched scream, but in the scream, besides the release of fear, there was also some thrilling excitement. Ha 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 ha. Cao Chuan used the inertia of the pool's current to gently bring her into his arms. The little girl hugged Cao Chuan, jumping and cheering excitedly, having a great time. Lu Si-han was not to be outdone, and the two of them took turns on the slide. Cao Chuan acted as their protector, catching them again and again to prevent them from choking on water. Bang! In the warehouse, Lin Han's face was ashen green, as he furiously smashed the laptop in his hand to pieces. The images Heezy transmitted back made Lin Han's blood pressure skyrocket. Actually, there was nothing wrong. They were just swimming. They were dressed very normally, even conservatively. Lin Han could not see anything, anyway. But the reason Lin Han was angry was that Cao Chuan's physique was not inferior to his at all. Perfect abs, a powerful waist, and a solid back. Lin Han, with his long-term training and combat experience, could tell at a glance that Cao Chuan's muscles were definitely not the kind of protein muscles developed in a gym. The most intuitive manifestation was that the muscles were not bulky, but firm and powerful. This was the so-called combat-type muscle. Do not be fooled by their smaller size compared to gym-developed muscles. Such a person would not find it too difficult to fight 10 opponents. Bruce Lee had this kind of muscle, flat and powerful. Muscles that are too bulky can affect agility. Lin Han could not imagine why a middle-aged man in his early 40s, according to his material, could maintain such a good physique, not inferior to his own. Of course, this was just on the surface. The main reason Lin Han was so angry he almost had a cerebral thrombosis was because of Lu Si-han's closeness to Cao Chuan. Every time the little girl flew into his arms, she would cling to Cao Chuan for a long time. Lin Han's eyes turned red, his fists clenched tightly, and the veins in his neck throbbed. The killing intent was impossible to conceal. The surrounding air seemed to have dropped by more than 10 degrees, chilling to the bone. At this moment, King Kong returned from outside the warehouse, carrying a box in his hand. "Boss, the package has arrived." "Good." Lin Han gritted his teeth, squeezing out a single word that carried a frosty chill, his eyes filled with even stronger killing intent. The overseas materials had finally arrived. Now, let us see how Cao Chuan could still smile. Cao Chuan's son's life or death depended on Lin Han's mood. Chapter 40. That night, the two girls were bathing. Meanwhile, in the study, Cao Chuan looked at his phone. A text message was displayed. "Hello, President Cao, hee. Did you have fun this afternoon? Well, you might not be able to be happy anymore. Go check your email. I believe you will be very interested in some things." Needless to say, if this smug tone did not belong to Lin Han, Cao Chuan would stream himself performing a handstand while having diarrhea. He did not rush to reply or call. Instead, he opened his computer to see what Lin Han had sent. Having already deviated from the initial plot, Cao Chuan did not know what to expect. Moments later, the email opened. It contained several pictures of 3 severed fingers. They were bloody, placed in a box of crushed ice. Below the pictures was a message: "President Cao, these fingers should be familiar, right? These were sent back from overseas by Cao Zhengyang. If you want them, come to warehouse number 31 on the marked road. You had better not play any tricks this time, otherwise, one call from me can ensure Cao Zhengyang dies a horrible death overseas. Do not believe me? You can continue to call the police this time." Cao Chuan chuckled. He truly did not believe him. If Lin Han had not mentioned calling the police, Cao Chuan would have forgotten that option. However, there was no rush. Cao Chuan took out his phone and called the number. The call connected immediately. He heard a cold laugh from the other end. Cao Chuan feigned confusion and asked, "Lin Han, congratulations, you got it right." Lin Han chuckled. Cao Chuan casually turned on the voice recorder next to him. "Lin Han, what the hell are you playing at with me? Speak properly. Do not be angry, President Cao. You saw the email content, right? I think we need to meet, just you and me." As expected of a child of destiny, Lin Han did not get angry after being cursed at. Cao Chuan asked in a deep voice, "How much money do you want? Do you think I lack money? Heh. Then what do you want? I just want to meet you. You would not deny me this small wish, would you, President Cao?" Cao Chuan spoke with feigned exasperation. "Lin Han, I do not know how my family has wronged you, or whose money you have taken to deal with me, but I am telling you, this Cao fears threats the least." Lin Han sneered. "Still so tough? I admire people with backbone, but your son might not have one. Shall I send you a video from overseas?" He cried so pitifully, constantly calling for your help. Lin Han, if you have the guts, come at me. What kind of act is kidnapping my son? Cao Chuan roared. Lin Han laughed. I will be waiting for you. I hope you do not play any tricks this time, otherwise, you will never see your precious son again. Wait, speak, Cao Chuan said. You should know that I am surrounded by special agents. How can I possibly go out and meet you alone? If I go out, they will all follow. Lin Han snorted. That is your problem, President Cao. I am sure you will find a way, right? It will take you at most half an hour to drive here. I will give you an extra half hour. If you do not arrive within an hour, by tomorrow morning, you will receive news of your son's demise. Good luck, President Cao. He hung up. Cao Chuan turned off the recorder and smiled faintly. With this recording, the authorities would undoubtedly intensify their efforts to apprehend Lin Han. Previously, the conflicts had been ambiguous, but now, with the confirmation of a kidnapping, severed fingers, and a credible threat of murder, the situation was severe. Cao Chuan dialed Director Zhou's number. He launched into a torrent of creative cursing. Director Zhou was stunned, his fatigue forgotten as his anger flared. Old Cao, do not go too far. I know I have issues, but I am currently in the process of apprehending. Cao Chuan continued his barrage of insults before switching to a tone of grief and indignation. It is not that I want to curse you, old Zhou, but Lin Han has kidnapped my son again. He wants me to meet him in an hour, otherwise, my son will be dead by morning. You are always apprehending him, but have you caught him? Can you even do it? What? Your son has been kidnapped again? Director Zhou was shocked. Was your son not sent overseas? Yes, I sent Zheng Yang overseas for treatment, but Lin Han kidnapped him there and cut off 3 fingers. 3 fingers, old Zhou. Director Zhou knew the trouble was immense. This would attract intense international and domestic scrutiny. He did not come to the villa, as Cao Chuan warned him that Lin Han's people might be watching. Instead, he organized a massive special task force. They were given strict orders if the suspect resisted or attempted to escape, he could be shot on sight. Cao Chuan's task was simple: make it look like he was traveling alone. He sent his doppelganger to drive toward the warehouse, while the real Cao Chuan remained protected. Inside the warehouse, Lin Han looked at drone footage of the single car approaching. King Kong, Lin Han said. Boss. The burly man next to him stood up. Notify the brothers. Check your weapons. Prepare for battle. King Kong grumbled. The old man is coming alone. Do we need to be so cautious? I alone can crush him. Lin Han felt an inexplicable unease. His intuition, usually sharp, felt dull, a side effect of having his protagonist halo stripped away. Half an hour passed. King Kong, has it been half an hour? Yes, exactly half an hour. Where is he? Still on the way. The old man is driving slowly, only 40 kilometers per hour. Lin Han's heart trembled. No tail, right? No. Don't worry, boss. Even if he is John Rambo, I can handle him. King Kong laughed. Lin Han lit a cigarette, pondering, but the unease grew. 3 minutes later, 2 gunshots rang out in the night. The people inside the warehouse stood up. King Kong. The old man is still on the way. Damn it, it is a trap. Lin Han flicked his cigarette. Boom. The rusty iron door of the warehouse flew inward, slamming onto the ground. A group of special forces surged in. Hands on your head. Squat down. Surrender your weapons or die. Gunfire erupted. The battle had begun. Chapter 41. It was already 11 o'clock at night. Cao Chuan's motorcade arrived at the underground parking garage of a high-end residential complex. This was Cao Chuan's most relaxed outing recently. There was nothing monitoring them from the sky, and there was no danger whatsoever. Now, all they had to do was wait for Director Zhou's special task force to make their arrests. Meanwhile, Cao Chuan sat in the back seat of the Bentley, holding a new phone, texting and chatting. Little fox, are your injuries still not healed? It has been several days. Should I take you to the hospital tomorrow? Cao Chuan texted. Piffed. You bad guy. Always thinking about bad things. I am telling you, next time I will not let you succeed so easily. Cao Chuan chuckled, his fingers still typing replies. I did not say anything. I just asked if your injuries were healed. If they are, I would like to treat you to dinner. I will think about it. I have been busy lately. Tomorrow, I am going with my dad to see my godfather. Your godfather? Is he a legitimate godfather? Piffed. Do not talk nonsense. My godfather is very good to me. If you keep talking like that, I will really get angry. All right, I was just joking. I will go visit him with you sometime, Cao Chuan said with a smile. Who said I wanted you to come along? Meeting the parents depends on your performance. What? Parents? I treat you as my girlfriend, and you treat me as a parent? That is going too far, little fox. Forget it, since I dote on you, do whatever you want. From now on, we will address each other differently. I will call you darling, and you call me godfather. It is settled, Cao Chuan said. My performance? Was my performance not good enough? 3 hours, only a 10-minute break in between, and you were the one who called for it. Piffed. Does this girl have no other insults besides piffed? That is not good. Later, I will have to teach her what flirting means. Squeak. Soon, a voice came through Cao Chuan's earpiece. Boss, they have moved. Hearing the voice in his earpiece, Cao Chuan's expression remained unchanged. He did not reply, simply continuing to type his message. I am going to handle some work. You should get some rest too, get your beauty sleep. I will ask you out for dinner next time. Oh, okay, Zhong Qinga replied with 2 words, seemingly a little displeased. Don't let her seem like she cannot stand Cao Chuan's way of talking. In reality, her wild nature does not reject it at all. A little bit of naughtiness makes the conversation more engaging. So, the sudden farewell made her a bit unhappy, but her reserve would not allow her to act spoiled or clingy. When pursuing a girl, sometimes you have to be like this. You need to know how to be elusive, to learn to actively end conversations with girls, and not always wait for the woman to say she is going to shower before you say goodnight and get some rest. That puts you in a passive position. Pay attention, this is important, and will be tested. The scene shifts. In the warehouse, a fierce battle had already broken out, turning everything into chaos. The moment the special forces rushed in, Lin Han's men were no pushovers. They were all seasoned veterans, tougher than any special forces, so they ignored warnings and opened fire directly. The 4 individuals, including King Kong, chose to retaliate immediately, simultaneously shooting out all the lights in the warehouse. This was experience, because they were very familiar with the layout and cover inside the warehouse. The lights going out gave them an advantage. After all, when outnumbered, they had to find a way to gain the initiative from other angles. Otherwise, this group of people might be completely wiped out in the first round of the surprise attack. Veterans are veterans. Although young Dragon Wang Lin Han was a bit of a show-off, it could not be denied that his subordinates were indeed very strong. In a short amount of time, they had already gained the upper hand in the warehouse. Heezy. Lin Han pulled out the earpiece from his pocket and connected to their internal channel. Yes, boss. Heezy quickly replied. What is going on? Boss, why are there gunshots on your side? Damn it, are you dead? Lin Han, hiding behind a sandbag for cover, angrily rebuked. You are in charge of the perimeter security and cameras around the warehouse. How could you let special forces sneak right up to the door? What? Heezy's heart skipped a beat. Soon, Heezy said, that is not right, boss. The footage on my end shows that the warehouse is very calm. There are no special forces outside at all. Plus, I have surveillance on the authorities' side, so if the special forces had a major operation, there is no way I would not know. Heezy's defenses were not bad. Unfortunately, it was all within Cao Chuan's calculations. What seemed effortless was actually a meticulous scheme that had them completely cornered. Damn it, do you think I'm playing games with you? Shooting myself to put on a show for you? Lin Han roared. Heezy was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly said, it is over. My surveillance equipment has been hacked. The footage has been tampered with. It is from a few days ago. I knew it was too calm. Lin Han felt like he had heard the biggest joke of the year. Lin Han gritted his teeth and said, you are a hacker. Is your world ranking fake? Someone managed to hack your system without a trace, and you are only just finding out now? Boss, something is wrong. The opponent is very powerful. I do not know when they hacked in. Even if the top 3 hackers teamed up, it would not be that easy to hack me, Heezy said. At a time like this, you are still bragging. Lin Han's mouth twitched, his face filled with exasperation. Boss, you guys evacuate immediately. I have probably been discovered too. I need to leave right away. Damn it, Heezy, I will settle accounts with you later. Lin Han roared in anger, then said into his earpiece, everyone, break through. After breaking through, discard all communication devices on you and rendezvous at point B. Lin Han's orders were sound. Since Heezy had been hacked, it indicated that the authorities had powerful experts in charge. At least, Lin Han believed it was the authorities, and definitely not Cao Chuan. There were only a few hackers in the world who could outwit Heezy. Now that Heezy had been hacked, it could only be the work of an advanced team, and his own communication devices were likely being monitored. Not discarding them now was for smooth communication during the battle, allowing them to coordinate. Throwing them away after breaking through was also fine. On Heezy's side, cold sweat was already pouring down. He really was not bragging. He was ranked in the top 10 globally, but he truly did not know when he had been reverse hacked. If the other party wanted to mess with him, they could expose his location to the local police immediately. For this type of hacker, the standard approach is arrest. So Heezy did not bother to consider when he was hacked, nor whether the other party had exposed him. In short, running was the right move. First, leave here and go to the safe house at point B. Such teams, when going to any place, would spend time researching routes and preparing at least 3 safe houses. These safe houses would also store food and water, and even various modes of transportation. Bang! At this moment, a breaching ram outside directly smashed open the door. Immediately, a group of people rushed in, heavily armed. It is over. They really did call the police. Heezy looked at the dark muzzles of the guns, his heart filled with curses. These bastards do not play fair. Honestly, generally, hackers at their level would not do this. Even if there was enmity, there was still the dignity and rules of top-tier hackers. For example, if the other party stealthily reverse-hacked Heezy, their goal would absolutely be to show off and boast above all else, because these were achievements. Even if they really called the police, they would give a 5 or 10 minute heads up, a pop-up with a countdown on Heezy's screen, before the police arrived, giving Heezy time to escape. This was a game of hunter and prey, known in the industry as playing the monkey. It was extremely insulting. How could they secretly call the police without giving any warning? The police were already at the door, and there was no commotion here. If it were not for the incident at the warehouse, Heezy would still be eating spicy crayfish. Damn it. No martial virtue. You old six, do not let me find out who you are. Anyway, Heezy was confident he would not die. No matter which country arrested him, he could survive because he had a skill that any country needed. With good luck, he might even get promoted, get rich, and live off the state, with social security and a pension for the rest of his life. The only thing he might lose was his freedom. His thoughts were only for a moment. He consciously raised his hands, holding them high. He looked as thin as a stick, with a simple and honest smile, appearing a bit comical. Officers, can I please finish my last few crayfish first? I have obsessive-compulsive disorder, and I will be very uncomfortable if I do not finish them. Of course, I will cooperate with the authorities very much. I am a good person. I have not committed murder or arson. I just play on the computer. Actually, I am a red hacker. Really, a few years ago I even attacked old America's official website. Ow, ow, my arm, my arm, my arm. It hurts so much. Are you guys all bandits? Damn it. Hiss. I was wrong. Do not twist it anymore, it is breaking. The skinny monkey was directly taken out, and the few computers at the scene were preserved and sent to relevant units for testing. From beginning to end, Cao Chuan did not show up, because there was no need. If he wanted to recruit this monkey, he might have shown up to put on a show. But unfortunately, his 3 subordinates, individually, he did not know if they were a match for Heise, but combined, they were invincible. The level of tacit cooperation among the simulacrums was not as simple as a few ordinary hackers teaming up. Moreover, Cao Chuan could now summon 100 such hackers. Coupled with tonight's calculations and arrangements, he could probably summon 150 hackers, so this monkey was dispensable. Boss. Warehouse battle over. Target escaped. Got it. Hearing the hacker's words, Cao Chuan's expression remained calm. He said to Old San in front, Old San, let us head back. Old San drove personally, and the motorcade departed. Cao Chuan was genuinely not surprised by the news of Lin Han's escape. He was a child of destiny. You know what that means? Could an ordinary person kill him? That would be truly unbelievable. At this current stage, unless Cao Chuan personally intervened, relying on the villain Halo to counteract Lin Han's half-crippled protagonist Halo, it would be possible to kill him directly. So, besides Cao Chuan, even if you brought in the army, you might not be able to kill him. But Cao Chuan did not go personally this time, because Lin Han still had half of his protagonist Halo protecting him, so it would not be safe for him to go. It was also to increase his luck. Tonight's scheme, to be precise, was aimed at Lin Han's subordinates. Now, some were dead, some were captured. With only Lin Han escaping alone, how much of his Halo could possibly be left? Killed 5 main members of the protagonist's faction, captured 1. Destroyed 20% of the Child of Destiny Lin Han's protagonist Halo. Host's villain Halo increased by 20%. The more thoroughly the Child of Destiny's Halo is destroyed, the greater the settlement reward. The faster the kill, the richer the settlement reward. Destroying all of the Child of Destiny's Halo is also considered a kill. Villain luck plus 20,000. Reasonable. Cao Chuan smiled. Isn't this exactly what he wanted? And thinking about it, it was indeed very reasonable. The incident with Zhong Qinger 3 days ago provided a lump sum of 50,000 luck, including a 50% destruction of the protagonist Halo. Firstly, it was the first kill, the first blood. Secondly, Zhong Qinger was the initial female lead of the entire story, and a major female lead. And looking at the entire plot, Zhong Qinger indeed accounted for half of it. So, the remaining 30% of the protagonist Halo should be on Lei Ting. Lei Ting belonged to the late-stage major female lead, so at this current early stage of the plot, Lei Ting accounting for 30% was already quite high. Because her early appearances were not extensive. Don't ask why Lu Si-han is not included. Because Lu Si-han, to be precise, does not belong to the female leads and cannot be broken. Moreover, Lu Si-han is currently in the stage before 14 years old, a period protected by heavenly laws. Anyone who touches her at this time will die. In the late stage, little Si-han will still be a lone figure. The author of this story would never marry Lu Si-han off, nor arrange a man for her. At most, her screen time would diminish, gradually marginalizing her. If she were given a boyfriend, what would be the difference from writing about a classic heroine being touched by a villain while masked? It would probably just collapse. Readers would send razor blades. Therefore, Cao Chuan could repeatedly gain villain luck from Lu Si-han, but he could not rely on her to destroy the protagonist Halo. This was the difference. Next up was Lei Ting. By then, with 100% destruction of the protagonist Halo, the settlement reward should be very generous. Chapter 42. It was already 11 o'clock when I returned to the mansion. After showering, I put on a bathrobe and poured a cup of green tea. The phone rang. I glanced at the caller ID, Director Joe. Cao Chuan curled his lip in disdain, then answered the phone. Hello, old Cao, I am sorry. Cao Chuan was too lazy to even feign anger. Apologizing in the middle of the night was pointless. With Director Joe's explanation, Cao Chuan learned the specific situation inside the warehouse. One lookout had died outside, and all 4 members inside the warehouse were shot dead. Lin Han had been shot twice and was now on the run. Cao Chuan did not care. Even if Lin Han were shot 2,000 times, he would likely still be dancing around the next day. It was simply absurd. The authorities had also suffered casualties tonight. From this moment on, the nature of the entire incident had changed. An international mercenary injuring someone was vastly different from one killing someone and fleeing. It was clear that Lin Han's protagonist Halo had begun to weaken. Old Cao, do not worry. Overseas authorities have contacted Interpol, and they have locked down his location. Your son will be fine, and I have sent more people to protect your villa. Lin Han is seriously injured, so we might catch him soon. Cao Chuan laughed dismissively. He has already escaped, and you think you can catch him? Do not be ridiculous, Director Joe. Just wait to take the blame. With such a massive operation, letting the main culprit escape again will make everyone doubt your ability. You will not escape unscathed. The call ended. Cao Chuan took a sip of the warm green tea, his thoughts drifting. The situation was becoming clear. Lin Han no longer posed a threat. His connections in the country were ruined, his subordinates were dead, and his resources had been exhausted or confiscated. The mercenary circle would soon learn that the Demon Wolf Group had been annihilated upon entering China, which would deter others from following in his footsteps. Therefore, the remaining forces of the Demon Wolf overseas would effectively be neutralized by their rivals. Lin Han had no forces and no methods left. However, one should never underestimate a child of destiny. A wounded beast is the most dangerous, and villains in novels often lose everything right before the dawn of their victory. This was why Cao Chuan had not confronted Lin Han directly. He had acted by leveraging forces and going with the flow. He was eroding the protagonist halo steadily. Now it is up to you, Lei Ting, Cao Chuan murmured. Uncle. As Cao Chuan sipped his tea, a faint voice came from the stairs. He looked over to see the girl in the yellow Pikachu nightgown, Bu Yao. She was adorable, with messy hair and hazy eyes. Why are you awake? Cao Chuan asked. I hurt so much. Cao Chuan stood up. Ha, my whole body's muscles ache. The little girl made a pained face. Cao Chuan chuckled. You scared me. I thought you were sick. Aching muscles are a natural reaction after a long period of inactivity followed by sudden intense exercise. You will be fine tomorrow. Swimming that afternoon had been tiring. Lu Si-han was used to exercise, but Bu Yao was the lazy type. But it hurts so much that I cannot sleep. Bu Yao looked pitifully at Cao Chuan. Come here, I will give you a massage. You will be fine tomorrow. Bu Yao's face lit up with joy. In this area, Cao Chuan was absolutely professional. The god-level killing technique he possessed was not just for combat, it included comprehensive knowledge of training and post-exercise muscle relaxation. Even without that, his massage skills were top-notch, learned specifically in his previous life to satisfy the wives of powerful leaders. The effect was immediate. After he relaxed her muscle groups, the little girl's pain diminished significantly. That night, Bu Yao did not sleepwalk. She was too tired, and if she had not been woken by the pain, she probably would have slept until dawn. Meanwhile, in a room in an independent courtyard in the old city, Lin Han was treating his own wounds under a dim lamp, having removed the bullets from his body. Blood flowed over the floor, and his bare upper body was wrapped in irregular bandages. Lin Han's eyes were bloodshot. He could feel no heartache for his fallen comrades, he only wanted to kill. His bloodthirsty nature, no longer suppressed by reason, surged to the surface. As his protagonist halo shattered, he was transforming into a murderous maniac, with no morality or bottom line. Lin Han's voice sounded like a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. Cao Chuan, I will make you wish you were dead. Your family will be ruined. Chapter 43. The next morning, Zhong Sheng arrived, and Zhong Qinger was with him. Godfather. Oh, Qinger is here too. I haven't seen you in a few days, and you've become much prettier. Do you have a boyfriend? Cao Chuan asked with a puzzled expression. His words were practically asking if she had been enlightened, as she now possessed a charm a young girl shouldn't have. Zhong Qinger's eyes flickered with panic, and she quickly retorted with feigned anger. Godfather, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhong Sheng looked at Zhong Qinger in surprise, but his eyesight didn't seem to be sharp today, as he didn't notice anything. Still, his gaze made Zhong Qinger nervous. She quickly changed the subject. Naughty Godfather, you only know how to bully people. I'm not talking to you anymore. Ha 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 ha. Cao Chuan chuckled and waved his hand. All right, Godfather was wrong. By the way, go play in the backyard. There are 2 other little girls at home. 2 little girls? Zhong Qinger was taken aback. Zhong Sheng had heard a little about them, but didn't know the specifics. Cao Chuan casually explained. One of them, her mother used to be my first love, but she passed away. The girl lived with her grandmother, who also passed last year, so I took her in. I plan to be her guardian, as she is only 13, and cannot live independently yet. The other is her little best friend. Her mother is also a real estate businesswoman. Old Zhong, you might even know her. I know her too. Bu Jinyan. Zhong Sheng suddenly realized. Oh, so it is the Iron Lady. Zhong Qinger was puzzled. Iron Lady? A famous female tycoon in the real estate circle, but she is often overseas, so it is normal you haven't heard of her, Zhong Sheng said. Cao Chuan nodded. That is right. Bu Jinyan is often overseas. This little girl has nowhere to go during her recent vacation, so she is staying here. Qinger, go play with the younger sisters in the backyard. Just don't mind them being young. No way, Godfather. I will go see them, hee. Zhong Qinger, full of youthful energy, rushed to the backyard. She had almost given herself away earlier, and couldn't wait to leave that troublesome conversation. She also secretly grumbled that her godfather's eyes were truly sharp, seeing right through her. She would have to give him a heads up later to make sure he never brought up that topic again. After all, her family wouldn't allow her to date so early, much less lose her virginity so soon. Watching her graceful figure and slender, beautiful legs disappear through the back door, honestly, Cao Chuan felt a certain warmth in his heart. Unfortunately, he couldn't express it for now. Cao Chuan led Zhong Sheng into the living room, had the maid serve tea, and said, Old Zhong, you don't need to worry about me. I am just resting at home for a few days, not as decadent as the rumors say. Zhong Sheng, with his balding head, smiled and shook his head. I am not worried about you. I am off today and wanted to come play a few rounds with you. Chess. The original Cao Chuan and Zhongsheng were chess buddies, and both were actually terrible players, equally matched, so it was still enjoyable. But the current Cao Chuan really didn't like playing chess, mainly because he had played too much in his previous life and had never won. As a driver accompanying leaders, would you dare to win? Over time, his interest in board games had greatly diminished. Alright, let's play 2 rounds. Don't cry if you lose. You say that, but I hope you're not the one crying later, Zhongsheng snorted with a laugh. Ha, whoever cries will know. Less talk, get the chessboard and set up the pieces. In the backyard pool, it was the last day of the 2 girls' vacation, and they had no homework. In the morning, Buyao's muscles were still sore, making her limp down the stairs. But soon, once her muscles were active, the pain subsided. The little girl was also at an age where she remembered the good times, but not the bad. After breakfast and a short rest, she ran off to swim again. She had just learned yesterday, and that rush of excitement hadn't worn off yet. However, when Zhong Qing'er appeared, the 2 girls were stunned. This older sister was so beautiful. Hello, everyone. Zhong Qing'er wasn't shy at all, smiling and waving to the 2 little girls in swimsuits. Lucy Han was more sensible. Although she didn't know who the other person was, since she could come to the backyard without her uncle, it meant she must be a very close person. Hello, older sister. My name is Lucy Han. My name is Buyao. Lucy Han, Buyao, your names are so lovely, and you're both very pretty, Zhong Qing'er praised. Older sister, you're very pretty too, Lucy Han said. Yes, Buyao nodded along. Buyao was a bit shy. Despite her family's wealth, she wasn't as composed as Lucy Han. Lucy Han suddenly asked, older sister, what is your relationship with uncle? Zhong Qing'er smiled. That is my godfather. My dad came to see him today, and I came along. I just didn't expect you 2 to be here, so I came to play. Oh, Lucy Han's mood didn't change much. However, a hint of hostility flashed in the little eyes of Buyao beside her. Godfather? No, that is my dad. He can't just be anyone's godfather. Buyao was a possessive baby, much like a newborn, spending every day in her mother's embrace, gradually becoming familiar with her mother's scent, voice, and appearance, and absolutely not allowing anyone to usurp her place. Of course, except for Lucy Han. Buyao didn't mind sharing with her. Older sister, can you swim? Yes. Then, older sister, do you want to swim? Lucy Han asked. Zhong Qing'er smiled and shook her head. Older sister didn't bring a swimsuit. I will just watch you 2 swim. Alright then. Their relationship was truly unfamiliar, and there was an age gap, so after a couple of sentences, they went back to their own activities. Zhong Qing'er, a little bored, leaned back in the lounge chair, her straight, beautiful legs crossed, her crystal-like toes with pink nail polish gently wiggling, humming a little tune. It was evident that Zhong Qing'er had indeed become more concerned with her appearance recently. Whether it was her makeup, hair accessories, or even her nails, everything had to be perfectly clean and adorned. Out of boredom, Zhong Qing'er took out her phone, her delicate hand tapping on the keyboard. Bad guy, what are you doing? Soon, the reply came, chatting with a client. Zhong Qing'er pursed her lips and replied, liar, how can you chat with a client and text me at the same time? The reply quickly came, because you're more important than the client, and this is an old client. We are just having tea and chatting. It is not like we are discussing big business. Zhong Qing'er didn't care if the other person was lying or not, as long as she was happy hearing it. She said, humph, you know how to talk. Since you are so good with words, how about dinner tonight? What should we eat? Where should we go? Should we make a reservation in advance? I don't want to eat out. How about we cook ourselves at the house you are renting? Zhong Qing'er immediately sent another message, remember to wear your mask. Cao Chuan replied, can I not wear it? Why? Do you really want to know what I look like? Zhong Qing'er leaned back in the lounge chair, her calves kicking up and down, a playful smile on her lips. She felt she had the other person exactly where she wanted him. The more curious he was about her, the greater her advantage. Cao Chuan replied, of course I am a little curious about your appearance, but I don't necessarily need to know right now. After all, I promised you that we would meet officially when you are ready. It is just, I was thinking, if we eat at home, wouldn't it be strange to wear masks? Zhong Qing'er pondered, imagining the scene, and it did seem a little odd. But she quickly replied, it does feel a bit strange, but wearing masks to eat at a hotel outside seems even stranger, doesn't it? Haha, I guess so too, Cao Chuan replied. In the living room, Zhongsheng said speechlessly, can you show me some respect? We are playing chess. Who are you so engrossed in texting? My cannon is at the head, check. Cao Chuan casually moved his elephant and said with a smile, I am chatting with a client. Texting a client? What kind of client? Can't you just call her? Zhongsheng asked, puzzled. Cao Chuan raised an eyebrow. A female client. Zhongsheng understood immediately, gave him an old-fashioned eye roll, then laughed and said, is she pretty? Very pretty. Zhongsheng chuckled mischievously. But you really should find a female client to settle down with. Living alone is just not right. I think the Iron Lady is quite good, and her daughter is even living with you. You are in a favorable position. Cao Chuan retorted with a half-smile, envious? Zhongsheng quickly waved his hand. Don't exaggerate. You know my wife's temper. If she heard that, even if she knew it was a joke, she probably wouldn't let me off the hook. Zhongsheng's hometown was Tianfu, and so was his wife. In their local dialect, Zhongsheng was a henpecked husband. Besides affection, Zhong Sheng was genuinely afraid of his wife, because his current achievements were largely due to having such a capable spouse. By the way, my wife also said to come over for dinner sometime. Don't always be alone. She will introduce you to some of her best friends later. Do I need best friends? Cao Chuan asked, puzzled. Zhong Sheng almost twisted his back. Laughing and scolding, I said, to introduce her best friends to you, not to introduce you to best friends. Well, you should have made that clear. Now you are blaming me? Zhong Sheng said irritably. Cao Chuan smiled and said, all right, I will go to your house for dinner sometime. It has been a while since I saw sister-in-law. I miss her very much. The tone of this remark was fine. Zhong Sheng didn't think much of it. After all, their families had been close for so many years. Zhong Sheng nodded. I will have her cook your favorite braised pork herself later. That sounds great. Checkmate, you're dead, Cao Chuan said. Zhong Sheng looked at the chessboard, a black line forming on his forehead. Oh, so you are feigning an attack to the east while striking to the west, huh? Talking about food with me, and then revealing your killer move. You are quite ruthless now. Ha 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 ha. Serves you right for being distracted. You lost, call me dad. Get lost. Zhong Sheng laughed with exasperation. Again, he immediately conceded and started to set up the pieces again. Come on. Cao Chuan also became a little interested at this point. Damn, so this is what winning at chess feels like. He had truly lived for decades in vain in his previous life, never winning at chess. Stupid leaders. Chapter 44. Backyard. Oh dear. I am sorry, older sister. No, it is fine, it is fine. A small accident occurred. Two girls were having a water fight. The high-pressure water gun was exhilarating and had a long range, instantly drenching Zhong Qinger, who was standing by the shore. It was a thin gauze dress for summer, so it became transparent with one spray. It was Bu Yao who had sprayed her. It was unclear if it was truly an accident or on purpose. In any case, it was normal for the protector of the baby to do anything. Zhong Qinger could not get angry with a little girl, and this shot seemed to ignite her wild side. Can I join the water gun fight? Zhong Qinger put down her phone, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Older sister, do you not have a swimsuit? Can I wear yours? Zhong Qinger smiled, looking at Lu Sihan. Lu Sihan was about 1.6 meters tall, and Zhong Qinger was only a little more than half a head taller than her, so it was likely the swimsuits could be shared. Lu Sihan did not refuse, and the two went to change immediately. Lu Sihan looked at Bu Yao. Yao, wait for us for a bit. We will be right down. Oh, Bu Yao pouted, a little unhappy. She should have known not to spray her with water. Annoying. That morning, the living room and backyard each enjoyed their own activities, no one disturbing the other until lunch. Zhong Qinger had already changed back into her own clothes, so the two elders playing chess in the living room did not see her in her swimsuit, even though that swimsuit was a bit small, making her figure particularly curvy and giving her a somewhat bound appearance. The men could not see it. This was a plot setting. All female leads had a will not be taken advantage of gene in their character settings. Special parts of their bodies would not be seen by ordinary men, and not even a little advantage could be taken. Otherwise, the story would be poisoned. Even her biological father, Zhong Sheng, and godfather, Cao Chuan, were not qualified to take advantage on the surface. Especially before Zhong Qinger knew Cao Chuan's true identity, her feelings were only open to the bad guy. As long as she did not indulge herself, her chastity was protected by the heavenly laws. Of course, Cao Chuan could still take advantage because he had the great villain halo. This halo could ignore heavenly protections and specifically target plot characters. As the villain halo absorbed more protagonist halos, its level increased, achieving true consistency without plot holes. At lunch, Zhong Sheng and Cao Chuan learned about the incident in the backyard. Zhong Sheng looked at Qinger and scolded, "You are such a grown-up. How could you bully your two younger sisters?" Zhong Qinger gave a wry smile. "How could I? A water fight is all about give and take, is it not? We had a lot of fun. Ask Han Han and Yao Yao. Did I bully them? No, older sister had a lot of fun playing with us, Uncle Zhong." Lu Sihan shook her head repeatedly. Even Bu Yao, although there was a hint of competing with Zhong Qinger for her father's affection, did not lie and also shook her head. It was clear that girls' friendships could be established in a very short time. Enough, old Zhong. It is just kids playing around. Why are you, an old man, getting involved? Come, let us drink. Cao Chuan raised his glass and clinked it with Zhong Sheng. Zhong Qinger gave her godfather a thumbs up, knowing he was protecting her. Zhong Sheng helplessly said, "Old Cao, you just spoil her." Zhong Qinger mumbled, "My biological father does not spoil me, so my godfather has to." "Hey, you girl, you are so disrespectful now, even talking back to me." Zhong Sheng glared. "Drink. Are you still not done arguing with a child? Did you lose at chess just now and are full of resentment?" Cao Chuan snorted, directly interrupting old Zhong's scolding of his daughter. Zhong Sheng said bitterly, "I see it now, you two are in cahoots. Let Qinger live with you from now on. I am not raising an ungrateful child anymore." Before Cao Chuan could speak, Zhong Qinger was already happy. Great. It is much livelier here than at home. I can play with my two younger sisters." Zhong Qinger's eager expression made Zhong Sheng feel another wave of bitterness, feeling that his daughter was lost upon encountering Cao Chuan. Everyone had a very happy meal, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. But not everyone's lunch was happy. For example, the serious crime unit. The pressure throughout the municipal bureau was extremely intense. Ever since Lin Han escaped from prison here, the entire bureau had lost its usual smiles. In such circumstances, smiling was a crime. Therefore, in a unit that had lost its smiles, the environmental atmosphere was unimaginably terrifying. Boss, you say, is Lin Han really that powerful? How many times has it been? Were those special forces and armed assault teams' combat capabilities overestimated? In the cafeteria, members of Serious Crime Unit 3 sat in a corner, discussing the recent arrests. They were expressing doubts about the capabilities of the special forces. They wondered if they had been hyped up, questioning if special forces could not defeat a mercenary. Even the military had begun to raise questions, holding several meetings, seemingly preparing to reorganize the Special Operations Brigade and research new training methods. I think so too. The special forces are hyped up a bit too much, but when it comes to actual combat, they do not seem that tough. Exactly, if it were our Unit 3, Lin Han would probably be dead by now. Boss, do you not agree? The young ones all looked at Lei Ting. Lei Ting chewed on her scrambled eggs with tomatoes, her gaze distant and expressionless. She swept her eyes over them. Are you really that idle? How is it that each of you is worse than me, a woman, so good at gossiping behind people's backs? If you are not convinced, go challenge the special forces to a fight and see who is better. No, boss, we are not gossiping. We are just casually chatting during dinner. Lei Ting said coldly. All right, cut the nonsense. Although we are not involved in the direct arrest now, our work is also crucial. Conducting interviews and investigations, looking for clues, and finding Lin Han's hideout. He is currently injured, and his danger level is not small. We need to find him as soon as possible to prevent him from acting recklessly and harming innocent civilians. Yes, boss. After dinner, as soon as Lei Ting put down her tray, her phone chimed with a text message. She had not paid much attention initially, but when Lei Ting's gaze fell on the message content, her expression subtly changed. The text message read, Hello, Team Leader Lei. I might know Lin Han's whereabouts, but I am a detective. I will not provide any information for free, not even to the authorities. This is an industry principle and rule. I think this information is quite valuable, so I am wondering, do you want to buy it? Of course, if you do not want to buy it, that is fine too. I will contact others. If Team Leader Lei is interested in purchasing, you can contact me at this number. The sudden text message made Lei Ting a little excited. Although she was not responsible for direct arrests, her thoughts were actually somewhat similar to those of her subordinates. She felt that the special forces might have been overly hyped. In any case, she did not think she was inferior to special forces soldiers. Her only disadvantage might be being a woman, which indeed put her at a disadvantage compared to male soldiers in some special missions. Deep down, Lei Ting also wanted to prove herself, to prove that women are not inferior to men. She was not a personality that would easily admit defeat or back down. Moreover, it was precisely because of this character setting that some of her special plotlines appeared later. In the original work, it was due to some special plotlines that she and Lin Han became intertwined, and Lin Han saved her several times. Chapter 45. Lei Ting was no naive girl. She did not immediately reply to the message, nor did she call to inquire. Instead, she first used her connections through the Municipal Bureau's Information Department to investigate the phone number from which the message was sent. Soon, a simpering colleague from the Information Department, Xiao Li, found Lei Ting. He was fawning. Sister Ting, here is the information you asked for. All right, thanks, Xiao Li. Oh, Sister Ting, you do not need to thank me. Just give the word, and I will go through hell and high water to get it done perfectly for you, Xiao Li said with a flattering smile. There was nothing he could do. Lei Ting was not only the Municipal Bureau's police beauty, but also the entire province's. She was beautiful, had a good figure, and possessed remarkable personal strength. She had won the Provincial Police Martial Arts competition for 2 consecutive years, breaking countless records. The last time a woman won was 8 years ago, and she only won once. Without any surprises, this year might be her 3rd consecutive championship. However, if Lei Ting did win 3 consecutive championships, it was estimated that all the male police officers in the entire provincial system would have to hang their heads in shame, as there would not be a single one who could compete. This earned Lei Ting many fans, not only among female officers, but also many male comrades who secretly admired her. After Xiao Li reluctantly left, Lei Ting finally looked at the information. As she expected, the mobile number yielded no information. The other party was using a so-called space card. It was a type of card favored by various detectives. Detectives existed in this parallel universe and were legitimate companies, but it was undeniable that this industry was more or less gray, infringing on some privacy. Otherwise, how would one find or investigate people? Lei Ting had already anticipated this before asking the information department to investigate. Checking was just a formality, in case something could be found. Unfortunately, the other party was too cautious. Since nothing could be found, Lei Ting did not bother to dig deeper. She simply picked up her phone and dialed the number. Team Leader Lei, your patience is a bit more than I imagined. I thought you would call me 10 minutes ago. I even had other people ready to contact. You are a woman? Lei Ting was taken aback. On the other end of the line was a young woman's voice, sounding quite youthful. Is there a problem with me being a woman? If women can be police officers, why can they not be detectives? The other party asked with a light laugh. Lei Ting raised an eyebrow, and did not waste more words on the gender issue. She went straight to the point. You know Lin Han's whereabouts? Are you sure it is the wanted criminal we are looking for? Of course, the leader of the Magic Wolf mercenaries. How could I be mistaken? The other party chuckled. Lei Ting narrowed her eyes. How do you know? What is your source? It was not that Lei Ting did not believe it, but she dared not trust it yet. The police absolutely had more channels to find people than detectives. Now, the entire province was paying attention to this matter, and no one was slacking off. Yet, the police had not found him, but a detective could. It seems Team Leader Lei does not believe in the capabilities of our famous detective agency, does she? Or rather, is Team Leader Lei interrogating me? The female detective on the other side was not annoyed, asking with a cheerful laugh, her tone completely unhurried. Lei Ting said, interrogation is too strong a word. It is our first collaboration, so I need to understand your capabilities. If they are good, perhaps I will work with you again in the future. But before we collaborate, I have a question. Please, Team Leader Lei. Lei Ting asked, are you the first to send me a message? That is right, the female detective said. Why? Lei Ting frowned. Because you are also a woman. The female detective chuckled. To be honest, Team Leader Lei, I have looked into you. I generally know your strength, the strongest female police officer in the province, first place in the provincial martial arts competition for 2 consecutive years. Most men cannot achieve consecutive wins, but you did. Furthermore, I think collaborating with an impartial female police officer is more relaxed and pleasant than with some smelly men, is it not? The logic was sound, and it slightly lowered Lei Ting's guard. A destined heroine, especially one with intelligence, would not easily trust others. Lei Ting pondered. How much for the information you are giving me? It is a bit expensive, you know. Name a price. Our municipal bureau has informant fees, and you know how big this matter is, so the informant fee will definitely not be small. Lei Ting then added, but I also have to warn you, if you report false information, not only will there be no informant fee, but I will also make sure your detective agency cannot operate. Team Leader Lei does not need to threaten me. The information our famous detective agency sells has always been fair and honest, and we provide the information first, then receive payment. After the female detective finished speaking, she also mimicked Lei Ting's tone. But I also have to warn you, if payment is not made afterward, no matter who bought the information, their outcome will not be good. If I can find Lin Hen's information, I can find anyone's information in this world, including their dirty laundry. I do not have any dirty laundry, Lei Ting said. So, Team Leader Lei, does that mean you are planning to default on the payment? The female detective retorted. Lei Ting said, what I mean by that is, I will not default on the payment, because I have no dirty laundry. I did not before, and I will not in the future. Very good, exactly as I found in my investigation of Team Leader Lei. This is also why I contacted you first. No unnecessary talk. So, you are sure you want to proceed with the transaction, right? Yes. 1 million. What? Lei Ting exclaimed. She had thought the information would be expensive, but not this expensive. This was not a gap that could be filled by an informant fee. The Lin Han incident had caused a huge stir. The public reward for his capture had already reached 500,000. This was already a sky-high reward in recent years. It could not go any higher. How could a gap of half that amount be filled? The female detective chuckled. Team Leader Lei does not seem to be able to make the decision, does she? Is 1 million a lot? Well, I will give you a 10% discount, since it is our first transaction, 900,000. It is too expensive, Lei Ting said bluntly. She did not have the affectations of those young girls, nor would she say things against her conscience to save face. If it was expensive, it was expensive. She would just say it directly. This was also part of her character. The female detective said, then I have no other choice either. After all, our channels are also very costly. It is still the same, our famous detective agency can investigate anyone's online information and whereabouts, but the effort involved is also immense. Lei Ting said, I know, but it is still too expensive. 50,000 at most. 50,000. I will give you half the information, for example, that Lin Han is still in Zhonghai, but where he is, that is another 400,000 worth of information. Now you can pay. Lei Ting's red lips twitched slightly. Are you playing with me? You were playing with me first. Can you really cut the price of information in half? Team Leader Lei, with all due respect, you are not suited for bargaining. You are likely to ruin the deal, and this is not a street stall, the female detective said with a cold laugh, showing no face. Team Leader Lei, how about I give you a suggestion? Lei Ting said, speak. The female detective said, as far as I know, this matter involves a wealthy man in Zhonghai. If you tell him the information, I believe he could probably come up with not just 1 million, but 10 million. You could also earn a difference of 9,100,000. How does that sound? What kind of person do you take me for? Lei Ting was somewhat annoyed. Then it is up to you. Anyway, I am only giving you 3 days. Get 900,000 ready, and then I will tell you the information. Wait, did you not say you would give the information first, then the money? That is right, but you also need to have the money. Otherwise, it is clear you will default, so why would I trade with you? As far as I know, your current savings are only 230,000. Even if you subsidize it yourself, it is not enough. You checked my account? Lei Ting was truly angry now. Apologies, if I did not investigate you, I would not have contacted you first for a transaction. I just happened to check your account too. Is that not a reasonable explanation? The call ended, and Lei Ting was fuming. She had been rebuffed several times, and the most infuriating thing was that she was left speechless. Moreover, the suggestion the other party gave actually had room for maneuver. The person who most wanted to catch Lin Han, besides Director Zhou, was definitely Cao Chuan. If she were to approach Cao Chuan, based on the one meeting they had before, Cao Chuan should probably trust her. But Lei Ting was not that kind of person. How could there be a reason to ask the victim's family to pay? After a long deliberation, Lei Ting made up her mind. She would sell the house or use it for a loan to raise the money. If the information provided by the famous detective agency was false, she would not have to pay a single cent. If it was true, she would directly capture Lin Han, and later, by performing meritorious service, she could fulfill the regret in her heart. What the special forces could not do she, Lei Ting, could do. It was decided. Master, it is done. Quickly praise me. Quickly praise me. Cao Chuan received a message at the same time. The sender was Luoli. She was the 9th simulacrum created the previous night. At this moment, Cao Chuan was very much like Noah, constantly creating people to play with. Luoli's identity was also the only Asian-faced hacker. This hacker was for his own use in the country, made into a young girl's identity, with a very casual name, just fitting the work persona. She appeared as a detective and established an organization, called the famous detective agency. It was specifically used to activate Lei Ting, and to send Lin Han to his grave. Moreover, in the future plot, this identity of hers was not useless. It only cost 1,000 luck points, and even if used only this once, it would be a huge profit. Chapter 46. Evening. It was their second meeting. Zhong Qinger had expected it to be a bit awkward, even though their online conversations had been smooth. However, after they met, everything felt natural. Zhong Qinger brought 2 bottles of red wine she thought were excellent. She entered the password to open the door and immediately heard sounds coming from the kitchen, along with the aroma of sizzling steak. Slipping into a brand new pair of pink slippers, Zhong Qinger walked to the open-plan kitchen and saw Back clad only in shorts and a t-shirt. He was wearing a mask. Although she did not know his exact age, the texture of his muscles and skin suggested he was definitely not over 25. The firmness of skin at 25 and 40 were incomparable. Therefore, in her mind, this man could not be much older than her, at most not more than 5 years. Watching the man's busy back, Zhong Qinger's gaze became dazed. She had fantasized about her future and her family, imagining it just like this. Whoever came home first would cook, and the other would come back to a hot meal. That is what a home is. Zhong Qinger had a complete family, and her mother, Suya, did exactly that. Her imagined future was extremely similar to her original family, imbued with warmth and tenderness. This feeling was wonderful. You are here? Help me grab the thyme and butter. They are over there. Cao Chuan pointed to the side dish plate. Oh, okay. Zhong Qinger snapped out of it and started helping. This is the nature of their relationship. Details determine everything. When a couple is still in the awkward and shy stage, distracting their attention is the best method. If Zhong Qinger had arrived and Cao Chuan had not asked her to do anything, he might have seemed thoughtful, but she would have been bored and awkward. By asking her to help, he made it feel like they were an old married couple. There was no need to deliberately search for topics. Everything felt natural. Your timing is perfect. Aren't you afraid I would be half an hour late, and the steak would get cold after being cooked? It does not taste good reheated. Zhong Qinger, still wearing her little fox mask, glanced sideways at Cao Chuan, who was flipping the steak. Cao Chuan smiled. I do not think you are a woman with no sense of time. If you said you would be here at 7, you would definitely arrive on time, or even early, but never late. These were sincere compliments. Zhong Qinger lifted her head, accepting them gracefully. That is right. I am very punctual. You are quite good at reading people. I cannot read others. I can only read you. Zhong Qinger let out a slightly proud hum, but the smile on her lips showed she was pleased. How do you like your steak done? Cao Chuan asked. Well done. It seems you do not like Western food. Not particularly, but I do not refuse it either. It mainly depends on who I am eating with. Then I should truly feel honored. Shall we have some wine later? I brought good wine. Red. Yes. Oh right, I need to decant it first. Cao Chuan nodded. Anyway, the steak also needs to rest for a bit. Why don't you set the table? I have bought everything. Candlelight dinner? Zhong Qinger's eyes lit up as she glanced at the arrangements on the dining table. Do you like it? Barely. Heh. Zhong Qinger chuckled softly and turned to set the table. Cao Chuan did not love romance, but that did not mean he did not understand it. For girls experiencing their first love, no matter how cheesy, they will be happy. At this time, the only thing a man needs to do is create a sense of ritual and make her feel important. Cao Chuan was not a relationship expert. He was a villain, and his plans were starting to deviate from the norm. He had bought many items for the dinner, such as wine glasses and candles. Furthermore, the necessary equipment was already prepared in the room. Wearing her mask was when she was most uninhibited, with the least psychological pressure. Once the mask was removed, she might become shy. Her wildness needed to be fully developed while she was still wearing the mask. Tonight was destined to be sleepless. At this moment, Cao Chuan's safety level was extremely high. Lin Han was like a stray dog. Having lost his eyes, hazy, he could not monitor Cao Chuan's villa, and was unaware of his movements. Cao Chuan sent his body double out, taking Old San and special agents for a drive, while he quietly left the villa to come to the large flat alone. The wine flowed freely. They finished an entire bottle of red wine between them. Zhong Qinger's face was flushed. She propped her chin on her hands, her gaze under the mask looking dazed at the man across the dining table. I cannot imagine what you look like, but I feel like you are a little familiar. Do you need me to take off my mask? Cao Chuan's expression was calm, and he smiled slightly. This was a tactic of retreating to advance. As expected, Zhong Qinger shook her head repeatedly. No, not now, at least. Why not? Are you embarrassed? Or do you prefer some special way of interacting? Neither. It is just that I do not know how to face it yet. This way is fine. Can you allow me this capriciousness? Of course. I respect you, though I do not particularly like this. It feels a bit uncomfortable. Cao Chuan shook his head and smiled. Hee hee. Are you handsome? In my self-assessment, I would say I am above average. At least not ugly. Are you a face person? It felt like a truth game. They were beginning to understand each other, even though they did not know each other's real names. During their text conversations, they had deliberately avoided these topics. But with wine, the conversation shifted toward personal information. Face person? Not really. I do not have many requirements for looks, as long as we get along. But if he could be a bit more handsome, of course, I would be very happy. It is just icing on the cake, is it not? What about you? Do you like pretty women? Zhong Qinger's eyes were cunning. Cao Chuan said, at this moment, I should say, I just like you. But I do not want to lie to you. As a man, of course, I like pretty women. Zhong Qinger was satisfied. Saying he did not like pretty women would have been a lie. Such sincere remarks easily won favor. Then I should be able to satisfy your aesthetic. Cao Chuan shook his head. It is not important, because your figure satisfies my aesthetic. As for your looks, that is just icing on the cake. Zhong Qinger smiled and raised her glass. To our meeting and to icing on the cake. Cheers. Their glasses clinked. What do you do? I used to be in real estate, then I was schemed against, and now I am in the investment industry. Schemed against? Do you need my help to get revenge? I can reveal a little. My dad knows almost all the local real estate developers, and my godfather is a relatively big real estate developer. Zhong Qinger said with a playful boast, inadvertently revealing details due to the alcohol. This was not the time to reveal everything, so Cao Chuan quickly changed the subject. Do not underestimate your man. Do not worry about work matters. Just trust me. Is that male chauvinism? Zhong Qinger snorted softly. It is not male chauvinism. It is a matter of face. If your dad knew your boyfriend needed to rely on your face to get by in business, he would look down on me, and that would not be good for us. Zhong Qinger pondered and nodded. That is true. Logically speaking, wearing a mask, familiar people would surely recognize each other. But the situation was subtle. Cao Chuan was good at pretending. His gaze and expression changed, and the mask covered his face, only revealing his mouth. She could not recognize Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan could recognize her, yet he pretended not to. Plus, this girl thought she was clever, changing her voice slightly, so she would have an excuse later. Most importantly, her personality under the little fox mask was completely different from the Zhong Qinger he usually knew. Soon, the two were inseparable. Sitting on his lap by the dining table, Zhong Qinger looked at her t-shirt dress, her fair, slender legs, and a pair of green short cotton socks. I like your outfit today. This is very ordinary. Zhong Qinger looked down, not understanding the appeal of the t-shirt dress and cotton socks. Your ordinary is also extremely beautiful. Tisk. You are so cheesy. She could not say any more. Saying too much would make it easy to be recognized. It was better to get carried away while the wine was still strong. If Zhong Qinger had a progress bar above her head, her wildness would likely have reached 90%. By 1 in the morning, under the mask, she completely let go of her inhibitions. Chapter 47. The next morning, just like last time, when she woke up, Cao Chuan was already gone, leaving behind a messy scene and a slightly cool breakfast. Taking off her silk blindfold, Zhong Qinger felt sore all over. She lay there for a long time before getting up, her face still flushed, and she muttered a curse. Recalling last night's events, she felt even more embarrassed and annoyed than the first time. He actually made her crawl, and she actually did it. While it was fun, thinking about it afterward still made her blush. She had never known about the wildness hidden in her genes, so she had never thought about these things before. It was all a bit new to her, but thinking about it now, she felt a thrill. Bad guy, you ran off again. While eating breakfast, she casually sent a text message to Cao Chuan. Otherwise, I was worried I would not be able to resist taking off your blindfold. I am too curious. Oh, the breakfast I prepared for you must be cold. Heat it up in the microwave. Do not eat it cold. It is not good for your stomach. Looking at the text message, Zhong Qinger smiled slightly, then replied, got it. In her heart, there was even a slight addiction, thinking that she might as well not leave today and continue to rest here tonight. Anyway, she would just say she went to Tang Xiao's place, and then go find her godfather later to have him cover for her. Her father probably would not say anything. So it was decided. As soon as the thought came to her, Zhong Qinger asked, are you coming tonight? Aren't you going to rest? Cao Chuan asked back. Rest what? I am just asking if you are coming for dinner tonight. Zhong Qinger's pretty face flushed slightly as she sent a message that did not match her inner desires. She was still shy. All right, I will buy some Chinese food tonight. I cannot cook, but I can help you. Do you know how to cook Chinese food? Of course. How can a child from a poor family not know how to cook Chinese food? Cao Chuan replied. Don't say that about yourself. Zhong Qinger pouted, looking a little unhappy. Just stating the facts. I really did not have money before, but now I have earned a bit. Looking back, life without money was not a hardship, just a valuable experience. There is nothing bad about it. That is good. I will wait for you tonight. You go buy some things during the day. What things? Some school uniforms, white stockings, and so on. Did you not say you could dance? Bad guy. I am not talking to you anymore. Zhong Qing'er threw her phone aside. But after breakfast, she went shopping. She indulged for 2 whole nights before finally stopping. It was also because Zhong Qing'er really could not take it anymore. They had played too wildly until the 3rd day. In the morning, both little girls had gone to school, but Zhong Qing'er came to Cao Chuan's mansion alone. Godfather, help. As soon as they met, Zhong Qing'er looked pitiful. Recalling how she had been the past 2 days, his lower abdomen felt a little warm again. This girl is really interesting. Cao Chuan feigned a puzzled look and said, what is wrong? What happened? Do not worry, tell Godfather slowly. Taking her hand, Cao Chuan comforted her. This hand-holding action was due to the effect of the protagonist halo. Otherwise, other men would not be able to take advantage of the destined heroine at all. Godfather, I haven't been home for the past 2 days. Hey, you are talking in circles, child. I thought something had happened. It is fine if you did not go home. Did you stay at school? Cao Chuan pretended not to understand. No. Zhong Qing'er pouted and explained, I haven't been to school for the past 2 days either. Not home, not at school. Then you, Cao Chuan raised an eyebrow, seemingly only now realizing the seriousness of the matter. Zhong Qing'er spoke weakly, I was staying with my best friend. She recently broke up with her boyfriend, and I was keeping her company. So, your best friend broke up. I thought you were dating someone and needed Godfather to cover for you. Cao Chuan teased. Godfather, Zhong Qing'er chided. All right, I will not tease you anymore. Tell me, what do you need Godfather to do, coming so early? I want Godfather to help me cover. If my parents ask, you can tell them I was with you for the past 2 days. Cao Chuan pondered. Saying it like that, honestly, would not be good, would it? Zhong Qing'er pleaded. Please help me. My best friend does not want anyone to know about her situation, and I do not have any other explanation. Only if I say I was with you will my parents feel more at ease. Please, Godfather. All right, I promise you. Cao Chuan looked helpless, shaking his head with a wry smile. Hee, I knew Godfather was the best to me. Oh, Godfather, where are the 2 little sisters? They are in class. Final exams are coming up soon. Oh, since you are here, do not rush off. Have lunch with me, and in the afternoon, I will take you back and visit your mother. We will have dinner at your place tonight. Okay. Zhong Qing'er's beautiful eyes lit up. If she went back with Godfather, it would be even easier to explain. She figured her parents would give them some face in front of Godfather and would not scold her. As long as she said she stayed at Godfather's place for the past 2 days, playing with the 2 little sisters and helping them with their homework since their final exams were approaching, her parents probably would not think of anything else. From the details, it could be seen that Zhong Qing'er's upbringing was actually very strict. Even though she was in university, not going home for 2 days made her nervous, and she usually did not stay at school. Perhaps it was this upbringing that fostered a lot of hidden and suppressed wildness within her, creating her somewhat contrasting personality. It seems every heroine actually has a contrasting personality, more or less. The biggest contrast in this plot was in Zhong Qing'er. As for Lei Ting, she also had one, but her contrasting personality belonged to another kind, called powerful obedience. On the surface, she was a powerful lioness, cold, swift, and capable in a fight. But in reality, she was as obedient as a kitten. But you had to conquer her first. At that time, her whole world would be you, even to the point of losing herself, looking a bit humble. During lunch, Zhong Qing'er chatted and laughed with Cao Chuan, returning to her usual gentle, obedient, intellectual, and elegant self, much like her mother. However, her attire today was completely different from usual. I rarely see you in jeans. This outfit today is different from your usual style. Godfather, you even pay attention to my clothes. Cao Chuan shook his head and smiled. It is not that I deliberately pay attention, but I remember you once said you wanted to do fashion women's clothing, so in my impression, you usually wear skirts, and I rarely see you in jeans or similar clothes. Godfather actually remembers my thoughts. My father usually does not pay attention to me. Zhong Qing'er pouted, seemingly a little unhappy. I just have a slightly better memory. Cao Chuan chuckled, no longer paying attention to her attire. Zhong Qing'er quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She usually did not wear long pants. Most of her outfits were appropriate skirts or youthful dresses, always with leggings underneath. The reason she wore long jeans today was because her legs had some bruises, especially around the knees, which clearly looked like she had been kneeling for a long time. It was very unusual. Fortunately, Godfather did not delve deeper, just asking casually. Meanwhile, in Lei Ting's office at the Serious Crime Unit's 3rd Squad, after receiving the bank loan SMS, Lei Ting immediately contacted Lowly of the famous detective agency. The money is in place. With the 500,000 official bounty, it is 900,000 in total. When can you give me the information? On the other end of the phone, Lowly's voice chuckled. Team leader Lei's efficiency is quite fast, is it not? Less nonsense. Give me the information. Do not rush. What do you mean? Lei Ting frowned. Lowly laughed. We first need to confirm if you really have the money, and then we need to reconfirm Lin Han's whereabouts. After all, 2 days have passed, and as the leader of an international mercenary group, Lin Han is very vigilant. Perhaps he has moved to a new safe house. So, to ensure the information we give you is accurate, you must wait a bit. Team Leader Lei, can you understand this explanation? Lei Ting took a deep breath and nodded, yes. But how long do I need to wait? It will not be too long. Please trust the capabilities of our famous detective agency. At most, half a day. We can give you accurate intelligence by tonight, Loli said. Okay, then I will wait for your news. She quickly hung up the phone. Loli then sent a text message to Cao Chuan, Master. Team Leader Lei has already gathered the money. When can we start the operation? Cao Chuan took out his phone and glanced at it, not caring about Zhong Qing'er opposite him, and directly replied with a message, wait for my news. Okay, Master. Cao Chuan's lips curled into a smile. Tonight would be the moment Lin Han lost all his halo. At that point, whether to kill him or not would be irrelevant. As long as all his halo was stripped away, Lin Han would never be able to smile with a crooked mouth again, and his fate would be sealed. Either he would be shot dead during the official capture process, or he would be imprisoned for life after being captured. There was no third option, and according to the system's settlement method, as long as the protagonist halo was completely destroyed and absorbed, it would be considered a successful kill. So, in other words, tonight would be the end of the entire plot. Godfather, you are smiling so wickedly. Zhong Qing'er suddenly spoke. Cao Chuan laughed sheepishly. Wicked? Zhong Qing'er smiled. Wicked, like an old fox. Your lips are practically touching the sky. Shock. How could this be? How did I unconsciously make a crooked smile? Could it be that I absorbed too much protagonist halo? I am a villain. A crooked smile does not lead to a good end. Cao Chuan gave Zhong Qing'er an exasperated look. You impudent girl. Hee hee, Zhong Qing'er chuckled. However, in that instant, Zhong Qing'er seemed to feel that Godfather was really handsome. Of course, this was not her changing her mind. She just suddenly discovered another side of Godfather. Not like the honest person in her impression, but rather a bit mischievous. She guessed that the one who was texting Godfather just now was his future godmother. Zhong Qing'er secretly mused, but she did not really take it to heart. She just wondered if, in the future, when she learned the truth, she would exclaim loudly, Godmother is actually me. Chapter 48. Big sister-in-law. Oh, old cow is here. You came all this way. Why did you bring anything? At Zhongxing's house, Suya, dressed in a dark cheongsam, looked at Cao Chuan with some surprise. I heard old Zhong say you were aging, and looked much younger. I did not believe it then, but this is not just aging. It is completely plastic surgery. Did you get a facelift? Ha ha ha. Zhong Qing'er laughed heartily from the side. Suya glared at her daughter with exasperation. Do you even remember to come home, girl? If I had not called your dorm, I would not have known you had not been there for 2 days. You have really gone wild now, have you not? Am I no longer able to control you? Ha, speak. Mom, I did not go anywhere else. I have been with Godfather these past 2 days, Zhong Qing'er said timidly. She was not afraid of Zhong Sheng, only this mother of hers. Most of her personality was very similar to her mother's, a wildness that had been suppressed. Suya looked at Cao Chuan. Cao Chuan handed the gift to the servant nearby, then smiled. Big sister-in-law, this girl was indeed at my house. I adopted a girl, and I do not know how Qing'er and she, despite being several years apart, ended up playing together. The two girls are just very close. Suya did not think much of it and nodded, but then turned to Zhong Qing'er. Even when you go to your godfather's, you do not call home. You act without any manners. Who taught you that? I am sorry, Mom, it will not happen again. Mainly, I thought Godfather would call for me. All right, I will not talk anymore. I was wrong. If I go to Godfather's again, I will definitely tell you in advance, okay? Zhong Qing'er immediately sold Cao Chuan out. Cao Chuan could only make a bitter face. It is truly my fault. I forgot to tell big sister-in-law. How can you blame him? This girl is getting more and more thoughtless. Mom, Godfather, I am going upstairs to change. You two chat. Zhong Qing'er slipped away. Cao Chuan had found the root cause. No wonder Zhong Qing'er was not very tall. The root was with Suya. Suya was mature and intellectual with a good figure, especially in the cheongsam. Her delicate physique was like a dream of old Shanghai. If she were in that era, she would definitely be the #1 socialite. The only drawback was that her chest, while not small, was at most a small C-cup. This size looked perfect in a cheongsam. Too big would be disproportionate. After all, she had straight legs and a slender waist, an ant waist easily grasped. From behind, she had a perfect hourglass figure. Where is old Zhong? Did I not tell him I was coming this afternoon? Is the company that busy? Who knows what he is busy with? Suya huffed lightly. Let us not mind him. We will drink tea first. Oh, tell me honestly, did you get plastic surgery? No, I am at this age. Why would I get plastic surgery? Cao Chuan laughed. Then your age, you look a whole generation younger than me, Suya said, puzzled. Cao Chuan said with exasperation, big sister-in-law, you are taking advantage of me a bit. From old Zhong's perspective, I call you big sister-in-law, but truthfully, you are a year younger than me. Suya had just turned 40. She was tricked into a relationship by old Zhong when she was very young, so she had not reached the legal age for marriage when she became pregnant. She went to university after Zhong Qing'er was born. The original Cao Chuan was in his early 40s, indeed a year or two older than her. Suya glanced sideways, playfully scolding, you really are taking advantage and acting innocent. If we walk out now, who would not say I am your older sister? Look at my crow's feet, they are almost impossible to hide. Suya maintained herself well, and indeed looked young. If someone said she was under 30, people would believe it. However, at 40, both her skin's radiance and some fine lines indicated her age. She could not compare to a young girl like Zhong Qinger, who was full of collagen. Big sister-in-law, you are still very young. Anyway, if you walk out with old Zhong, you two look like father and daughter. Haha. Nonsense. Suya was overjoyed, but feigned anger, raising her hand to playfully hit Cao Chuan. Indeed, old Zhong was truly old, and his balding made him look even older. Cao Chuan changed the subject, lowering his voice. However, big sister-in-law, there is indeed a good thing I am going to introduce to you. Health products. Suya raised her delicate eyebrows. Cao Chuan acted mysterious. Sort of, but not entirely. In short, I spent a fortune buying the formula from Nanyang. It is currently in the testing phase, but you have seen the effects. Cao Chuan pointed to his face. Suya's face showed irrepressible joy. Is there really such a good thing? Big sister-in-law, can you still not trust me? Cao Chuan feigned displeasure. Trust. How could I not trust you? I just did not expect there to be such a aging product. It is not cheap, is it? Suya asked curiously. Indeed, just the formula alone. This amount. Cao Chuan held up a hand to indicate a number. 100 million? No, Cao Chuan shook his head. It is 1 billion. What? Suya exclaimed. Although the family had money, wealthy people were frugal regarding investments. Investing 1 billion would require a long period of consideration. They were a $10 billion family, but their cash flow was limited. The cash old Zhong could mobilize was only about 7 or 800 million, and this money would be invested immediately. Cash on hand depreciates every moment. Cao Chuan acted mysterious, his voice extremely low, almost whispering into Suya's ear, blowing a puff of air. Suya's body trembled. Before she could move away, Cao Chuan spoke. +8 lives. Suya's body stiffened, and she gasped. The first pot of gold, the capital accumulation stage, was rarely clean for anyone. There were too many wealthy individuals with lives on their hands, directly or indirectly. This was true globally. But reaching Cao Chuan's stage, with tens of billions, and still spending 1 billion plus lives for a formula, showed how valuable this thing was. Suya did not feel Cao Chuan was deceiving her, nor did she think he was bragging, because Cao Chuan was not that kind of person. Moreover, Cao Chuan's current appearance was a living advertisement. After Suya was stunned, what followed was worry. Old Cao, you must not act recklessly. This family business was not easy to build. There is no need to do these things for some formula. Cao Chuan sighed inwardly. The original owner's connections were good. If it were not for his troublesome son, which led to his immediate breakup with the Zhong family at the start, the Cao family would not have collapsed so quickly. Do not worry, big sister-in-law. The matters in Nanyang will not involve our country. And this formula is not as simple as you think. As long as you are willing, big sister-in-law, I guarantee you will be like a 16-year-old girl even at 60, Cao Chuan said. Suya's heart trembled. Really? Women, especially those in an awkward phase, had no resistance to things that could make them look younger. Could I lie to big sister-in-law? Is this not a ready-made experimental result? Now, if I dress up a bit and go out saying I am in my early 20s, I bet people would believe it. Suya now began to scrutinize Cao Chuan carefully. The more she looked, the more surprised she became. Earlier, it was out of politeness that she had not stared closely. Now, upon careful inspection, the facial skin and the fine lines were definitely not what a 40-year-old should have. As a woman, Suya could tell at a glance that Cao Chuan was not wearing any makeup. A very clean face. The same age, but the difference was too great. Your skin. In her surprise, Suya overlooked etiquette and reached out to gently caress Cao Chuan's face. Hiss, it is really smooth. You cannot tell at all, nor does it feel like a 40-year-old's appearance. Mom. Zhong Qinger's voice came then. Suya was startled. She and Cao Chuan were very close, almost hugging, and her hand was also restlessly stroking Cao Chuan's face. Suya quickly withdrew her hand, somewhat guiltily preempting, and turned her head. You startled me, girl. What are you two doing? Zhong Qinger felt she had not seen wrong, but she could not believe it either. Her mother was intellectual and elegant, not a wanton woman. And Godfather Cao Chuan was an honest person. How could these two be like this? In the living room like this? A voice inside her told her she had seen wrong. Cao Chuan explained helplessly, Qinger, do not misunderstand. Did I not promise you before that I had a very good skincare product? Just now, I was discussing a partnership with big sister-in-law. She did not quite believe it, so I let her look at my facial skin. She wanted to touch it to see if it felt like a 40-year-old's. Suya looked at Cao Chuan gratefully, then glared at Zhong Qinger. What are you thinking, girl? What could your godfather and I be doing? So young, and your head is full of such thoughts? Cao Chuan looked at Suya in surprise. What a classic move. The villain strikes first, an old tea master. Zhong Qinger also breathed a sigh of relief. She did not want to see changes in her warm family. Of course, she also believed Cao Chuan's explanation because she too could not resist the allure of skincare products. Godfather, have you prepared the skincare products for me? Zhong Qinger ran downstairs in surprise, coming to Cao Chuan's side. At this moment, she was more vain than ever. Cao Chuan smiled. It is currently in the testing phase. It has already gone through several rounds of testing. I have used the experimental product, and you have seen the effects, right? There are no side effects for now. I will get it for you after the final period of testing. Ah, Zhong Qing'er pouted. I have to wait a while longer. Suya said, your godfather is also doing this for your own good. It is to ensure the safety of your skin to use it after it has been thoroughly tested. But godfather has already used it. Everyone's skin is different. All right. Do not interrupt your godfather and me discussing cooperation. Go make some tea. Suya sent Zhong Qing'er away. After Zhong Qing'er reluctantly left, Suya said, Old Cao, you even told Qing'er about this? Cao Chuan smiled bitterly. This girl pestered me so much I had no choice. And I truly intend to give this thing to her, to establish a company in her name, as a gift for acknowledging me as her godfather. Old Cao, you. Suya looked astonished. Big sister-in-law, you know my family's situation. I am counting on Qing'er to support me in my old age. Cao Chuan smiled gently. Suya also fell silent and nodded. Do not worry. If that girl dares to be unfilial to you, I will personally deal with her. Chapter 49. Sitting in the living room, Suya wore a kipao with a high slit. From the side, a flash of white could be seen. However, Cao Chuan was a man of integrity. He did not look further, even wanting to reach out and close the slit for her to prevent any accidental exposure. Afterward, the two of them drank tea and chatted. The distribution of shares was almost finalized. Cao Chuan would provide the formula and a portion of the funds, taking a 69% stake. As for Suya, she only needed to provide people. One was Zhong Qing'er, as this was her goddaughter gift. The other person was Suya herself. Me? Suya quickly waved her hand. I cannot do it. I am a housewife. I have not worked in years. For me to re-enter the workforce at my age, young people would laugh at me. No. Old Cao, you should arrange someone to manage the company. As for Qing'er, after she graduates, she should start from the bottom. Do not let her rise too quickly. Let her hone her skills properly. Big sister-in-law, you are being too modest, Cao Chuan said with a smile. Others may not know you, but do I not understand you? If it were not for your planning behind the scenes all these years, with old Zhong's character, he would not be where he is today without your help. Only Cao Chuan could say such a thing. If anyone else dared to speak ill of Zhong Sheng, Suya might turn hostile. Suya laughed. You are just flattering me. I have indeed offered some ideas over the years, but most of them were theoretical. I do not want such a good formula of yours to fail in my hands. If this formula could fail, it would mean the formula is not good enough. Big sister-in-law, trust me, you can do it. Cao Chuan looked serious and sincere, meeting her gaze with full trust. Facing Cao Chuan's gaze, something within Suya seemed to be activated. Can I really do it? In fact, the original work did not describe her much. Since there was no overnight guest situation in this plot, most of it was glossed over. There was only a brief description of her intellect and ability, which was meant to subtly highlight the destined heroine Zhong Qing'er, letting readers know that Zhong Qing'er had a good genetic legacy, and nothing more. But it could also be seen from the lines of the original plot that Suya's abilities were indeed good. At least, she was smart and could keep up with the times. If it were not for her help, old Zhong might have been eliminated long ago. Moreover, she actually had some thoughts about working. Before, she was willing to be a housewife for her child to cultivate Zhong Qing'er's temperament. But as Zhong Qing'er grew up and started working, Suya spent more and more time alone at home, occasionally thinking about going out and doing something. Unfortunately, in the plot, she was not a heroine, so there was little description in this regard. She was mostly just a mention, and then forgotten by the author. Big sister-in-law. Cao Chuan's voice seemed to possess a magical power, stemming from his villain halo. Cao Chuan coaxed, Big sister-in-law, you have raised Qing'er so well all these years. You can consider your mission accomplished. Afterward, working in the same company as Qing'er is another form of protection. Most importantly, this formula can prolong life. As you get younger and younger, you will basically say goodbye to square dancing. You cannot possibly remain a housewife for the next few decades, can you? Trust me, with this formula, big sister-in-law, you will soon be a blooming maiden in her early 20s. Compared to young women who just graduated, whether in ability or appearance, you will not be inferior to them at all. In fact, you will be even more impressive. As Cao Chuan rambled and exaggerated, he ultimately made Suya overjoyed. She did not doubt the truthfulness of his words. He had indeed become younger, and this was something that could not be faked. When our own brand sweeps the globe, big sister-in-law, you will be the mother of fashion. In the future, every woman who loves beauty will know you. Imagine that time, when you are still as young as an 18-year-old girl. What a sight, what glory. At that time, your family will be harmonious, and Qing'er will be filial. This life will be perfection. Suya took a sip of tea, swallowing the dream Cao Chuan had painted for her. She was full. Suya playfully chided, is it really as good as you say? It absolutely is. And big sister-in-law, what I am telling you are just the superficial things. The journey itself is the most beautiful part. In this life, one must experience a different kind of life to have lived it to the fullest. Cao Chuan continued, of course, I am not saying it is bad for you to be a housewife, but you have been a housewife for 20 years. You have sacrificed so much for your family, for old Zhong, and for Qing'er. In the coming decades, it is time to think about yourself. Suya took another sip of tea, this time completely convinced by Cao Chuan's words. Her phone rang at this moment. Big sister-in-law, I will take this call first. Suya nodded, her gaze toward Cao Chuan having changed a little. Cao Chuan went to the door and answered the phone. It was Ad, the butler. During this time, Ad had been on vacation at his hometown, accompanying his children. 2 days ago, Cao Chuan called him back, and he was likely in Zhonghai by now. Boss, I am back. I know, but you are leaving immediately. Ad was stunned. Cao Chuan said, you need to make a trip to the overseas country. Zhang Yang had an accident there. Although he has been rescued, his condition is not good. You are the one I trust most by my side, understand, Ad? Understood, boss. Do not worry, I will take good care of young master. Ad promised. Cao Chuan spoke with satisfaction. Have someone book a flight right now. You take the earliest flight out. I will send you the address and specific information on the way. Okay, boss. He quickly hung up the phone. Cao Zhengyang had been rescued earlier, which was not difficult. If the embassy wanted to find someone, as long as there was not a major local power deliberately obstructing them, it would not be too complicated. So, almost immediately after Lin Han was injured and fled, Cao Zhenjiang's whereabouts were confirmed, and he was quickly rescued. This child was truly miserable. A period of horrific abuse was certainly unavoidable. Additionally, he was missing 3 fingers. They were the right thumb, index finger, and middle finger, essentially rendering his right hand useless. In the future, if he wanted to flip someone off, he could only use his left middle finger. If someone flipped him off with both hands, he would not even have a chance to retaliate. So, when Cao Chuan received the news, he immediately called Ad back without a second thought. Ad had been by the original Cao Chuan's side for too many years and knew too many things. From the details, it could also be seen that Cao Chuan was now intentionally marginalizing Ad, making him follow the unlucky Cao Zhengyang. It was likely that he would gradually and completely leave the center of the Cao family. As for the position of butler assistant, how could it be held by a man? At least replace him with a girl. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for the destined heroine to swim at home in the future, and the butler would not have the right to take advantage. Therefore, from now on, apart from our benevolent Cao, no other man would stay overnight in the entire Cao family. Not even old Zhong. At most, he could come play chess and then leave. As for who to make the butler assistant, Cao Chuan was actually very conflicted. In the current plot, there was no heroine or heroine's best friend suitable to be a butler. Tang Xiaoxiao was not suitable. Su Ya was also not suitable at the moment. Little Bu Yao's mother, Bu Jinyan, also would not work. Forget it. Cao Chuan shook his head, not in a hurry for a butler. He would wait a bit longer. If absolutely necessary, he would hire a robot to substitute for now, and then reconsider when a good candidate appeared. In the outer courtyard of the mansion, a car horn sounded, and then the gate automatically opened. Old Zhong was back. Why aren't you going in? Old Zhong asked, looking at Cao Chuan in confusion after getting out of the car. You were not home. There were only an orphan and a widow inside. Is it appropriate for a grown man like me to go in? Cao Chuan said irritably. Old Zhong smiled wryly. How could I not trust you? All right, stop talking nonsense. Let us go in. Cao Chuan also laughed. I mainly came out to take a call. I just chatted with big sister-in-law for a while about the new company. New company? What company? Are you really planning to create a new company? Zhong Sheng was dumbfounded. Rumors in the circle said that Cao Chuan was preparing to start a new company for fun, but Zhong Sheng thought it was impossible. He believed that Cao Chuan should be trying to regain control of Hechuo. You can ask her yourself later, because with your intelligence, it is hard for me to explain it clearly in a few words. Damn it, are you insulting me? Not insulting, just purely mocking you. Get lost. The two of them cursed at each other, and went back home together. After old Zhong returned, the important task of drinking tea and chatting was handed over to him, while Suya went to the kitchen, asking Zhong Qinger to help her prepare the dishes. Braised pork had to be on the menu tonight. In the kitchen, Suya said, Qinger, go get the blanched winter bamboo shoots and cut them into rolling chunks. Zhong Qinger usually helped out too. Even though they had some money and could easily hire cooks, not every wealthy person hired chefs. At least in the Zhong family, Suya's cooking skills were not inferior to some top chefs. However, as she gradually aged, Suya cooked less and less, because cooking fumes really damaged the skin. If conditions allowed, no woman would want to spend every day in front of the stove. Therefore, Cao Chuan's visit today immediately hit Suya's soft spot. Qinger, why do I feel like you seem different? Suya glanced at Zhong Qinger, who was busy working. How am I different? Zhong Qinger paused. Are you seeing someone? Suya suddenly narrowed her eyes. Chapter 50. How can you all tell? Is it that obvious? Zhong Qinger pouted. Mom, what are you talking about? How would I have time to date? I do not even live at school, and my only friend is Tang Xiaoxiao. You know her. She is too quiet, and does not even have any male friends. Where would I meet other friends? That is true. Suya did not think much of it. She had to cook, and the pan was already hot. She started searing the pork skin to remove the fishy smell so the braised pork with winter bamboo shoots would taste better later. Zhong Qinger secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling she had escaped a calamity. Luckily, her mother was busy cooking. Under normal circumstances, with her mother's personality, she would definitely keep asking questions until she got to the bottom of it. Cao Chuan ate this meal with great satisfaction. He had to praise his sister-in-law. Her cooking skills were excellent, and the dishes she made were simply superb. They tasted better than what the Cao family chef made. After eating, the three adults went to the second-floor balcony. His sister-in-law brewed tea while old Zhong and Zheng Yang chatted, letting the alcohol wear off. As for Zhong Qinger, she was nowhere to be seen, likely back in her room to shower. Old cow. After hearing Su Ye's words, Zhong Sheng looked at Cao Chuan in surprise, examining him closely. I knew it. Why are you getting younger and younger? I really thought you had plastic surgery. Next to him, Su Ye, wearing a cheongsam, chuckled softly. I just said the same thing. Old cow really does not look like he is our age. Cao Chuan said with a smile. This is also an opportunity. For something so good, I definitely have to share it with my brother and sister-in-law. Zhong Sheng seemed intrigued and asked, I also want to be a test subject. I really want to be a few years younger. You should forget it. Cao Chuan thought to himself, but said aloud, all right, then when we go out, we can even pick up young girls. Zhong Sheng burst into laughter, then felt a wave of killing intent. His face sank as he awkwardly said, what nonsense are you talking about, old cow? I am already this old. What picking up? It is you though, you really should find someone else. It is not easy being alone for so many years. Maybe you could even have a second child. Su Ye's expression softened, and she nodded. Yes, old cow, why do you not consider some of my sisters? Cao Chuan quickly waved his hand. I am not in a hurry. I have it under control. Su Ye chuckled teasingly. You are such a big man, still shy with your sister-in-law? Zhong Sheng laughed heartily. After chatting for a few moments, Zhong Sheng said again, but old cow, you gave Qinger too many shares. This formula must have been hard to get, right? Su Ye had not mentioned the billion yuan or the 8 lives, so Zhong Sheng did not know. It did take some effort. It took 3 years, on and off, and I finally got it. But for Qinger, she is like my own daughter, so no amount is too much. If it were that little brat of mine, I would not give him a single cent of shares. Su Ye sighed, not wanting to express any opinion on Cao Zhenjiang's matter. Zhong Sheng asked, how is Zheng Yang doing overseas now? Tisk. Cao Chuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Zhong Sheng frowned. What? Did something happen? Cao Chuan looked conflicted, and after a long pause, he said, that fugitive also has connections overseas, and he kidnapped and abused Zheng Yang again. What? Zhong Sheng retorted angrily. What grudge does this guy have with Zheng Yang? Is it endless? How is Zheng Yang now? Has he been rescued? He is still safe for now. I initially thought he was after me, but now it seems Zheng Yang must have offended someone out there all these years. The atmosphere fell silent. Cao Chuan said, never mind. Let us not talk about this. Anyway, the police tried to arrest him 2 days ago. He is severely injured and on the run now, so he probably will not escape for much longer. Su Ye said worriedly, old cow, a cornered beast will fight. You need to be careful. Take more bodyguards when you go out, and try not to go out if you do not have to. I know, sister-in-law, I knew you were good to me, unlike old Zhong, who does not care about his old brother at all. Hey, what you are saying is heartless. Zhong Sheng laughed and shook his head. Time passed quickly as they chatted. Suddenly, it was past 10 o'clock at night. Luoli, the number 9 simulacrum, had just gotten through to Lei Ting on the phone. Luoli chuckled. How is it, team leader Lei? Did you receive the location I sent you? We found this with great difficulty, so your money was not wasted. Lei Ting's tone was cold. Whether the money was wasted or not depends on whether Lin Han is really there. If team leader Lei does not believe it, you can go and see for yourself. I will go. Team leader Lei, a friendly reminder, if you are going, go early. Lin Han is a very vigilant prey. He is still at the location I gave today. I can guarantee that. But whether he will still be there tomorrow is hard to say. If your delay causes him to change locations, you will have to pay extra for his latest information. You are truly ruthless. Lei Ting seemed to squeeze the sentence out through gritted teeth. It is business, after all. The information has already been given to you. If we have to reinvestigate, it also costs money. Luoli said with a smile. I will go tonight. If he changes locations tonight, it is not my problem. It just means your intelligence was late. Of course, if he changes tonight, I will provide you with his location next time, free of charge. Good luck, team leader Lei. They hung up. Lei Ting did not waste a moment. She checked her equipment. Her firearms were already prepared. She did not bring anyone and was not wearing a police uniform, just jeans and casual clothes. Going alone to investigate was not arrogance, but confidence in her anti-tracking abilities. Bringing more people would actually be counterproductive. She did not intend to confront Lin Han alone, only to check. Once she confirmed Lin Han was really there, she would call for backup. Half an hour later, Lei Ting drove to the alley entrance. The old street was lively, full of snacks and barbecues. Lei Ting entered the alley, ordered a few skewers, and walked while eating, her eyes scanning the crowd. She appeared to be looking for food but was actually observing. Lei Ting quickly finished the meat, and found no trace of Lin Han in the crowd. She guessed he was resting in his rented room. She pondered for a moment, her peripheral vision locking onto a second-floor window. The curtains were drawn, but there was a faint light inside. The uncertainty was whether Lin Han was inside. Lin Han had seen her face, so she could not just knock on the door and say she had the wrong address. All she could do now was wait. If the lights went out, there were 2 possibilities. He was resting, in which case she would call for backup. Or, he might come out to eat barbecue. Waiting was the best approach. Meanwhile, Cao Chuan had already left. He climbed out from behind the courtyard. There were no drones in the sky, and the patrolling agents outside could not detect him. On the way, Cao Chuan purchased 3 combat simulacrums, costing him 30,000 points of villain luck. This wave of spending made him wince. his balance was only a little over 100,000. This was his first major expense. The large expenditure made his expression serious. Tonight, he would either directly take out Lin Han or capture Lei Ting. There was no turning back. It concerned his interests, so he did not hesitate to ensure everything was foolproof. The priority for tonight's operation was to capture Lei Ting. Firstly, she provided luck feedback. Secondly, taking her down would cause Lin Han to lose his last 30% aura. This meant he could gain luck from Lei Ting, which was indirectly killing Lin Han. Double the happiness. If there was no chance to take her down, he still had to have the 3 simulacrums find an opportunity to kill Lin Han. Cao Chuan wanted to ensure he would not lose money tonight. He expected to see how much benefit he could gain after killing his first child of destiny. It should not be less than 100,000, or the knight's efforts would have been in vain. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.